Greetings, greetings one and all to series today, the TTV, EDG and WE BLG. We like to strap ourselves in for one Nirvana, one Ascend. WE we saw yesterday. That matchup has it's been around, folks. We have seen this matchup very recently. Sam and I, as always, will just be getting ready in the background and will likely be there just in time for the first draft of the day. So you all sit pretty and we'll be there to take you through the games. 新品现已上市，上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，祝你赢1000元耳机。我在场就是主场，莫兹利安为 LPL 奶硬口。全新 OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰，人像 MVP。TCL 全屋智慧家电，峡谷英雄敢为不凡。2025 LPL 官方指定家电产品。 更受电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，有能量当然占马。傲风电竞椅连续5年中国电竞椅销量第1，开一局吗？开就开，保护有度，尽情开一局。感谢全场保护的杜蕾斯。酷睿 Ultra 200HX AI 高净游戏本，游戏本的6边形战士。
欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，让我们有请双方战队登场。首先欢迎 Thunder Talk Gaming， 上单 Hoya， 打野 Aki， 中单 Setup， 下路伊昌恩，辅助 Feather。 欢迎 Edward Gaming， 上单 ZDZ， 打野小号，中单 Angel， 下路安，辅助 Parukia。 LPL 第3赛段常规赛组内赛第4周第7日的首场比赛将会有 TT 对阵 EDG， 比赛即将开始 ，LPL 无畏进巅峰。
Close towards our stage. No, not stage. It's already on the stage. You know what I mean? Draft. The draft. The draft. The draft. The draft. I have no idea what that's from. Okay, time to calm down the ADHD thoughts. So, TT. Weird couple of last series. 1-2 versus NIP twice in the last week. 0-2 by LGD just before that. It's been a while since they picked up a win, actually. In terms of a series EDG, they have only picked up wins. They are 10-0 in games in Group Nirvana. And our draft is on. Is BLG really playing WE again? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. 2 days back to back. It is a strange scenario. Effectively, Because teams have to travel to venues, such as BLG, WEs rather, I think they save on travel costs by doing that. And logistically it works out better for practice and for, you know, scrims and all those things. And for fans traveling to the event too. Now, this is in Shanghai, EDG. If you play JDG on their arena, it's in Beijing. If you play WE, it's in Xi'an. If you play NIP, it's in Shenzhen. And if you play LNG, it's in Suzhou. So there are 5 different locations. And not all of them are close to each other. China is a very big country. So, yeah, traveling between them is quite the chore sometimes for these teams, especially when you consider that they've got to keep themselves at a high level of form. What's been let through? I suppose there's Wukong. I don't think that's first pickable. I mean, it is TT. You could, I guess you could Azir. Not every team does that. What has been let through? Rumble is a big one, of course. Although that's been less priority than some. High speed rail is a godsend. Yeah, I mean, it is for sure. Aurora first pick. Now, Hoya plays it. Setab plays it. Trundle is available. Now, we actually saw a draft in the LEC just yesterday, which really, I thought it was interesting. Do you think TT can take a game? I mean, EDG are 10-0, and I think TT have been a while without a win. I think EDG are clearly the best team within Group Nirvana. I think TT can. It's not like EDG haven't come close to losing before, and they've got to drop a game at some point, I suppose. But TT not looking... They've had a strange split so far, you know? Some ups and downs. I would say they're not a bad contender within group. Yeah. Oh, Mario. Yes, I know Wish. I know that, actually. I've got some French friends who say that as well. Don't you worry. I did actually understand it. I was like, is that Wish or is that Wish? Azir Trundle on the other side. So now you have Aurora into the Azir if you want, or you can put the Aurora top side into a tank pick if ZDZ wants to lock that in, because the draft I was referring to before, MKOI lost the game because they ended up getting Kai'Sa Nautilus, which was really not good for them. But they also tried to pick the Aurora in to be an anti-tank top lane. What you're trying to do is deprive Trundle of tanks to ult in a lot of games. Because 1, you don't want your tanks to be squishy, and 2, you don't want Trundle to be tanky. He steals their stats. Hey, Rosari, good to see you. Rumble being locked in. Similar vibes. TT, no top lane tank. The Rumble will do just fine. ZDZ can be put on tank duty himself. And they lock in the Alistar and said, no. Oh, okay, this is cool. This is the next level. Okay, folks, you know we were just talking about that mind game of, well, you want to deprive Trundle of tanks to ults, so he's squishy and your tanks are not squishy. The champion which breaks that rule is Alistar. TT were likely looking at an Alistar in this next round. You might think it's odd that the Alistar is locked in now, but EDG spy the mind game and say, okay, you want to take you want to play a no tank game versus a Trundle? Alistar is the one thing which is the exception to that. They take the Alistar first. Genuinely, folks, this is really good back and forth chess match. EDG, I think, are getting the better of it a little bit in terms of the Trundle game, because Trundle is such a game warping pick right now. You can see the logic. Did you catch that, Sam?
I did. Now the thing is, of course, is 1XM Feather on the other side. They may well have something a little bit spicy cooked up. They often do. See whether they want to go towards something that can mash the Alistar, and then if you are going to blind pick a champion like that, you set yourself up for potential counter pick.
However, I don't think Palkia's been bad at all.
No, not at all.
I think Palkia's been great. New support for EDG as of this split.
Him and Ovo have been wonderful. Or OVO. Have we got? Actually, no joke.
I know that the hosts say OVO, but I'm going with OVO just because it's just so fancy.
I have asked IRS and she said she'd get back to me. So
cool.
we'll see whether we get some info back on that.
Yeah, I heard the host. I heard. Yeah. We occasionally message them. Well, Sam mainly messages them. I'm antisocial. Second round on doesn't have that many AD carries which are safe to play. Corki doesn't feel particularly safe. They might. Do they even go last pick AD carry? I mean, at that point, perhaps 1xN ends up picking something that Arn would like to go towards. I mean, now you see a triple tank front line. You do have Aurora Rumble, which are decent anti-tank, but you do need something that can chunk into it from AD carries. I don't really want to see an early game AD carry from 1xN. I guess you can and just say we'll snowball with Vi Rumble, which is a hell of a comp, by the way.
Smolder.
I want to see some scaling. 1xN can block this in. It is good anti-tank eventually, and there you go. Smolder locked in. What you can do now is you could Braum and just say, regardless of what you play, you're going triple melee. I think that's a good idea here.
Yeah, I agree. It's good with the Smolder too. You can bounce back to him. It's hard to get to the Smolder through the Braum's own mobility to defensive champions.
I'm thinking about it as well. I mean, Smolder's E just goes straight through the Trundle Pill too. You can just fly straight over it. That's fly straight over it. Gotta go from the down under. The bot lane's gonna fly through the Pillar of Ice.
It's one of those actions I never could do as well as others.
I've been practicing a lot in the last few days, because I was bored. I don't know why. Probably because
I find New Zealand a bit easier because you go towards Bunsmith and you're fine. You're back into the Smith.
Yep.
You
Last pick for Arn. Now he is a Draven player. Dangerous to play into a Vi Rumble, I will say, but you can blow open the Smolder. Goes towards the Corki instead. I don't mind that. Gives them a bit more ability to bully through the early lane whilst also having some mobility against the Vi engage, because what you realistically don't want to do is have no mobility and get pinged by Aurora Vi Rumble with all their ultimates.
Are you ready for a co-stream mode? Because I'm going to break the continuity here.
Yes.
Have you watched the best video in order to learn a New Zealand accent?
No.
That is
how to build a dick.
Build your 12-foot dick. Yeah, that's the one. It's an incredible
video. I'm so sorry if people are on the highlight channels and have heard that. Perhaps they don't hear this.
Yeah,
sometimes I look at that, I'm like, someone's going to hear a 3-second clip of something completely out of context.
Yeah, that's the one. But that's how you learn. That is the best YouTube video about some fantastic company out in New Zealand teaching people how to build their outdoor deck.
Going into our first game of the day out of the draft. We are on the no-cam scene, by the way, Sam. Just so you know.
Gotcha.
I'll wipe that back on to the only transition over towards that. You handle the volume. I'm going to go sort some stuff quickly in the background, like getting a coffee. I'll leave Sam to the start of the game. And I shall see you shortly.
Morning, Razuri. Morning, Kierkegaard. Great philosopher in YouTube chat. Pew, Kazel, good to see you. Elliot, Amber, Tornasco, good to see you all. That would be Ulvine explaining Welsh. I thought someone said Welsh. I was like, wait, what are the Welsh? What's happening with the Welsh? Great bit of music. Welcome, one and all. Glad to have you all in. Thunder Talk against Edward Gaming. EDG. Some crowds waving, saying hello. Udiger, better known as EDG. Going against Tutta, better known as TT. TT managed to win a couple series, and you can sort of see a very weird set of spikes, right? Very early on. Good for Thunder Talk. It's Rumble for you. Braum as well, for that matter. And then mid-game, really good for EDG. When the Corki and the Trundle and the Alistair can all start causing some chaos. And we get to the later stages again, and Smolder. Smolder becomes a problem. Hello, Mecca. Good to see you. Show how should be able to pick up a few camp sets. Pathing opposite direction to the Vi kind of makes some sense. Let's be real, the Smolder Braum is not going to get shoved. It's there to play defensive and deal with the fact that Corki's a bit miserable to manage. Bit of a trade there from Hoya, who has gone towards the Rumble today. We saw the other day he kind of passed up on that opportunity. Has been a Rumble player. I think it's been one of those ones which has been a bit mercurial for him. When it's looked good, it's looked very good. When it's looked bad, you sometimes go, oh dear, Hoya. As of late, been playing okay as Hoya. But again, he has a very streaky player and one we've often had our eye on. With an eyebrow ready to be raised at the level of play that sometimes comes out. It's actually been a very good tank player of late, honestly. Kazo, you're favouring the TT draft? I honestly quite like it too for now. I think you've got very good AoE combos. I think the Smolder manages a lot of the draft traps EDG tried to set up with the Trundle Alistair early that Alex was walking through. And it forced them to change their game plans and go for something a little bit different. And I think they found something that's really good here. And also, if there was one person you wanted with a late game carry on this squad, it's 1xN. Oh, actually caught on resetting. Very nice. 1xN's also running the teleport with notice. We'll get a few more of those resets in. Manages to go back, having burned a lot of his mana, pick up an early coffee. Early cull. I need coffee. The reason is because I heard Alex in the background. I went, oh, coffee. I'm like, no. I'm a silly human.
On that note, Sam,
yes.
If you could possibly, in a minute, go and get both of them.
I can absolutely do that.
Very convenient.
Right now, there's a bit of a flat happening. And didn't quite get the full stacks onto Palkia, but there we go.
1xN being even in CS in early game is not good for EDG. Now, reminder folks, EDG 5-0 in series. At the top of your screen, what that doesn't tell you is that they're 10-0 in games. They have not dropped a single game here under Nirvana yet. Clearly our best team in this group.
Very much
now,
so. Yeah.
Well, I have a soft spot for TT, and I think that, you know, a player like 1xN truly could have a great shot at being, you know, a great AD carry in the LPL at some points, perhaps getting a shot on a big team at some point in coming seasons. I don't know if I can trust them to take games off of EDG right now. I mean, Aki's been up and down, the flap's been used, and they punted onto the Braum instead.
1xN is trying to get in range to get a stand behind me available, but the pillar being a threat means that's really unlikely. So they get the kill on the feather. 1xN has to flash. Good combo from EDG.
1xN does get out alive, and he does get some stacks from his W there, but I mean, getting a kill on towards Xiaohao is a great thing. Xiaohao is a great jungler right now. He has been playing very, very well here in Group Nirvana, and I'm very excited to see how he'll likely do against Group Ascend junglers. I don't think they've technically qualified through to, you know, the playoffs and whatever. Or whatever. Did they do a Knights Rival stage? Look, I need to look up the format again because it's been confusing me so far. But yeah, Xiaohao, a player who is very, very strong for EDG. Ult comes through from Satab. Used partially for wave clear.
Does force Angel to retreat a bit. Also saw Aki manage to beeline and steamline. Yeah, I went there, steam towards and then beeline. It was a very weird combo of words I decided towards. Either way, got in and stole the walls while all that was happening. Bot side then got out and started the dragon. So actually, in the end, Aki getting at least something off the map for the attention Xiaohao put bot.
But learning as well, we were talking about in the draft how we felt like EDG were winning the mind game of the Trundle. In terms of, okay, we have a Trundle, you don't want tanks. So, no, I punched the microphone. No, I elbowed it. I've evolved the mic punching game. How could this possibly happen? Thank you for the stream streaks, by the way, Mecha and Kites. Quackstar as well, thanks to the follow. Julian, too, a little earlier. Appreciate you all. Boy, farming up fine on spot side. Yes, that mind game of the Trundle. Trying to say, well, you know, you wanna pick tanks? Nope. Trundle will deal with them. The only two supports in the game which do have more like damage reduction over ever being straight tanky, are Trundle, Alistair and the Braum. Alistair is the best quote-unquote tank of them. Braum and his shield does give some damage reduction though, and can be quite valuable against anti-melee. I think it's harder to use the Braum than the Alistair. And of course he does have resist to steal in a more important way than the Alistair. Hoya, does he have any support on this side of the map? No, he's going to get a Hex Slash onto your headbutt back. And Palkia creates some space. Ain't that Pokemon relevance? Xiaohao will get a couple of chomps down. Flash away from Hoya. Pillar was still available, which would mean there's likely one more chomp available, but it's not quite enough. Jesus, that's a lot of burn, but Xiaohao will live through it. Smites for a heal. And Hoya does very well, given the situation, to survive the play. Fun fact, elbow strikes are almost always more powerful than punches. Yeah, I learned this when I was doing taekwondo growing up. I did taekwondo, my brother did karate, we went to different classes because of different, I guess, availabilities and whatever. Grubs now started by TT, they'll take the first. Second and third likely too. EDG, I mean, Arn is around. Trundle's not there though, doesn't care for this. Gonna give 3 grubs over towards TT potentially. Aki has the smite, so it won't be stolen there. 3 grubs to TT. CDC getting the knockback. Ooh, that's a little scary. No flash for the Smolder, he just dies. The ultimate heal doesn't come through. ZDZ solo kill onto 1xN. And a player that we've talked big about goes down to ZDZ very easily. ZDZ even had flash. It wasn't close, folks. That wasn't close. You get a flash for an extra Q or an extra auto. I think Asante comes away with the solo kill.
And didn't have the flash up from that earlier play in bot lane by the looks of it. No idea how that all started. But that is going to be a problem. Again, we did use this here, but a Smolder into Cassante topside. But hey, summon a spell discrepancy. ZDZ finds the angle, and it's all a bit all...
Palkia popping his summoners. Doesn't have flash right now. Doesn't have ult. He's only level 5.
Beautiful combo.
Aki gets that early ult in. Locks down the Pokemon God of Space in the river. We'll take him for a quick ride to the underworld. TT take a kill there, and yeah, call out in chat as well. Hoya bought TT the grubs with his outplay. He had a quick 1v2/1v3 in topside where he ended up, yes, flashing away, but getting the flash out of Xiaohao. Even in the 1v2s, he managed to get under turrets. And yeah, kind of surviving the play. He did quite well in that situation. Currently, you know, behind gold from ZDZ, because ZDZ just got the solo kill and has managed to pick up an extra wave to the farm. But Hoya, he's actually had an okay split, you know, all things said and done, Hoya.
Yeah, I think the start of the split wasn't pretty, but the last few series have been pretty solid, particularly on tanks. If he was if you were going to have him on a carry, I think I would argue the Rumble is the one he's certainly been the most experienced on, and has found a fair amount of success there. It's been a bit up and down, but at its best, it's been genuinely good. The Camille is another one, of course, but that one is a little more missed than hit.
Yeah, no. The Camille, the fact that he managed to win against Bin in a game 5 with a solo kill in it, that was incredible. That game is like, that is the golden goose. Every other game is just...
Yeah, but it says it's been cooked.
They're in fact roast chicken instead here. Which is very nice, but sadly not good to last.
So, fun fact, you know, obviously, like, for PUBG, when you win it, you're a chicken dinner, right?
Yep.
You win the chicken dinner. They just did the first Supervive lap over in Asia. And they had people like Prey, Marin, all of these crew kind of playing. They're like, wait, Shao was there. It was a pretty stacked roster of very famous League of Legends then. But the winning squad actually had a big chicken dinner brought out to them. It was that with the trophy was them just lifting the lid off the chicken dinner.
That is so funny. That's actually very funny. I like that a lot.
It was great.
Dragon spawning in a few seconds. First one was taken by TT. 3 grabs and the early dragon. I mean, TT getting decent early objective priority. 1xN, despite the solo kill, almost even in gold with the Corki. He does have a cull stacking in, what, 4 waves or so. Go towards his tower top side. If he gets himself a play, he'll be very happy with that too. Going towards SS Reaver first. Palkia getting under turret, double combo. Has the ultimate now. Pops the phase rush. Teleport in from Cassante. They just no longer have that teleport to go towards something like that Dragon if they need a defense of it, but there's no contest from TT. Dragon will go to Xiaohao and EDG 1-1 in those Dragons.
Nice angle there. Their first objective of the game, of course, worth noting.
First catch of the day.
That's the one. With the fire, the gun.
Huh?
I was making a Family Guy reference.
That's great. Oh, yeah, true. Hoya going to ult out Xiaohao. Neither of them have flash. Well, no, Hoya still does have flash, actually.
Yeah, flash. Gets over the pillar. Last auto does it.
Hoya ends up going down that. Survived in a 1v2 earlier. Can't do the same here as Arn comes down. And Xiaohao, good angle from him to force Hoya to not only die, but lose that summoner as well.
Does get the wave shoved at least, Hoya. That's what he was there for. Got it down, got it in.
Yeah.
Every top laner out there is going to go worth.
Yeah, that's totally what you want to do there. I suppose it does delay Angel from hitting tower on the other side. And Angel, a very storied player, folks. A very storied player. A player that's been to World's Finals. Getting teleported onto by the Aurora. I don't really think there's a great engage angle here. All you do is end up forcing the thing back. That teleport there is just to make sure that setup is stationed in this lane. It's not a playmaking teleport.
Yeah, it's just if Angel had greeded there could have been a punish, and obviously he didn't. Slid away. Again, it is Azir. Not fed exactly the easiest champion to lock down.
Nokia does have flash and ult. Used the pull early. Good damage there from the Aurora, and the spawn passive over the top of it.
Ow.
Yeah.
I say this Aurora has got a 20 CS lead and an item and a half.
Yeah,
it's going to sting quite hard.
It's going to go towards that shotgun build. Well, go a bit more burst build. Not going to be the Liandry's Riftmaker, which I personally don't like. You are against a triple tank team, and I think that you will still get good damage with Liandry's Riftmaker, even if you did go towards that onto squishies. Going towards the Ludens into likely something like a Riftmaker second, so you're somewhat halfway housing. But it's on setup,
yeah.
Sify pays off the build.
I will say, I do think at least at one item is deceptively good into Trundle, because he's only got a Trinity Force. And you can sometimes just pop him quite hard with that build.
Sure. I don't underestimate that, but it will be good into the Azir and the Corki too. But the problem I have with this kind of build is that you still get fantastic burst damage through from the burn build too, because it ups your base damage, because Liandry's and Riftmaker do increase things like the base damage of your passive and your Q&E, which are just really, really high.
Really strong, yeah.
And you somewhat miss out on that if you go towards the Ludens. I mean, yes, you do have that wanting guys in, so it's not bad, but yeah.
See how it works out in the grand scheme of things, though. I think with a solid breakdown on why the option for more of a burn build might have had a little bit more value this game. But hey, if setup's going to play this way or build this way, you need to play like you're hitting people the Ludens can shoot.
Herald spawning now. That Scuttle Crab being fought over, not just for jungle lead, which Aki's got decent farm lead over Xiaohao, by the way, but instead mainly just control for the Herald. Palkia, yeah, thought he was going to go in for a clean combo, get the phase rush out. Instead loses over half his HP to the Smolder, who gets some stacks off of it too.
That he does.
TT, even in gold with a comp with the scaling 80 carry is not bad for them at all. Setup his dash stopped that. EDG still in position to contest.
They are. Herald gonna be started. Xiaohao in the back of the pit does have flash. Eyes gonna open towards, and they're turning onto the Trundle. Sees an assist. Shotgun through, and Xiaohao dies a very ignominious death. Vi picks up the Eye of the Herald, and TT get out.
You know what I said? Oh, they can still contest. I didn't mean it like that. Didn't mean it like that at all. Xiaohao goes in, can't even flash out of the pit, and they don't even cross map. I think they're afraid maybe that TT could just use their 3 grubs and break up and maybe mid and top lane if they committed too hard to bot lane to get that turret. But that feels like a massive misplay on the map from EDG. You know, again, currently 10-0 in games. TT 2-4 in series. They've got a losing record in Group Nirvana so far. EDG losing those 3 grubs, losing the Herald. There's a Smolder on the other side stacking up. That is not good sign for them.
Yeah, the Cull's now in. Has actually got a gold lead, gotten an early kill now as well as a result of some of those shenanigans. He's going to go over the wall. And I think Aki always was a bit of a Vi enjoyer, for better or worse. So far this game, a couple good ults in a decent position here. He's actually up 30 CS on a Trundle, which is no easy feat because Trundle's quite a quick farmer.
Yes, for the AD skirmishes he can be. Of course, it's long gone are the days where he'd go for something like the Ravenous Hydra to clear speed up. Setab in a really good spot against the Azir right now. And while all this is happening, I just think about how little plays have been made onto the Smolder to stop them from farming. No, another stack there. 150. Another stack there. 150 just hit. You're looking at about 10 CS, 10 stacks a minute, right? And he's at 150. In zero lanes, sometimes that can be a thing where you'll drop out on some stacks, but it does pick up once you do have something like that Essence Reaver. Because, hang on a second, Feather forced to flash.
Is indeed. Stays alive, Dragon's up. This will be the third one. But of course, no one's got anywhere near Soul Point, which Smolder is quite pleased about in the grand scheme of things. Normally, if you're playing into Smolder, when Smolder was at his most oppressive, one of the big things was like, look, can you rush Soul? Can you rush Soul and get towards that point where actually, if you can get Soul before they get all of their stacks, the 225 mark, then life was good. If you can't, it's got hard. Now, lead with that initial early Dragon and a Herald charge through mid lane, I think this Smolder is going to be very scary indeed.
Yeah, so that mid lane tower gives you great control now. You can push up with the Smolder very effectively. I'm not sure this is going to be used to go into the... Is this going to have enough steam to go towards the top lane out of turret? I'm not sure, actually. I think it'll run out just before it. It will bring it back in towards it. Yeah, it runs out of steam. So sadly can't get that much done in terms of the mid lane to add to the turret. Actually, does anyone know in chat there's a bob and weave kind of Tokyo Drift Herald path from inner turret to inner turret, or is it only, sorry, outer turret to outer turret, or is it only from inner to inner? Because I know you can go from mid inner to either of the side lane.
Yeah.
It has enough gas for that, but I'm not sure about the outers anymore. We shall find that out later. So, that's our passing word when we want to speak about something different. 2,000 gold lead-ish, sorry, 1,500 gold lead for TT. A lot of that stationed between, like, their middle section of the map. It's only really top lane that's got the advantage for EDG. He's got 2 items. The Kasante, good enough angle, can, you know, bop the vibe back from some engages, potentially get onto the Smolder.
Yeah.
Things can happen. And by that I mean murder. TT...
Dragon slaying. Yeah,
but TT, I mean, you've got the fire cannon on Smolder, which I think makes a lot of sense when you're trying to outspace someone like the Trundle, the Alistair, and the Kasante, right?
Yeah,
because if you're trying to play around,
EDG is quite ranged, dedicated, you know.
So if you have a fire cannon, it means that you can get out of a regular combo range from Alistair. Now you probably shouldn't be stood within combo range from Alistair ever.
But it does make the threats a lot lower. Like, actually, also, when you're going to get a good pillar angle down, or a good Azir shuffle angle down, or how easy is it for Kasante to, as long as they're on vision, to get close to you when you're trying to get damage down. So I think that all makes a fair amount of sense. See whether it does end up being the Infinity Edge third. I suspect it will be, looking at the VF sword and inventory. It would make sense when you've got the rapid fire cannon in.
Yeah, Infection really makes your damage go into overdrive. So your Q damage does apply. It does get the bonus from Palkia. Going to heal. He's been struggling to get land plays coordinated with his team. EDG, I'm a little bit worried that they haven't been able to make those big coordinated plays. They do have, you know, Azir sweep, you have Corki's early power, you've got Alistair and Trundle trying to combo up together, but EDG have not been able to land that many big plays onto the Smolder particularly.
And the last time we were watching Thunder Talk, it was set out getting caught out time and time again in the side lane. Gage in the river though, Feather now being jumped on, maybe forced to flash over the wall here, will potentially get out, can't do it, and they find the pick they're looking for. Burn quite a lot to make it happen, but Atakan is there and waiting for them.
However, 1xN is alive, full HP, Feather dying there, of course does not help. Is it an Intercan angle? Hex Flash over the wall, this could be the moment EDG are looking for. They back off, and Atakan will not be started.
The Hex Flash on Palkia, I think there might have been an angle there, but with 1xN having flash and flat, maybe not the easiest. Still, pick onto the Braum. Doesn't lead to all that much in the grand scheme of things.
EG still yet to get a turret in this game, by the way. Haven't got either of the side lanes.
Just a lot of wave clear. Aurora, Smolder, Rumble.
I mean, yes, but you should be able to kill them, then take a turret. No, that should be the plan.
Yeah.
Stopped actually. I think it was off vision even for 1xN.
A couple times this game actually.
Yeah, and as you're saying, he's very likely going towards that Infinity Edge in third. One of the big changes to Smolder, which brought him back into relevance, I'm not going to say prominence, but into relevance, was his Q bonus damage now gets impacted by Infinity Edge, which is kind of insane. If he hits you with that and he gets the extra however many percentage damages that Infinity Edge crits give you. He's got himself a BF sword and a pickaxe, so he's not crazy far off it. Those are the expensive components. You need 600 for the crit cloak, and then is it 65 or blah 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 for the combined cost, something like that. I actually can't remember.
Miles off. Check his stacks as well. I think he's about 5-10 off, getting to 225.
218 right now, so 7 off of the big time. And that's when EDG, if you don't close down the Smolder ends the game. 3 item, 225 Smolder, you're dead.
Yeah, that's gonna suck.
30 seconds till Dragon. EDG looking to get themselves that 3rd, and on the precipice of Infernal Soul. That one early Dragon, we were talking about this earlier, we were saying, you know, can you rush early Dragon, early Soul against Smolder? The goal against Smolder was that. Smolder's goal was get 1 early Dragon then at that point, so you can make sure you do get a fight for Dragon Soul where you have 225. You're able to get it with just one Q, 1 more wave in mid lane. They'll back off to it. They'll give up the Skeleton Crab. 1xM will get 225 now on this wave. Watch it, and you'll see that 225 earned by the Smolder has the execute on his Q.
All right, there's the damage on in. Still at 2 items, not quite got that 3rd. Can afford to potentially give this one up, but it is Infernal Soul point, and that is risky. TT looking like they want to fight this.
We do. Here, over the flank. Hex Flashes sees Hoyer out there because the High Electro Harping comes over there. Might see a bit of a smite fight catch from the Cassante.
On to Feather, who flashes away. Palkia now in danger. Wonderful equalizer. The rest of EDG split away as Palkia needs to run real fast and does so. Stays alive. Damage onto EDG pretty significant. They are out of the river, which means Dragon is Thunder Talks.
Yeah, EDG just can't find a way to combo up. They've been very disconnected today. And right there, you can see that, you know, Palkia's going in for combo. No one has the follow-up. Atacon was scuttled up. Now, this might be the go button. Intercan might strike again. However, there are some big ultimates. That mid-jungle ultimate from TT still available for a big engage.
And Xiao Hao has no flash and no ult on this Trundle. He's at half HP. Would have been tricky. Makes sense. Sticky around, going to see whether he can pick up this wave. They know he's there, but that reset's coming on through. Smolder can wait. And again, TT, you don't have to overforce. You're here with the Smolder. Play it slower, play it safer, get to Infinity Edge, and suddenly that Draticon will be a lot easier to shoot down in a lot shorter time frame.
Yeah, EDG get themselves their own resets, they'll regain their HP, but the plays from EDG have just not been working that well this game so far. Now down, you know, still down the same amount of gold. The Dragon's racking up for TT on a team which arguably outscales because of the Smolder. That's obviously the actual whole scaling argument. We're framing it around the Smolder. At the end of the day, you do have an Azir and you do have tanks in a way that TT don't. However, you know, Rumble scales really well into squishy carries like the Azir and the Corki. If you manage to tag them with just a bit of the equalizer in the late game, things go horribly wrong. You have Vi Aurora as well, but Vi also setting up for the Rumble.
Infinity Edge.
And the 3 item 225 stack Smolder is of course one of the better scaling champions in the whole damn game. EDG cannot take an extended fight into the Smolder now. Not really. Even with your tanks, you need to make sure that the fight is ended fairly quickly, and that the Smolder does not determine it.
And, like, who do you realistically jump on very easily? The Rumble, maybe? But Rumble can throw his equalizer down from miles away. Aurora notoriously hard to pick off, though at the moment I say that setup may now be in danger, but is quick enough with the W to get out to safety.
Yeah, the thing about that W is that you get move speed depending on if your passive's procced. If your passive's procced, you do get some extra move speed, which is really, really nice. It's across that, actually. Across the veil, or at least it used to be the case. No, is that the case now? I think it is. Turtle Grab taken, they'll be able to clear out some wards. Atacon, of course, still available. EDG do not want to give up presence here. You have 2 items on the Azir on top side if he wants to teleport in. Angel, notable Azir player across time. Not really had much chance to showcase off in Azir. Yeah. No one's really sat in front of him on his soldiers, which, I mean, in fairness, most people don't want to do that. But
good from Thunder Talk, I suppose. It's slightly perplexing for EDG. Just like, it feels like they don't really... How do I put this? It's not like they've been playing badly, per se. It just feels like they've really struggled to find an angle.
I just don't think they've been very coordinated on their engages. Equalizer will clear out a wave on top side. Make sure there's no dive there. Potential of Atacon traded for a Baron. However, TT... sniff it out, move towards top side, and the Baron will be peeled off. Of slower game. Neither team really wanting to hard commit towards objectives right now.
But the problem is a slower game. You've got the Smolder, and yes, again, Azir scaling is great, but I think there's been a discussion that's being had a bit more recently that, look, Corki actually doesn't have the greatest scaling anymore in a lot of ways. His win rate over time is the lowest of any AD carry, or at least was a week or two ago.
Yeah, you know, weirdly enough, in solo queue, Kai'Sa is one of them as well.
Interesting.
Despite people thinking that Kai'Sa is kind of like a scaling hyper carry, it's increasingly hard to play as a short range AD carry that you have to thread the needle with.
Yeah, you sort of get to this point where you might kill one person but die doing it, and your AD carry dying 1-for-1 just ain't good enough.
GG, minute and a half until Dragon comes up again. Reminder, this team is currently 10-0 in games, 5-0 in series, yet to drop a single match both either series or game, against any opponent in Group Nirvana. Clearly the best team in Group Nirvana from the first round. Robin, ET, testing well here though. Again, we've talked about all those reasons. ZDZ will get EDG. ZDZ will get EDG, their second turret of the game.
That, but again, gold lead about 1,000 gold, but it's the stuff outside of that, the extra dragon, the not the one on your screen that perhaps this Thundertop maybe shouldn't have had. And again, the Smolder going to get towards a Mortal Reminder at some point. It's going to be a Shadow Flame from Aurora, which means the Azir, the Corki going to get blasted by that. I will note there's a Kainic Rooker, and there is a Negatron Cloak in inventory. Trundle, I do want to see something with a little bit more oomph in inventory for setup to manage that at some point as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. When you go for double AP solo laners with a burn champion like Rumble, Bloodletters is just such a godsend. Things though, like as soon as I saw this item in Arena, and I played a ton of Arena on release. I still do actually, but the Bloodletters curse and stuff like Zyra, any kind of burn champion, just oh god, Bloodletters. It's an AP Blight Cleaver. It is a game changer. It has been picked up well, and I see some damage coming through for the Corki, but one. Hang on a second, flash forward.
Oh boy, they get onto Aki, flashes out. Palkia goes on in, but then they down that summoner spell. ZDZ goes Pathmaker going forward. They're going to try and turn that one around. The setup is low, but gets away. Damage comes on through as Mom is summoned. Parental discretion alongside an Equalizer will force an ult out of the Alistar at least.
Will do. It means that Arn is completely off the table too. EDG very nearly find a pick onto the Aurora through ZDZ. I think he's been having a good game. Of course, the solo kill onto Smolder earlier and a couple of threats here and there, but they fail to keep their HP bars in check, and they'll give a third dragon over towards TT, and the Smolder has yet to be dealt with.
Aurora comes back with the Shadow Flame, having been chunked down, goes, cool, well, I wanted to reset anyway.
Yeah. This is just not a coordinated game from EDG. Their team fights haven't been fantastic. I think that they've struggled to make early plays to actually snowball the game around the lanes that they wanted to. They really did try to dive Hoya multiple times. They didn't get as much value out of that as they would have wanted. One extent is just farming up for forever, you know. He's got the items he needs. Yeah, he'll get himself Lord Dominic's Regards, or, sorry, the Mortal Reminder. The Arm Pen item. Gotta imagine pretty soon, actually. I mean, he's got the component. He's been sat on a lot of stuff for a while. Been farming up pretty consistently. 332 farm in 29 minutes, by the way. Jesus. Been really farming up. Engage onto Feather, potentially. Hops out. Has a shield available still.
I jump onto Feather between worlds. Feather flashes away. TP in. 1xN continue to still shun. But hang on. Flash on forwards. Dragged all out. The knock up keeps 1xN alive. Now Xiaohao burning down. The sneeze. ZDZ burns out. A setup keeps on firing. The Azir goes in. An Angel. Should have listened to his better ones and won't find it. Hoya gets the burn onto Palkia, but he's still got an ult to roll with. Hoya can't quite get it. As Arm burns out, though, he doesn't have the luxury of an unbreakable will.
3 for 2 in the fight, as EDG cannot finish the kill onto the Smolder despite ZDZ's best efforts.
Really close.
An Angel tries to make a road and instead finds it is full of potholes. EDG will not find their big fight. TT will get themselves the kills that they want and move towards the Atakan. No jungler to go towards the Baron, and I don't really think they have the ability to tank it. Look, Palkia has an okay pick over the wall here. They've managed to catch out Feather a couple of times. He's the one person they've actually managed to catch out. You go into a choke point, the Aurora does some mega damage. And ZDZ very nearly gets the play which wins them the game. If Xiaohao can get a single chomp down there,
that's a dead Smolder.
I think it's a dead Smolder.
Yeah.
It is a split second away from killing Smolder, potentially using that to go in towards a Baron. And in this case, not getting it. Angel, even with the max rank ult, does not have the width of the ultimate to catch setups. They just get out to the side of that.
Oh, Palkia just about survives by getting his ult up mid-fight. He's on about 10 HP. Arn, however, isn't so fortunate and burns out as well.
Back out onto the Rift. Atakan was claimed by TT, so they have some extra petals and the extra value from
about 10 from it, yeah.
From each of the petals, which they do have in total now. And yeah, 1xM, pretty close to getting that more Mortal Reminder.
Mortal Reminder. Ah.
Yeah, Mortal Reminder, the anti-heal armor pen item. Dude, I'm telling you, man, I'm just starting to just randomly induce bad naming convention from myself. I mean, there is the Realm Prism and the Ring Bomb.
I was calling EDG Udiga earlier.
You were calling them Udiga?
And Tutta.
Tutta and Udiga. In the Luppel.
Alright, we're going to make some fire tapping on down here as Palkia goes on down. Now Aki goes on forwards and punches EDG in face. Didn't enjoy that one, did he?
Go towards the Baron pit in the top side. I'm going to stop, Jesus Christ. Tin, the Tin TT. Baron getting a take it down. EDG once again struggling to play around these choke points. TT feels like the scaling has come online and EDG have not had a good enough answer to it.
You know, we did a really good job when one of our mods, one of my mods as well, hello Trinity, put, oh god, that smolder hurts almost as much as the casting right now, which is the correct response to that.
Sometimes games are low enough action that I'm sat there going, I need to do something. I will be my own entertainment.
Yeah,
Shadow Hysteric's another one of that class of thought.
Exactly. Right then. Inhibitor turret is under siege by minions. Angel will stop that. I do want to point out the inventory of one little dragon that could, namely in the form of the Mortal Reminder that has now come on through.
Yeah, I hope you're all well now, by the way, Blade, by the way, in chat. Obviously you had that, yeah, bit of a health scare a little while ago. I hope you're doing fine now. Okay, 40 seconds until Dragon, as you were just saying. I mean, you got Baron to set up for it. If a choke point is controlled with Aurora, Rumble, and Smolder, EDG cannot win fights. They must somehow find a miracle flank onto 1xN, who is still without flash from that previous fight before the Baron. Hard one stuff. Can EDG keep their spotless record alive?
Elixir of Sorcery on Hoya right now. He's going to sting quite a lot as well. And the problem is the Smolder is that so many damn stacked with so many damn items. They just get to sit here and throw spells out and feel kind of happy about it. Try to find the pillar. 1xN not really threatened by it. Feather just get chunked a little bit there. And again, you still got to remember the front line from TT is very conditional. EDG can still do a lot of work with things like soldiers if they can find an angle for them.
Getting past that choke point are EDG. They're still hovering one club flash away from the combo.
Tried to make it happen and he burns out doing it. I appreciate the trigger pull, but they're going to all go between worlds for a little bit more of a permanent vacation to the underworld. ZDZ trading out with Aki, but he is not all out enough to manage that, and they get 3 kills, including the smite. To Dragon they go. Soul is Thunder Talks.
Yeah, they go on a permanent vacation, and it's not quite as pleasant listening as the Aerosmith album. TT will take themselves the Soul. They will move across the map because they still have a minute left of the Baron buff. They'll crush through multiple towers. They have 3 grubs from earlier in the game too. EDG, why did you give them all of these objectives? That'll be something to look at in review. EDG really not putting up as much of a fight as we would have hoped. This is a team which is undefeated in Group Nirvana currently. How are they losing games like this?
By having only Palkia be your easiest point of engage, Angel burns down. Everyone else is getting roasted alive. Dragon's Breath is far too much for Edward Gaming. And for the first time in summer, Edward Gaming lose a game to Thunder Talk, of all teams.
TT, a confident foray onto the Rift. In Smolder we trust, in 1xN we trust. A smile from Aki, as it's been a decent amount of time now since TT have won a series here in Group Nirvana. They've been on something like a 3-match loss streak, I want to say. Starting off with a strong win here in the first game of the series versus EDG is really important to them, I think. It's been a while since they've found themselves a success.
Well, 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 welcome one and all to the stream. Good to have you all in here. Let's come and say hello, shall we? Turn the camera on. We don't need to. There it is. Hello, folks. Good to have you on in here. Welcome. Glad to have you. I'll have Alex for the first series, and then they have things like LEC to go do, which should be a good time. What are you doing on LEC today?
I'm doing analyst tests. You'll be able to see me the whole day between games, before and after.
Be a good time. Any cool series you're excited for then?
I mean, we have El Clasico, so that's the easy one. So we have Carmine Core MCOI today, which is that's the big one.
We got to cast that. It was great fun.
It was very cool. Yeah, Sam and I, we have cast one of the greatest rivalries in modern LEC, which is very, very cool. We also, however, get to cast some really cool LPL here too. So if you're enjoying yourself, we are happy for that. We don't get paid to do this, folks. Nope. This is just a co-stream. However, we try and bring you as official a broadcast experience as you can with the tools and the expertise that we have as well. And if you are enjoying that, please consider liking, subscribing, dropping comments. Everything like that does help us on the whole rolling the dice on the algorithm because, yeah, it's quite hard to make an impact like this. With the LPL's official broadcast getting shut down, ourselves amongst other people have been trying to bring, again, the official broadcast experience to you for as many games of LPL as at all possible. And yeah, it's been, yeah. Is it a roadshow in Berlin? It is in Berlin, Kazel. The roadshow for summer is in just for like the finals bit in Madrid. Yeah, which is a thing later on. So keep your eyes open for that one. I mean, 1xn, Jesus Christ, that's a lot of damage. Smoldered. Get smoldered.
And the more I looked at this game, I went, okay, so how do you realistically close the distance on these guys? And like the only like super consistent engage is the Alistair. Everyone else is a lot more than just like, do you get in range for a pillar? Do you find a flank handle with Cassante? Can you find a shuffle? And I think TT just body checked Palkia every time and went, ooh.
They did, but then also the way around that is then to get stuff like flanks on the Azir or the Cassante, which then sweeps into the backline, because let's be honest, TT are quite a squishy team. If you get someone into the flank doing damage,
it's great, for example.
Well, this isn't a flank in a team fight, this is a side lane play, right? And this is good, because then that gives you the ability to push up a side lane and then come in from a flank there, but that never happened in a team fight. It very nearly did, the one time, and it was so close. We'll probably see that.
Except when it's here, I think.
Yeah. 1xn will have to retire young due to back issues. That's his whole career has basically been, I have to hyper carry for this team to work, in fairness. There was a point where you had 1xn and UCal both playing very well, and actually Beitron on this team was really important to them. Now, I thought that TT were like a solidly mid-table LPL team. That says a lot given, you know, the history of the organization.
Oh, for sure.
They were solidly mid-table when they had Beitron and UCal on the roster, and then obviously in the first split of this year, they ended up getting top 6. Top 6 is TT? That's insane for a team which has had that track record. And that was, of course, with again, Beitron in there. A lot of people look down on that guy because of what's happened on BLG now. But given what he did on TT, I still have a lot of respect for him. And what he did here on TT is, yeah, he really understood how to make this team tick. And TT, credit to them.
Good flash.
Bringing in Aki, there were a lot of questions about that. They've struggled so far this split, I think it's fair to say. But this game here was a good example of what they can do.
Exactly. And again, if you give them the right tools, they can be pretty good. Honestly, all things said and done, I actually think Aki had a really good game on the Vi. Really good engages on the whole. 1xn, outside of that fumble against the Cassante in the 1v1.
I didn't even see that. Oh my god.
Yeah, setup actually went for this burst build on the Aurora and managed to get some important chunks onto his ear pretty much every fight. Can't ask for too much more really out of this game.
That's our first game of the day done, folks. We'll go into a bit of break mode now. We'll see who the MVP is, and we shall, yeah, get back to you for game 2. So stick around. We'll play some horse game because, of course, we will. I've been trying to spam gold ship campaigns, and I'm not gonna lie, folks. Gold ship enjoys creating suffering and chaos and madness. Uma Musume knows they know. Get ready for your drop kick. Okay, alrighty. We shall have a break. We'll put on some adverts as well. Turn the camera down. I'll get back to you. Hooray! Is there any chance I can get another coffee? Actually,
You absolutely can.
I'll through all of that one again.
Super fair. I'll go arrange another coffee.
Here is our MVP, Smolder. Yeah,
Lots of damage. Was required to carry, did the carrying.
Yeah.
How many MVPs does he have now?
5. Wait, hang on a second. How many games have they won?
I think every game they won.
Hang on a second. Okay, so they've won 7 games. He's been 5 of their MVPs. Jesus.
That's quite funny.
Hello? Yes, I did see. I was. Do you want me to bring anything for him to sign or something like that? Well, Sam, what I just said, Sam, is would you like me to bring anything from you for him to sign? And you said yes, go for it. Now that doesn't mean you've told me if you'd like me to.
Let me go see my godson.
Language. UCal's stuck on challenges now for some reason. Why the hell? What? Okay, who's been... I mean, oh man, I actually haven't been following what's happening with UCal. That's really sad. That's really sad. Okay, we're gonna go play some Musume. And, we've already got the stuff set up. Oh yeah, tons of gold from this event. We could technically do a 10 pull. We could do a 10 pull. I'm gonna just run this down just because, I've gotta, do some of these just to keep the energy ticking over on RP. I don't actually have a good enough gold chip to put in long races just yet. Oh, fuck it. Maybe we do just go for like a 10 pull onto like the character banner or something. It would be absolute cinema. We are losing lots of races. Okay, we're winning lots of races. Down to the last one. Hey, nice, cool. The reverse sweep. I'm not gonna watch all of them, sorry. I just wanted to like get through some of the energy real quick. Who's our MVP? Back shoot! Friendship points, nicer. Cool. You have a text file with copy passes on it. There are websites for that, you know. You don't have to put yourself through that. Are you aware that are you aware that is the case? Should we do have a 10 pull. I don't really want Nari. Do we do a 10 pull? Oh, screw it. We'll do a 10 pull for you. We'll do a 10 pull. Wait, where's the sound? We'll turn on the music just for this. We'll do a 10 pull. A new banner? No, I just want to do one now. Wait, do we? Wait for the new banner? Wait, is the new banner any good in Join? Because I want to do it on actually Umas rather than cards. Okay, well maybe we don't. Maybe we don't do it then. It's the best? Wait, which one's on the new banner? I haven't seen. The best for the next few months? Oh, okay, fine, whatever. What will I do then? I really want to just get like a couple more gold ship stars. Super Creek? Is that a Super Creek support? I mean, I have a single Super Creek support card, which I hear is like that's fine to just have a single one. You don't need to go to Ultra 5-star or anything. We don't already guess things, do we? Oh, we do have a daily borrow for that. Okay. Well, it's kind of really good getting her roll is kind of insane. This is pretty good. What skills do you get from this? Yeah, this is fine. This is fine. You plan to pull for the most value, then it's key to sign a Super Creek. Okay, fair. Alright. And then this gives Pace Chaser, right? No, is that Pace Chaser or is this Pace Chaser? This gives us ability to run miles. This gives us Pace Chasers. I just think I do this just because Gold Ship running is a... Yeah, we'll do this. We'll do this. Even though this... I mean, this is a C+. I have no idea how I rolled that. Good whites, good white. This is fine. This is fine. We run... where's dogs? We tend to run dogs. We've run adverts already, haven't we? Am I happy with this kit? I don't really like running... I should really run a third... I should run a third stamina. I just haven't got a good stamina one leveled up right now. This is fine. Whatever. I've been making this work. I've been making this work. I hear that Christmas Augury is insanely good, by the way. Like, that one is, like, game-breaking. 2 on speed is fine. Yeah, 2 on speed is fine. And stamina's fine. Hit the whip just because his useless training, basically. Always take the top option because the other one gives you bond down with them, actually. I think it goes down. One of those rare events which does that. I guess we go 3 on guts. We'll have like 1 more training in us. Then we have to rest. Not the worst training ever before things. First and swing Maestro train, that's good. Hey, Esther, good to see you. 1%. Oh, this is fine. And we get the 4 on speed. This is energy and max energy up. That's good. We do occasionally run that card. It's just it's good on late surges, less good on everyone else. We'll rest. We'll rest. Good. 1 on everything. 3 on here. I guess we got a 3 on here. Although technically the director counts as like a half, really. They're not nearly as important. Take the energy up. Ah, we didn't need to now. I shouldn't have done the energy up there. That sucks. 3-round power, we take that. We do need good power, especially if we're gonna go in closer, right? This is skill points. No! Shit. Well, that's bad. We go for this? Please don't. Please turn up. Thank God. Because with Slackers, sometimes they just don't turn up for training. Damn it. Okay, we'll go for Infirmary, try and get rid of that, because you need to get rid of that ASAP. I think this is a good one. No, I've got shit! I've got poop. Is this one? I really do not like having Slacker, because there is just a random chance that they just don't turn up for training. Stamina Eater is actually very good. I think that's actually very good. Certainly on long races, because it's one of the few things which is both like a debuff and a buff to yourself. This is very good, which I will get at some point. This is also very good. This is very bad. You never get your stun, because it just never procs. I'm actually wondering if I go this early. We will take this. Yeah, basically if you pass 3 people on the final bit, especially as an end closer, it's super good. Hey, Zara, good to see you. And now we might run as a pace chaser for the first race. Yeah, we'll run as a pace chaser. We don't want to be behind this. We don't want to be behind this pack of 6 people on late. That's how we lose League of Legends. Okay. And we should be fine. There's literally one other person in our race. There's one other person that could, like, that's in our style. We can't get boxed in like that, right? Unless we get late start and rushed, and then the extra things get brought up to us. Okay. Okay, it's fine. We're okay. Haha. Oh my God. Shouldn't be too far off draft now. You know, I had a campaign the other day, I think it was an Agnes one, where I ended up in my debut race finishing like 9th or something. Oh no, it was even like, I don't know, it was like the first big bracket race I ended up doing. I finished something like 17th, and I'm like, what? How? I was like #1 favorite, finished 17th, and I was running pace chasers, so I was like, well, how the hell did that work? It was insane. I guess I must have just had everything roll badly. I did like as an auto resolve. Into the draft we go, so we'll have to very quickly put this onto the side there. Absolute cinema on the side. There will be no drop kick for this race, by the way, folks, because that's only for G1s. And into the draft we go. Absolute cinema, hooray, we win. And let's see who wins this game in the actual, important game that we're here to watch, which of course is still gold, the gold chip campaign. Into we go. EDG TT. Annie, Rise banned away. What's still available? Stuff like Talia, Gwen. TT1 was at 1xn Masterpiece. Honestly, I feel like EDG were quite uncoordinated, and TT had a good Smolder draft. 1xn had a very good Smolder game on the whole. He did get solo killed the one time in a side lane. Besides that, just did Smolder things, really. Not gonna lie, don't feel like it was that evolved of a game. It was Smolder eventually outscaled, you know? Sometimes it happens like that. Gwen banned away. Talia, Pantheon both gone. Varus is the big OP left open. Surely TT banned that last. Guess you... Look, there was a time I used to look into my father's eyes. I can't remember Don't You Worry Child's remaining lyric.
My brother said... What do you got to say about the draft?
Don't you worry, don't you worry.
Fire Child. Today they're going to ban you away.
Yeah, that's a sad thing to say to Andy. Varus is banned away. Sometimes,
Is Andy okay?
And Yunara's left out. So Varus is seen as higher priority than Yunara.
And a first pick Yunara as well. Like, I think when we first saw this champion, we were both a bit like, this feels like a third, fourth pick. You need to see a little bit more of the comps before you commit to it. And that hasn't been the case. It's the honest answer. It's not been the case. I will turn my camera on so you can see me while I look at this draft. Oh, that's the wrong one. Oops. Which is the one? This is the one. Ha 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 ha. There we go. Success. Right. Yunara first pick. Shinzao's going to get responded. Is Talia up? No. Banned. Oh, this would be interesting. I don't hate that thought process. I don't have either of those thought processes. Very different. But you can theoretically just punish Yunara with both of them in very different ways. Aphelios, though. So, Yunara likes her 1v1s with AD carries if she can find it. Aphelios with the right weapons says, I don't care that you've empowered them. I will sever and crescendo them through you, and you will have a horrible time. Plus, with the right setups, you can outrange her. Yunara needs to pick her moment to go in, depending on your weapon combos very heavily. 1xN as well, one of the most, like, technically proficient Aphelios players in the LPL. The win rate, if you go look at it, isn't fantastic. Ignore it. Ignore it. The eye test will tell you very differently how good this guy is at the champion. I have seen very few players be that competent with 3 weapon switches. Aphelios also dares Yunara to play the scaling game. Correct. Yunara loves 3 items, so does Aphelios. You will lose at 1 item to Yunara. You will match fine at 2. At 3, you are better. Probably. Wukong, Nautilus, both good ways to deal with an Aphelios. Both actually pretty good into Yunara. Removing those options is good. It's good pick and setup to ensure that Yunara can get damage down. I think Renata would mess with both of them super heavily. Also, Bailout makes Yunara's life significantly harder. Yeah, you got double divers, plus Yunara's super short range and doesn't run cleanse. Very hard for Yunara to justify cleanse. She wants barrier or ghost nearly inevitably. I love the fact, Karzul, that you said, why don't you go like Senna, Neela into Yunara Sivir? As they hovered it. I think it's possible. I think it is just a very, 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 very different way to play the game. We've seen a few teams try to run Neela over the years, and it's been very hit and miss because you are so hard. You know, it's either amazing or awful. It's a bit because again, you effectively run Diana ult, right, as an AD carry. And if you, but we all know how Diana works. Like, you fail the combo once, it gets harder to make it work again. I think T1 bring back Enchanters and everyone will follow. I mean, I can see it, right? Like, and I wouldn't have hated the Neela into Yunara per se. It's a lot harder into Wukong and Nautilus. You can Jubilant Veil the auto of Nautilus, which is not nothing. But again, you're trying to be a melee dive champion to 2 people who laugh at you for diving in melee. So I think the Aphelios is probably safer. Ornn and Ambassador away from ZDZ. Good pick combos. Kasante's already, of course, been played. Jax for Hoya blind. Already lost the Renekton and the Scion as well on the other side. I think Orianna is a much more stable pick here. Silas. Naut ult is good. Wukong ult is good. How does Yunara ult work on Silas? Does anyone know? I have no idea how that interaction is supposed to function. And yes, Mel is global bang because dragon. It's actually just base dragons as well. Like she effectively gets obscene amounts of stats from like reflecting dragon attacks or something like that. There's a whole thing where sometimes she ends up with like 1,000 AP from reflecting a mountain dragon. And you go, wait, what? Very weird. Anyway, banned until that is properly resolved. They are going to go towards the Silas. Orianna then a very easy lock-in for Angel. Wukong and Nautilus, both decent ball carriers. It's pseudo enchanter for Yunara. Aatrox blind. Means a tanky option for Hoya gets a lot more challenging. But Gnar might allow you to cheat out some fake frontline. Don't see a lot of Gnar anymore. Poppy messes with Aatrox like nobody's business. I'm fairly sure Poppy... No, Poppy W will interrupt the E's. Does it interrupt the Q's? Sure, I don't think it does. It doesn't quite count as a dash, does it? And the Aatrox Q is such a weird ability. I'm never quite sure what exactly it ticks the categories of. Does Sylas get empowered abilities from it? I don't know. This is a Unarl specifically. Poppy, always good. I agree. Mess with the Unara, mess with Nautilus, mess with Wukong, mess with Aatrox. The only person that's not messing with is the Orianna. Knock away on Unara as well as she's trying to unleash. She doesn't really have that many great tools to ignore a keeper's verdict. No. Okay, thank you, Avalon. The empowered laser on Sylas could be terrifying. Yeah, because is it like Jace or Nidalee where you get like a version of the abilities? I have no idea. I know not the answers to these things. We'll have to see whether that steal comes on through. If there are any hidden Sylas mains out there in one of the 3 chats, do give us a heads up. It does an Aatrox, should win lane, but Poppy value and objective fights. Yeah, that's good. Cool, got that confirmed for a couple different locations. There we go. All it does is give him on hit, bonus orders, and attack speed. Thank you very much, Zito. There you go. So it gives him on hit, empowered options, so bonus orders and attack speed. Not awful on Sylas, to be fair. He loves a little bit of that healing, and the attacks are always good with the Petricite Burst. But there will be, I suspect, significantly more valuable ults to be stealing this game. And some wonderful audio. That means we need to flick our cameras over. Get ready for the rip for game 2. TT lead. EDG have finally dropped to game. How about a series is now the question we ask ourselves. Bit of a yelling for IG. You'll love to hear it. Too much to be seen here at the level 1. Whoa, that was unfortunate. I was trying to do some social stuff and instead we get some getting ready for things. I need to be careful with my volumes. What I get for trying to do socials on the side. Multitasking, folks. Dunks early on. And level 1 of Felios, all you do is get to switch your weapons. Not that exciting, but then you are with the Renata. And they get level 2 first. See exactly how that goes. Aki clearing out those wards. Raptors. Good grief. Bad start. Good hook, though, from Palkia. Find some value at the back end of this. 100%. Got the onslaught. Turns it around well enough. You see that. When did Nymaera grow a beard? Well, that's just it, isn't it? I'm the prototype version. I'm like from another timeline. Not too much out of this early game, has to be said. Relatively early on, clears are just about to get finished up. Both junglers are going to be around. I don't actually know how easy it will be to find a full engage. Feather is body blocking for 1xN. Has got the Guardian as well, so an engage for Palkia probably wouldn't lead to that much right now, it must be said. Aki down and around, so is Xiao Hao. Does that lead to anything? There's the ward. Hook onto Feather, but the handshake after. Turning around, got the Binding Eclipse up and available. Gets the double route onto the bot lane. Now looking to potentially get onto Xiao Hao. Jump onto 1xN, who's got the Dusk Wave turnaround. AoE is foul! Feather in danger. Bailout comes on through. Not enough, but 1xN gets to keep running. As Arn will flash and ghost away. The bailout meant they had to turn targets. 2 for 1 to TT in that bot side. It's messy. Someone has blown everywhere you can look, but the key here, 1xN still has flash. Aki still has flash. EDG, they got nothing. So, quick look at the replay. Both junglers turn up at the end of their clears, and violence ensues.
Yeah, well, 1xN on his Aphelios immediately draws my eye. I think, well, how long is it going to take for him to take over a game on that kind of thing? He is against the thingy-bob, the dude, but he gets a fight, a 3-4 man, technically with a clone Duskwave in there.
Yeah.
And then the slows from the Graviton comes through as well. Sometimes you don't play against Aphelios for a while, and then he hits you with something like that, and then you go, that's a problem.
Yeah, and Aki comes away with 2 kills. 1xN comes away with 2 assists. He keeps his flash. That's the only summoner available in bot lane. And that is a problem. Gone all in, and it's not worked. And now this Yunara, this Nautilus, is going to be a lot more vulnerable. And bringing down this Aphelios when there's bailouts and stuff on top of it, and that flash to reposition, not fun.
When did Nymaera grow a beard? Is that about Sam?
It was, yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I'm like, I haven't shaved for a little while, and that is a problem. I'm normally a shaver. Well, I'm not the shaver. I use a shaver on myself.
Yeah, they're not actually human, guys. They're
I am a you know, I'm an appliance.
I'm not a human being. I'm an appliance.
Don't take me into the bath. Be careful. Be careful of that.
Yeah, you think it's the shaver turning on.
Hoya, one of the few top laners that still plays Poppy.
Yes.
How much value is he going to have this game? Well, bunch of Dash champions.
Did call out as well that obviously Sylas into Yunara. Like, hang on, what happens with the Yunara ult being stolen? And from what a couple Sylas players in chat were saying, it's just empowered autos and attack speed.
Well, I guess they have AP scaling. Wait, does it? The thing is, does it give you something like, if it gives you like Yunara passive? No, well then, so there might be a random Sylas build, but that would go very funny if it also gives you the passive. Because if you had Sundered Sky, your crit scale with AP, and then and you get the instant crit from Sundered Sky. So that might be very funny on Sundered Sky Sylas if you see it, you know, if that's the interaction. Obviously, I don't know that. Dragon will go towards EDG.
Is there a meme build where you go Sundered Sky into Infinity Edge for the ultimate one-punch combo?
Nako was playing Sundered Sky Muramana top lane Sylas.
Okay.
There are some different builds, but I think largely it's like Sundered Sky into Cosmic Drive if you're going to do that in the first place.
Just thinking Vi with like Sundered Sky into Infinity Edge for the ultimate one-punch combo.
Yeah, and that's so that. Well, wait, why would I do that?
I don't know. I'm just thinking Sundered Sky abuses, but with giant fists for punching. So you just yell one punch every time you go for a combo.
Well, isn't that just, that's set W? Like, so there was a thing the other day.
Sundered Sky work on a set W?
There was a thing the other day basically being like, you know, what are the actual one-shot abilities? In like, you click once and someone dies. And people are like, well, you know, Syndra ult can kind of do that, blah, 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 at points. And then someone's like, set W. Because that one's the only one consistently one-shot. So I have legitimately been 100-0 by a good set W.
Oh, yeah.
That is not an okay ability when used optimally.
It is a bit silly. Of course, Set also doesn't get the value of really building any resists ever in any of his builds. It's HP or bust, and it's the reason Set, their tankiness is very, conditional.
Yeah,
yes.
Remember the Knight? Hell yeah, Knight. He's playing later. Course, having WEBLG for the second time in
2 days.
2 days.
Brack was like, "Wait, am I mad? Are we seeing this again?" It's like, no.
As far as I'm aware, folks, it's because of travel logistics and stuff, right? BLG have had, you know, they lost out a little bit of time on the start of the split because they went internationally and had to travel back and have a slight break. It means that they can travel to Xi'an, stay in Xi'an, play both series they need to there, rather than traveling out there an additional time at a different point in the split. 2 grubs taken by TT, not sticking for the third. I think they realized, look, red side grub taking, it's pretty rough. The terrain doesn't really support slow defensive play. You need to be quite aggressive when you're on red side, I feel like, taking grubs.
Aggressive.
Because if you're engaged onto that wall, is often the death.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Unless you've got a lot of dash champions. Silas can manage it, but with, like, there are some comps where you go, cool, I can just get over the back of the pit and it's not an issue. There are other comps where you go, if I'm in there, we're in there. As it stands, TT happy to take the 2 and leave it alone.
Could TT get the full series win over EDG? Could they get that over them?
Quite like the Aphelios angle here.
I mean, I'm a little worried that Orianna on a Wukong kind of just instantly blows him up.
But you've got bailout.
There is.
And you've got Crescent Guard and Poppy W. And Hostile Takeover. There are a few tools to make sure the Aphelios is protected if they do full send on them.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the bailout might be enough. And there's a Poppy ult too. Satab can steal something like the Nautilus ult to disrupt the combo. Rifle turrets are nasty. Yeah, I mean, the tools are there. And if you're going to say, well, you know, Nymaera, if she's got peel tools, will win a game, what the Aphelios has been like that for a little while too, right?
Since release, basically, let's be fair.
I think, look, let's be honest, Nymaera's numbers are better than Aphelios's.
Agreed. But I feel like at 3 items, Aphelios probably wins the DPS check with the right weapons.
Maybe, I don't know. Nymaera at 3 items. Bit silly. Sam's going to go take a quick break, and Sam's going to get his coffee, alrighty. Fan turn off again. Why would you do this to me? In this warm summer Berlin room. Gosh, it's been so warm here recently. Dragon a minute and a half, not up too soon. Anything interesting happening on the map? Farming up 3 lanes, bot lane station and mid lane. Recall coming through potentially from AD carries. Nope, cancelled out there by 1xn. Dragon in a minute. We were talking about those choke points earlier, right? We've been talking about choke points a lot on stream recently. I think it makes sense, right? Where, if you're trying to get into River to fight for an objective, you really do want to be there first. If you're not there first, going through those choke points feels so hellish against a bunch of champions in meta right now. Going into a choke point versus Nautilus Orianna, you never get to go through those kind of small entrances into River without getting caught. Having a pushing lane adjacent to the objective is kind of a must. Question in chat. If KC have Mickey instead of Targamas, do you feel like they become a serious international challenger to Eastern teams? I mean, they were with Targamas, and I think that Targamas is... I think Targamas is playing really well, actually. I mean, I think there are points where, yes, I've criticized Targamas, and I think that's logically so, right? But I think that Targamas is on good form right now. I think if you watched his first couple of series back in the LEC, I think he was playing very well too. Whereas, I don't know, I looked at Mickey's first games back right now, and I was thinking, okay, not sure he's at peak right now. Obviously, Mickey's fantastic. But I don't think Targamas is playing bad right now. Dragon started by TT. First item for Silas, first item for Hoya, who has sold his Dorans to get the Sundered Sky, interestingly. Very rare you end up doing that. Goes popped by Palkia. Has the ultimate onto 1xn. Gets the passive down as well. Bailout's coming through. The Renatro's not bad, but the Shockwave might just be better. Bailout comes through, but I don't think it's enough. Nymaera's still alive, and the AD carry DPS difference should work out in the favor of EDG. 1xn, yes, he had the tools to potentially be bailed out, but it's just not enough HP to come back. Hoya will go down as well as TT lose. A cataclysmic fight at the start of the game. 4-for-1, I believe, all things said and done, as Palkia died at the start of it. Palkia, fantastic engage from him. Fantastic engage. Managed to use that, goes to walk up into Nautilus ult range. 1xn couldn't afford to go within that point-and-click range, and yet that's what ended up happening. Dragon will be taken by EDG. Big fight from them. Hopefully we'll get a replay of that. Collector built by Aphelios now, of course. But right here, I mean, he just gets to walk up into Nautilus ult range. The fact that he gets the point and click there is huge. ZDZ then gets to go in for Q1, Q2, Q3. Gets a full swing of the Darkin Blade onto the whole clump. For me, though, the hero of that play is the Nautilus, walking up with the Ghost from the spellbook to get that point and click Nautilus all into everything else. Flash forward for the auto, and one extent even through the bailout. Bailout brings you back once. If they have enough damage to kill you 3 times over, that ain't gonna help you.
I see I missed a big old team fight there.
4 for 1 in favor of EDG.
Oh, dear.
1xn got walked at by Nautilus out of a brush.
With Ghost on.
Nautilus ult, flash forward for a passive, a hug, ZDZ on the flank, got 3 sweet spot Qs onto him.
Oh dear. Well,
there was a shockwave as well. It was well and truly anti-fun gameplay.
I would say Aatrox is 1,000 gold ahead. The Orianna's 1,600 gold ahead. And yeah, look, in a game where maybe you had to deal with just the Yunara, it was fine. Yeah. Now you've got to deal with this Giga-fed Aatrox, who will be a threat. This early Orianna leap could be a problem too. Again, it's going to be the Battle Mage build, which I'm trying to figure out how much I like it this game. I suspect that the Poppy and the Xin Zhao might run out of damage into you a little, but I think it's not bad against the Silas as well.
You have enough damage from the rest of your team.
Yeah.
So at least at that point you say, I'm going to be self-sufficient. I was trying to think about that word yesterday, self-sufficient, and I couldn't figure it out. Don't know why. But yeah, I mean, let's be honest, Aatrox, Wukong, pretty high damage members. Yunara, very high DPS. While it does mean that the magic damage you have as a team is a lot lower, because you're the only magic damage source, I mean, with a little bit from Yunara, right? But not enough, really, to be notable. Potentially that could be an issue if things get more to even, but you have 2 dragons up, you're a bunch of gold up now, 2, you have 1 out of the 3 grubs. It's not like TT have 3 grubs planned so into you as well. TT, they will have to do better at healing for their Aphelios. I think 1xn didn't have the best position in that last play, got flanked on very easily in that last fight.
Aki now being run at is a level down, but does have fairly decent items to work with, and they'll fight off that ingress there onto their wards. Feel okay about it.
Ult started by TT. You do have the rifle turrets. 1xn has flash. ZDZ does have teleport. He'd like to take down this turret first if he can do. Might have to leave that push a little bit early if they want to actually contest it. Yeah, so he's going now. Herald's going pretty low. Angel on one flank. Poppy being charged up.
Opta goes wild. There's still that flank angle. Into the backline they go. It's onto Aphelios, who needs to think about running away and just doesn't get the chance. Where was the bailout? Trying to turn it around. They killed off the Nautilus, but the turnaround is already brutal as ZDZ and unleashes the spirit of cultivation is here to stay, and EDG wiped the team fight.
Not good enough vision control from TT. They didn't spot the flanking threats, and I'm going to be honest again, the bailout wouldn't have been enough. It would have taken down the Aphelios twice that amount of damage. The Cyclone, the Shockwave, everything coming through. Mid turret will be forfeit. Bot lane will fall down soon after. First turret of the game taken by EDG, and a step towards their feat of strength. They might even get a full 3 turret push into every single outer turret. Xiahou, great flank angle, was initially spotted going over that angle though, and that is pretty bad from the side of TT. Setup jumps forwards looking for engage, and they just don't ward out the Wukong well enough. Look at this, the shockwave comes through. I don't even think, wait, hang on, they didn't even need the shockwave at that point. Yeah. The shockwave's used later. That's how much damage they have. They've overkilled him 2 fights in a row.
I'm also going to say, Hoya deliberately stayed on the other side of 1xn to press W, and press W too slow. Well, I mean, yes, it was a surprise. Yes, it was from off vision, but not getting the W press off really sucks. If that Wukong had been interrupted partway through, you maybe have a different moment in that fight.
Remember that he was invisible going over that wall with the warrior trickster.
Exactly, it was always going to be hard.
Again, that's not the fault for me, because that is an understandable, I suppose, misplay or a mistake to make. The one which is not acceptable is the vision control, which allows them to get that invisible W into almost melee range over the wall.
Yeah, because it's like, how do I put this? It's like Thunder Talk had half the plan right. It's like, cool, I'll put the Poppy here because we know the Wukong's around here and they can press W to stop the engage, which you then have to do on the most unreasonable reaction time ever.
Frame asking map to TT, don't ban Yunara. They had a choice between banning Yunara and Varus's last ban. That was the problem that they had, and they chose to ban the Varus, which I think is the strongest AD carry in the patch still. But yeah, Yunara.
Really been about the Yunara though this game.
No, it hasn't. No. And again, this game is not about the Yunara. This is about EDG. Well, even then, let's be honest. Yunara is not added into these kills onto the Aphelios. It has been very much more about just the Wukong, Aatrox, Orianna just dunking on this poor AD carry. And 1xn is one of the best Aphelioses in the world by my eye. However, this is not a game which is easy to play at the Aphelios. Even the best Aphelios players in the world right now really struggle to make this champion work outside of specific scenarios. I think he is better than many people give him credit for. Now, Dragon's going to be started by EDG. It would be so point for them. TT, they're not, again, they don't have the vision control. They can't approach this right now. They'll have to back off.
He saw point for EDG, and feats of strength on top of it all as well. Nice workmanship boots now in inventory for EDG. They've gone to aftermarket, like getting like flame decals on your car, but for your feet instead.
I remember going to the aftermarket in Need for Speed Carbon.
Oh my days, yeah.
Need for Speed Carbon's the one that I played. Now I know a lot of people have very fond memories of
Most Wanted and stuff.
Well, no, I think it was Underground 2.
Sorry, Underground 2. Sorry, you're right. It was with the skyline things.
Yeah, Most Wanted was also. Wait, was that the one which came after Carbon, or was it?
It was. The Underground 2 was the one I meant.
Now, because I actually think that Underground was. Oh, this is the build from. Okay. So 1x's doing a little bit of a different build here. There's a fight happening on screen, but basically he's not maxed out his lethality as early.
Okay, gonna get the knock up onto Aki. Still got the Crescent Guard. Hostile takeover comes across. Trying to get some value onto Palkia. He's got the bailout on top of him, but will run out shortly. Hoya looking for potential flank angle. Gets onto the Nautilus. Should kill that off. That's pretty good value. At least they do get something there.
They do, and now suddenly EDG use a lot of aggressive combos to go forwards.
Got worried there for a second. Doesn't actually lead to all that much. And yes, they did use quite a lot of those aggressive combos. Armburn Ghost.
Most Wanted did come out before. It was Hot Pursuit was the one I was thinking about, which came after. And I was like, hang on, Hot Pursuit was the one which I felt like... Now, I did enjoy Hot Pursuit for what it was, but it wasn't as classic a Need for Speed game. Much less about, like, the whole kind of, like, street racing kind of culture, I suppose. You know, Most Wanted was good. Most Wanted was good. Underground 2 were good. And there was also... there was one which is basically just about drifting as well for Need for Speed as well, which I can't remember as well. Carbon was the one which I actually had. That's the one which I
had like a cool story and like a great city to drive around, and
yeah.
And they started moving more towards like a Gran Turismo-y type thing.
Whereas like Carbon was
races,
so, like the boss battles in Carbon were really good actually. The whole like canyon races. Oh, they were so good thinking about it. Man. Just going quickly, recovering what 1xN did. He went 3Q, 3W, 3E.
Yes.
So he's not maxed out his AD. Gets a little bit of attack speed. There are some combos which are only possible with a little bit of attack speed, and when he's going Collector into Lord Dominic's Regards, you do lose out a little bit of that attack speed. Compared to, you know, some builds where you used to go with stuff like Kraken Slayer and like that earlier.
Which one is attack speed when you're left?
W.
W is attack speed.
Q is AD, W is attack speed, E is your lethality. So not even maxed out the AD though, which is very, very common, where you often, I mean, the way I play fellas, because it's just simple for me, is I go Q and then into E. Because, you know, AD is always good, right? But lethality got some buffs a little while back, which means that when you have Collector and multiple early points on your E, you have very good burst damage, especially against squishier teams. You know, there are some tabby built up on EDG now, including onto Arn's, what's it called, Nymaera. However, he has completed the Lord Doms now, so that armor is going to, of course, be mattering a little less.
Collect a Lord Doms plus some extra E procs. Like, that armor is not significant enough to stop you getting on through. And with that attack speed, see if we can get some of those crazier weapon switches off. I know if you're trying to use Calibrum
Infernum.
So what is that combo? I know there is the combo.
You auto flamethrower, and then before the mark procs you can get another auto, then the mark gets added, then you get an auto reset. It goes kind of wild. You basically get like 4 auto attacks in the space of a second.
Okay.
You basically spam autos and get a Q in there as well from the flamethrower switch over. Atacon started up EDG. They are stood on the objective, which I think is much better for them. TT, they don't really want to walk into a shockwave. They don't want to walk into enemy vision control. Poppy's spinning up the copter. Does get rid of the Aatrox.
Oh, that's potentially quite good. The problem is the Atacon is just dead, right? It's gone. Yeah, no one really able to get in there. The fight afterwards might be more doable. Palkia just gets eviscerated. EDG at the back end of it, though. Severum Crescendum. Potentially a good angle. The Calibrum. The Shockwave! Bailout for 1xN, but he just won't get anywhere near enough damage to come back to life. And the Aatrox stands and presses Q so many times. And everyone else is just crying in chat.
EDG hold the choke point, and 1xN does not flash the shockwave. Thought he could walk out of it. Nope, no he can't. 1 and 3 on the Aphelios. This champion has so often been the crown jewel of 1xN's champion pool. Not today. 1 and 3. EDG doing much better at just holding objectives in this game. Standing there, holding the choke points, and TT don't have that many ways to brute force into them.
No, they don't. Hoya knocked one of the flanks away, and that's all well and good, but then the Atacon goes down, and the fight afterwards, oh, well, maybe with Palkia going down, it's a 3.5 v5, and Shockwave Wukong things happen.
Yeah, well, you see the... I want to see if this chain's CC'd. He gets the rifle turrets down, which are really good. Does he get the 3-up and switch off as well? I think he doesn't quite end up doing so. This isn't a Wukong, by the way. This is just the Q2.
Yeah, you're right.
This is a Q2 into the shockwave. You have to flash that out. The CC chain did come through. Maybe got hit by that Q as he was planning to flash. You should be able to flash out of that. I don't know whether it has the DPS to really stand and fight after that flash is down. It's a little bit sad, but... Still, big mistake there by 1xN. He needs to be doing the damage. Setup has done nothing on the Silas. He's 3,000 gold behind. Now, we're phrasing this about the Aphelios. The reason we have to phrase this about the Aphelios is because the Silas is doing so poorly. I think that criminal number 1 for TT is Setup, sadly, being so far behind on the Silas. However...
also 3k behind. Like, it's rough.
Yeah, perhaps the solution would have been the Aphelios, but not with plays like this.
No, and now with 9,000 gold down, they are 40 petals to 15.
Jesus.
They have just picked up Soul. EDG have just made this one a textbook game. It was a little bit dicey early on with those bot side players going a bit wrong, but the moment they got that one incredible team fight, the 4-for-1, they have not looked back, and it has been damn clean. At this point, we are looking at a game 3, no doubts about it.
Yeah, TT being this far behind at this timestamp with Infernal Soul. This is about as dominant as a game can get, actually.
Yeah.
You know, you have the Mega Buff. It's a good Mega Buff in that Infernal Soul. It's not something, I don't know, Cloud Soul and Chemtech Soul can sometimes be less game-ending threats. Yeah, Infernal Soul often is. Only really Hextech can feel something more than... Hang on, that's not a bad pick onto Arm. He does have Ghost, though.
Oh, just got hit by the hostile takeover. Blown up. 1xN trying to heal on through with the Severum. Does have the flash and the bailout. Needs to be aware of the Infernal Chains come on through. Bailout time's out. And ZDZ will avenge the AD carry with the press of a Q button. Maybe a few more times, but wait, Setup with his own Aatrox on rolling. Actually does get a fair amount of value. The problem is it's a triple kill to ZTC, who is such a problem this game. Angel is trying his best to stay alive, but it's the battle build.
Oh.
He just doesn't take enough time. It's the quadra kill to ZDC, the world ender. Ends a few extra lives along the way.
The end of the world and the end of the alphabet. ZDZ comes up with a quadra kill to put TT into the dirt. The alphabet's only got 25 letters in it now. T will be struck for the record. Do it twice for good
Very smooth.
Cheers, I appreciate that. That was on the flow, so I haven't planned that one.
That was good.
You know, the initial play, catching out on, it's good. They managed to get the damage through from the Aphelios. The problem is the Aphelios has to commit the big Infernum ultimate to with the flash. Goes into melee range of the Cyclone. Does get some good healing with the bailout and the onslaught running from the Severum. Auto attack will do it though. ZDZ has done a ton of good work in these team fights. There's a reason why the Aatrox is pretty good even in the peak Aphelios meta. If you can get into melee range with them, they can sometimes really struggle with that. This gets reset after reset on the ult, keeping that move speed ticking. Setup actually mechanically plays this about as well as he can. It's just, you can't do this from 3k down.
Yeah,
and
imagine if he was even.
Imagine if he was even. Perhaps he could have done more.
The hands there about correct, but being down 2,500 gold really sucks. Baron's about being started, and the gold lead really hasn't shifted after that one either, so we look again.
TT are not contesting this. Everyone is taking a blue buff instead, which this is how the game ends. Not with a bang, but with a whimper really at this point. What happened here? Was there a cancel? Did he even? Oh no, he just killed Hoya. Hoya's currently dead. I had missed that. Yeah, Hoya
runs at him.
We were wondering about whether did he end up dodging the ult as well? Didn't even need to, just killed him. Damn. Well played by Angel.
Again, he's got 3 items, and for all this is more of a how many autos and how many skill rotations build can I get through.
Yes.
You do now just not care about Poppy at all. There is no combo that Poppy can do that will kill you in good order. Now with Baron, tier 2 is going down. Xiaohao takes next to no damage. Judgment comes across. Flash it into the base. Palkia with the ghost running. Looking for the hook. We'll switch summoners. And the inhibitor turrets are breaking. The inhibitor's after. All but certain to follow.
It will not be a long game. EDG march towards the next. ZDZ, my MVP for sure.
Yes.
Insanity in the team fights from the Aatrox. We've seen the champion lack impact as Feather tried to go for the reactionary handshake into the ultimate, but now they're down 2 big important tools.
Got a little bit of a momentary madness onto Palkia, but the keeper's verdict lands onto very little. Aki will at least get a hold of that Nautilus, but Yunara 1v1s the Silas. Wukong keeps rolling. Now in the 4v3 Thunder Talk, have got to find some way to keep their Nexus turrets alive, but ZDZ laughs in the face of them. I think he could just mash them all individually. Can't quite get the kill. The World-Ender runs out, but it doesn't make a damn difference. The EDG emote comes on out. The sunglasses on the dog. We're going to 3. And EDG took game 1 personally. Their first game loss of the split, and it means absolutely nothing in game 2.
5,000 gold lead in the top lane, 3,000 gold in the mid lane. We wonder sometimes why Aphelios' stats look bad for a 1xn despite being so good at the champion. Sometimes games like this happen where, sadly, it felt like there really wasn't that much to do on that whole situation.
Maybe 1 or 2 flashes that could have been better, but let's be real, how much does that actually change when your mid lane is 4k down, your top laner is similar? Like, yes, there are moments to improve, but I don't know whether the individual improvements there would have changed the game state. I think it's probably the way.
Okay, that'll be our second game of the day done. I'm going to have to leave after this one, realistically, because I have to go do LEC later. So if you watch the Analyst Escalator on the LEC, you'll be seeing me there. I'll stick around for the break here. Sam can have a bit of a break as well, and then I'll be moseying out of here to go over to Atlas off.
Okay.
Cool. Okay, we'll wait for those highlights, the MVP, and we shall play some. Of course,
play some horse game.
Of course, we shall play some horse game. Of course we shall. There is absolute cinema to be seen.
Yeah, we leave the door open as well.
Cool. Alrighty, we'll go do this, and we'll wait for the highlights as we go to this. Cool. Good luck on the LCT. Thank you. Have fun. I shall do. And thank you for the posture check as well. We shall do that. Does that mean no more horse game after I'm gone? Yeah, probably. Sam doesn't. Yeah, I mean, Sam would have to like log into a different Steam account and stuff like that to do that here. Dropkick Hunts, I know, right? The other one's Guts. Is this Stamina or is it? Cool. Fun fact, that character there, Medro McQueen, is the grandfather of Goldship in real life. Very on, this is good. Can this EDG match BLG? No. Pretty far off. Well, hang on 1 second. Holy crap, the damage from Aatrox, that was insane. Shaho and ZDZ have actually been pretty damn good for this level of play. Oh, there's Slacker still. We need to get rid of that, don't we? Let's get rid of Slacker. Cool. And mood went up as well. Okay, so now we can't. Wait, what can't we do? Do we have to do Guts? Power's fine. Power's okay. BLG is crazy. Like, we haven't seen EDG play against like the strong laning and strong early game plans of Group Ascend yet. So I think it's quite hard to yeah, it can be quite hard to position them properly in Group Ascend. Pretty close to swinging Maestro right now, which is good. 12. We try at 12%, and we win those. We win those, of course we do. We never lose 12%. And we hope for swinging Maestro at some point. I have no idea what happened other than my boy got a Quadra. I need a big damage. He was awesome in teamfights. Had one really good flank around the first big dragon fight of the game. And then, yeah, we can go 2 on that maybe. Do we do double friendship training? Maybe we do. I mean, Guts is bad, but, you know.
Guts, Alex.
Yeah, I am, Sam. 4 on that? Nice, let's go. Is it gonna be 2 friendship training? Just the 1 at least. It's good. How about them swans? I can't remember this one. I keep forgetting this one. I keep choosing this one, but I can't remember if it's good or not. Energy, stamina. Oh, no, this one's better because it gives you energy. Nice. We go for this, I think. Yeah, we go for this. You need 400 guts, though? Nah, who needs 400 guts? Who needs it? We actually rest here, I think. Because I need some speed up. Actually, do. You really need 400 guts? We get Swing Maestro. That's super good. Do we have enough points for it yet? No, probably not. No, we definitely don't. We might be able to run... We can't run that. Pre-OP is not great, actually. We might run it anyway. just to get some extra skill points. Yeah, we'll run this actually for more skill points. I never run pre-OPs, but I'm going to today. We just run this, right? I don't want to get stuck in the... With 240 power, I don't want to get stuck in that. Do you actually need 400 guts? Where are we? Yep, 3. Who's MVP? It'll be ZDZ, right? Yeah, of course it was. We're in end closer, so we don't mind being near the back. Oh, not 2 times speed. Euro, I don't think so. What do you need it for then? You really need it for PvP? I mean, you end up getting bits and pieces of it. What I've been learning to do is actually like, hang on, we're getting boxed here. Oh shitting hell, we actually might lose this. We're getting really badly boxed here. We need to break out of this ASAP. We're gonna get boxed. We're in really bad position. We won't be able to go around the outside. Oh fucking hell, are we actually gonna lose a fucking pre-OP? Okay, that's good. Okay, whatever. We got the ult. We absolute cinema. Absolute cinema. Got gold ship. Nice. Yeah, they do, DJ. They do. I know technically you need like I get it for wit, which you also need like 400 or so. But yeah, guts. I didn't think you needed that much of really. That's gonna give us some extra points to go towards like Swing Maestro, which is really big. Do we run pace actually? I'm actually kind of afraid to run end closer without showing. I think we do this because we have much better stamina. Honestly, our speed is really fucking low. We probably lose this. We have no speed. Oh god. See, what I would like is have guts be the ability to resist stuff like debuffs and stuff like that. What are my sparks on this one? Not much on this one. Like, oh, sorry, for this I have like a mix between power and speed. It's just I don't want to be losing races like this because I really want to get good. I don't want to have to run extra races for fans, you know. I wish I could free myself from horse game showing up in my timeline. Why is it everywhere? Because I enjoy it. And this is my co-stream. I'm sorry. It is actually quite an engaging game, and it's actually quite well. It's quite well made, you know. Like it's not nearly as predatory as other gacha stuff. If you don't like it, no, I understand that, right? And it is annoying seeing stuff that which you just don't vibe with as much, right? I do understand that, I do. However, I also enjoy it. It's a thing for me to do in breaks, which is not burning me out or anything. I actually very much enjoy playing this. Better than Stormgate? I actually don't know what Stormgate is, so. Stormgate is the new StarCraft 2 game. Clone. I mean, I am a big RTS enjoyer, so that's no bad thing. We don't exactly have... I don't think we've got speed to win these races, do we? Tell you what was a really underrated game. Supreme Commander. I don't think Supreme Commander 2 was very good, but the DLC for Supreme Commander, the with the... oh god, not the Aeon, whoever they worship, that was super good. Anyone play a Supreme Commander here? There was Ashes of Eternity 2, which I know a lot of people really enjoyed. That was oh no, that's something Singularity. There was like a spiritual successor to Supreme Commander. Because Supreme Commander 2 was not fantastic. I think it was Square Enix ended up launching it and ended up becoming weirdly RPG like. Oh shit, winning ticket actually got a bit close there. Red Alert was good. Red Alert was fantastic. I didn't grow up playing the Command & Conquer games, but I respect it a lot. Ashes of Singularity. That's the one. Dropkick. That's the one which I did download it. In fact, it might still be on my PC, you know. Maybe not. But I did download it. The problem with that is that the factions were too similar. Whereas in Supreme Commander, like, the faction diversity was very, very cool. Get absolutely dropkicked. I used to love true RTS games. Yeah, same, absolutely. Guess we take energy. Yeah, we take energy. We take energy. We do not have enough to do. We rest. We rest. You prefer Grand Strategy games now? That's fair. I understand that. This is 2. That gets us the French. We actually need to do this because we're falling behind in speed, and it'll give us some friendship training. While the stamina training looks pretty good, this is better for now. We'll get ourselves inspiration for some extra power and speed soon anyway, which will help. 18%. That's a bit much. We'll actually do a wits. This gives us stamina's not bad. 10%. Yeah, we try it. Nice. I'm planning on playing the planning out the XCOM series. Isn't Brack playing through that right now? We take straight away out of that because we actually don't need the mood up. This is very good for an optional mood up. But getting straight away out of it is a very good skill. I actually think I want to run some races. Wait, is there one next turn I can do? In that case, I actually race this turn. I race this turn because I really want to get Swinging Maestro. And currently we're not at that. So we go for this now because we can go for the Swinging Maestro after that. I've also never played through. Yeah, we can run pace for this too. We have more than enough stamina for this kind of thing. I think anyway. I really hope so. Yeah, we're max on everything. That's good. Is this going to be one of the logos which explodes? Some of them do explode, which is very funny, honestly. And we're here. Cool. You watch Gundam? I've watched some Gundam series, and I did try and get through, like, the original Gundam movie, which was a bit of a slog. The compilation one. But I watched Gundam 00 both seasons. I watched Gundam, what is it, the 86 or whatever it is. The one which is, like, solely based on Earth. And it's kind of like Jungle Warfare. That was good. I watched some other mech shows which are not Gundam. I do want to get into Gundam a bit more though, because actually the whole genre is actually kind of cool. I like the way that it handles, I guess, kind of like geopolitics within them. It doesn't shy away from geopolitics, which I think is very cool. That's the one. The 8th MS team. That's the one. Yeah. That was a really good watch. I really enjoyed that actually. That's one of the things which sold me on like watching Gundam more. It wasn't cheesy. It took itself seriously. My favorite kind of mech shows are the ones where the mechs are optional. It could be about other stuff. The mechs are a cool kind of wrapper around it, but it doesn't rely on the mechs being cool. Now they might still be cool and that's great, but it doesn't have to be about that, Okay, so we need to actually have some people passes to get the ult from Rudolph. I'm trying to remember if I watched 86 too, but I definitely watched the 8th MS one. And I've watched both seasons of Gundam 00. Second season was worse than the first, but it was very good. The dub was very good for that, actually. Gundam tends to have very good dubs. Oh, do we know if Special Week? No, Special Week? No, not Special Week. Winning ticket. You're getting quite close there. Rudolph. Oh, Jesus Christ, we're actually going to come second, aren't we? Oh, shitting hell. Gold chip, blue chip, gold chip, gold chip, gold chip. Nice. Nice hit. Nice hit. Anime is one of those things where I just don't need to experience anything outside of the best ones. I like anime in general, right? So I'm very happy to experience it outside of that too, to be honest. See how many skill points we get to this. We should be going to draft now. When it does that fade in with that camera off. No, it's not the right camera. Okay. We try and see if we get some less energy. Nice, cool. We win the energy RNG. Nicer. We should be getting inspiration now. Five for prudent positioning. That's super good prudent positioning, I think, isn't it? Did we get enough swing maestro? We did. Okay, we get swing maestro now. That's big. That will really help. However, because I'm now going, I shall have to close this down, and Sam will have to handle that until further notice. Okay, Sam, I'm going to leave you with that. With that, folks, I'm going to be heading off, folks. I've got LEC to do today, so
a lot of luck and have fun, my friends.
You can move this chair out, I guess, and just use mine if that's better. Draft's coming in now anyway. I'll leave you to it, and see you for the game 3 of TT EDG. Enjoy yourselves, folks. Watch LEC later. I'm actually going to close this curtain a little bit.
What? That's fine. All right, folks. It's me and you. I was going to go for a hug, and you've just... I
do need to get... Okay. You also need to sit in the
I know,
camera.
that's fine. That's fine. I'm going to move to the camera frame. It's all right. I'm moving. Hello, Jack. Looking fabulous today. Ooh. And we've got ourselves some bans coming on through, so I'll keep an eye on those as we go. TT banning away the double top laners in the Jax and the Renekton. Obviously, ZDZ very famously plays both. Has had a pretty damn good series, understandably. Got MVP in Game 2. I didn't even say it. We all know it's the truth. He got MVP. Talia banned away as well. Don't want to give that one up. Interesting, I don't want to first pick it. The Xayah away from 1XM, but Varus is left up and is immediately going to get snapped up, no doubt. Gwen Pantheon as well. So the double global combo continually banned. No more horse game. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. I wouldn't play that for you. They're funding our entertainment. They are indeed. Can TT still win this? So EDG are by far the best team in this group. It's worth saying. So the easy answer is EDG should mash TT. However, Game 1 showed that how Thundertalk is supposed to win, and it's largely by making sure that Palkia's options are very readable and giving 1XN a good platform from which to carry. So a lot of it is good drafting. I think Game 2, they picked a harder to execute draft, and EDG had more windows to make plays, and they took... Game 1, they actually didn't find very many windows. It was quite awkward for them to find them, and they looked a bit lost on the map as a result. Now I'm going to see Jhin and Bessa. Good pick combo already. Jhin into Varus is kind of expected at this point. We see a lot of it. Effectively, because Jhin, with their utility, can kind of sort of match the Varus. Farms pretty safely. It's quite hard to gank despite not having a flash because it just puts down traps and Ws and the move speed. And not the easiest champion to get a hold of in the right scenarios. Sion immediately for Hoya. Tank frontline. Who is Xiao Hao? I get confused with the amount of Xiao players in LPL. So Xiao Hao was a really exciting up-and-coming jungler 2-3 years ago. Had a really good run of it. Alex can tell you all about them, was casting some of their games when they first debuted onto the scene. And then kind of just didn't make it happen. And they kind of fell away into obscurity. Ooh. Clean Feed has done the Clean Feed thing. Give it a second or two, guys. You've got your audio on. You'll hear it when it comes back in live. Soon. Soon. There you go. There's the audio. That means we're going to get back on him. Does look like a Leona lock-in. We'll have a bit of a skip forward shortly as the Clean Feed stutters and catches up. So don't worry about that. When we just missed the bands, we'll see exactly what they were in a second or two, no doubt. Lots of lockdown for EDG right now. Solar Flare into Deadly Flourish, into Public Execution. Something like that. Sounds pretty frustrating. Bigger frontline for TT. Bigger AoE for them to work with. But yeah, he was very up-and-coming jungler. He's kind of found a good run of form here on this EDG squad that's kind of out of nowhere turned up and really delivered. Palkia as well coming in out of nowhere. Another one of those big new supports come in alongside OVO. Having some really good debuts. And we needed that because the support pool in LPL was looking very dire. It was not standing up internationally. It was really struggling. Yeah, Deus, we were talking about that. It was pretty petty stuff. Still seems to be playing. Not heard any statements officially. So as it stands, nothing seems to be changing on the gameplay front at least. So that's good news. But yes, allegedly there was some people saying, reporting shout at the authorities around him being an Italian citizen, which is bloody silly. But hey, here we are. Bans away on some of these mid laners. AP options. Akali away from Setup alongside the Rise. Victor, Annie away from Angel, who does love those champions. They are very thin on the ground now in terms of AP options in mid. Very thin on the ground. Missing the Azir and the Ori as well. And the Aurora and the Sylas. Jarvan lock in. Angel got something weird in the back pocket. Jarvan's good. Also very good into Varus, who obviously doesn't have any way to get out of the Cataclysm outside of the Flash. So very punishable there in that sense. Can be very useful. Angel TF. Interesting call, Castle. He is a big Twisted Fate player. If you go towards the Yone, you desperately need an AP jungler, and Aki's AP junglers suck. Ahri is fine, very mobile, gets out of the Cataclysm well, deals with a lot of the pick CC well enough as well, because assuming you got something like, arguably you go Merc Treads this game, even though you got a lot of AD and do it that way. Aki is a Lee Sin enjoyer. It's good with the Ahri at level 6. Again, similarly, can manage Cataclysms quite well. You duel well into the Jarvan. Good early skirmishing. Nocturne, probably more sensible in the current meta. It's a very good dive pairing with the Rel, with the Ahri. Much more regular right now. You outduel the Jarvan post a certain point as well. So, okay, I'm fine with that. TT, pick and dive comp, bit more frontline. EDG, very pick heavy, little less dive to an extent. Galio goes on in, I take it back. You have got Jarvan going in, Bat Signal, and better over the top of it. These are two quite matched drafts, actually. You've got slight discrepancies, and you've got tank v carry topside for TT, and tank v carry mid lane with the Ahri v Galio. And again, yes, I get that Galio can build a bit of damage. Yes, I get that Sion gets a bit of damage just from being Sion. But that is quite interesting. We've largely got quite mirrored drafts here. Jhin Varus, somewhat analogous, right? You have got, in fact, they're both kind of flexible in their builds as well to an extent. We've got the diving junglers. Jarvan spikes a bit earlier, Nocturne a bit later. That's really interesting. Tank v tank, carry v carry, even if they are inverted in lane somewhat. What I will say, EDG's draft has got more mobility. Ambessa, Jarvan, really able to flex the mechanical muscles very well. Jhin CC less tied to the ultimate, though I think Varus in general very strong. I think we're relatively even there in terms of the what the draft want to do. I was doing text in the background and lost my sentence. Everyone loves the Fnatic Jarvan skin. Did they pick Galio into Nocturne? Yeah, you can either do Galio early or do it proactive. Oh, late. Gyos first. So, Galio into Paranoia is a weird one. Because the moment the Nocturne presses R, Galio can't. However, if you do it early, you can make Nocturne ult at awkward times, or you can just wait it out, do it that way. You often want to be proactive Galio in those scenarios. TT with their combo, very easy to jump the Jhin. But similarly, you've got quite a lot of tools to get on top of Varus. Varus has gone cleanse, so is the Jhin, understandable. I think really a lot of this will be about which AD carry survives the dive better. They're yelling EDG Jayo. Jayo is what they're yelling, not Xiaoha. Which sort of means like, it means add oil is the translation. But it's basically like, it's like fighting or fighting over in Korea. But it's like the regular Chinese chant to cheer on your team. You'll yell the name. Follow up with Jayo. Good engage from ZDZ early. But again, Hoya on the Scion will still be able to get shoved because he's Scion. Good engage onto Arn, who forced to flash. Nicely done there. Flash off the Jhin makes them significantly more vulnerable. See whether that will matter before things like ours come up. But if Aki can get to level 6, that Jhin will be dived on. EDG Wombo combo wins. It's pretty nasty, I agree. But it's not like TT don't have their own Wombo of their own. Though I agree it's a little bit more single target with the RE Nocturne versus the AoE of the Cataclysm and the Galio Wall. The EDG really need all of their pieces in play, I think, to get the combo down. I actually think TT with the mid-jungle can theoretically be a bit more proactive with this game. Okay, Aki, good spell shield. Flash from Angel. Palkia is flashing on forward. TT coming on to defend. Aki still dies, but it's still a 3v3 in the river. Damage onto Angel. Charm goes wide. Man, despite the priority, Leona still gets towards the Nocturne first. Oof. Good play from EDG. Coordinated. Any interesting players? I don't recognize any names. I've already watched LPL unless maybe playoff semis. That's super fair. So, let me go through, because there are some cool players on both sides. For Thunder Talk in particular, the AD carry, 1xN Ishin, depending on your pronunciation. It's kind of a play on his name. Is a... Oh, we've got a bit of a fight happening here. I'm got to be really careful. Ow, 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 ow. Yeah, that one sucked for EDG. Okay, so 1xN, the Varus player right now, is a fantastic, fantastic AD carry player who came up from the youth system, the LDL system. Was utterly fantastic down there. And been playing for about a year and a half now. And he's really, really good. For my money, he and Leave are likely to be the two next great AD carries out there. Even on Thunder Talk, who've been struggling, he's been a superstar carry at points. Not always been perfect. A lot of growing to do. Some map transition mistakes, I think it's fair to say. But actually, in terms of the mechanics, in terms of just the skill set, really, really, really good carry. So keep your eyes on them. For the side of EDG, Angel is a name you might recognize, has been to Worlds before, has had a rough time of it the last few years, a lot of personal tragedies, the squad's kind of fallen apart around him. He's still really, really good. Keep your eyes on him. Xiaohao was an up-and-coming jungler a couple years back and then kind of fell off the radar, but with this roster is very, very good. The other person to keep your eyes on here, really, for me, is EDZ, solid player, but whatever. Palkia has basically been playing this split and has already been actually fantastic. We've been struggling to find cool support players in the LDL and the LPL in general. Palkia has come on in and just been really good. It is in the lower group. It is in the Nirvana group. It's against less good opposition. We need to see what he does theoretically in playoffs, because EDG are looking like a lock for that right now. We'll see how they do. But yeah, a lot of this EDG squad, Xiaohao, Angel, Palkia, all really, really good. Keep your eyes on them. Xiao in particular having a really good split. Palkia, for having basically debuted the split, really, really good. 1xL on the other side, very, very solid. Though Feather, I think, as well, has done a good job as a support. In comes the Galio ult, though. But TT just sort of back away. So Galio ult kind of wasted there. Not even any summoners or ult play. And that'll be Dragon for Thunder Talk. Varus does have Rel and Sion and Ari to peel. Yeah, exactly. Even defensive paranoias can be quite good. Just turn the lights off as your AD carriers dive. Makes it a lot harder to combo plays. Like, if the Cataclysms aren't good this game, this could get very tricky. So, Thunder Talk. Here against EDG. Had a bit of a fall from Grace and Split 2. Beichuan leaving for BLG. Left them in very awkward position, trying to rejig how the roster was going to work. Come into Split 3 and struggled to start with. Started to find a little bit more consistency again. Oh, Palkia. Ow! Oh, that Leona, I think, is going to have a bad time. We've just been praising the guy, but that's an unfortunate face check. Was not expecting the Sion to be in there and will die. Gonna donate that kill over to Hoya. Jhin doesn't fit their melee heavy comp. So Jhin does. So this is the thing. We've seen a lot of Jhins do this because Jhin can sit 30 miles away with a deadly flourish and a curtain call and still be involved in plays, basically by sitting back in base as an artillery piece. And actually, Ari, Sion, Rel, realistically, unless they are flash hardcore ulting, are not going to have very easy access there. The Nocturne will, and a good flank will, but it's not that simple, necessarily. If Jhin is playing for ult, for W. A little bit different, you're playing for autos and all the rest of it. And you have got a Galio to come and defend you with an Arbor. And we have seen a lot of Jhin drafted for this. It's also the regular answer into Varus in lane. If you have to give up Varus for whatever reason, most teams just pick Jhin into it. Basically, because you can just deal with the lane, okay? You can match Dirk for Dirk. You've got a lot of combo setup in a 1v3. Good charm interrupts the flag and drag. In comes the paranoia. Ult out of the Cataclysm. Aki's going to go on in. And actually, Feather's coming as well. Xiaohao's not having fun. Really good combo. Aki will trade. Magnet Storm after. Setup didn't get a reset. The other's got no mana. Flash out of the Solar Flare. Varus now coming on in. Galio ult away as the TP's coming on in. EDG. What is this? Public execution. Damage onto the Ari. They get away with it regardless. What is that? 2 for 1. Good work from EDG, though. That was bloody awkward. I saw that TP coming. I thought, oh no, they've left it. But Ari didn't get the ult reset. Didn't get any mana back. Had nothing left to work with. So despite what looked like a really good collapse from TT, Ari couldn't play. Gets Feat of Warfare for EDG. Hoya actually losing out to the Galio now. Angel can't quite get the solo flash out from Hoya. That felt like TT should have been able to win that one. I'm not going to lie, but genuinely, I think Ari not having mana there makes that the mess it was. Actually, still a close game here. Certainly not out of reach for either team. We're sort of seeing kind of what this game may well turn into on a side lane. And don't get me wrong, Nocturne is still good into Jhin. Don't get me... It's definitely doable. That's what TT's angle is. You've got Jarvan on the other side. I'm just saying it's not as clear-cut as Jhin is bad in this draft. Certainly not in isolation. 200 odd gold apart, if that. Nocturne's farming well. Ari's slightly behind the Galio. It's a bit frustrating. Not really led to all that much here. Look, the Varus being ahead of the Jhin, kind of expected. Varus tends to get a 10 CS lead, whatever the matchup, because he's just very obnoxious at this point. The moment he gets Ghostblade, everyone has to be aware of his poke combos. Dragon started, everyone's coming on over. Palkia needs to be in danger. As the Deadly Flourish Solar Flare combo into a wonderful taunt. Will likely get traded back. Flash away setup gets the kill and the reset. They'll turn it around as Galio and Leona die on. Has to cancel the curtain call. As Hoya keeps ZDZ away from the play. 3v2 setup. Steps on forward trying to get a chunk onto that one. Flag and drag though. Setup getting in danger. Gets knocked out. Overplays. Cataclysm coming on down. Piercing arrow though onto the Jarvan. Leaves him very low. Can anyone play for this dragon anymore? But that was very disrespectful from Setup. Had one last charge. The only one to get some value. But that one sucked. The problem is 1xN is still full HP. And can just kill this Jarvan. TP back in. Sion is joining. I don't think EDG can keep playing this. Angel has TP as well. Dragon 1 by Xiaohao. What about the play afterwards? Hit by the Halo Arrows. Does not kill the Jarvan. Public execution to the backline. Galio's got ultimate! Hero's entrance. Flash out from 1xN. Feather now trying to get him forward. Does Angel look for the Winds of War? Can't get it as Aki forward stepped it, but there is a shielded around. Taunt Hoya in a 1v4 goes down. And EDG just play the extended fight better. Setup. How could you ruin that by getting yourself killed with that ult charge? It should never have been close after the 2-for-1. And instead, EDG get to hold until TPs and ult to back up. And they win the fight. They get the dragon and extend the gold lead to 1,000. I'm hoping we get a replay because there's some things to track. It was really good to start with from TT. And then that last ult from Setup. Just don't go looking for the chunk. So it starts with an attempt to pick onto Feather. The problem basically is you've blown your whole combo onto the Rel, and then will die, and then 1xN just gets a free fire onto the Galio, who's not that tanky with this build. And you go, cool, 2-for-1. Mid lane is gone. Setup stepping forwards there. Gets themselves killed. Didn't have vision control in the Tribush. Cataclysm comes on down. And Hoya is going to reset and try and TP back in. 1xN has got health and poke, and basically EDG try to buy time here because Galio is trying to get in range for the ultimate. It becomes a smite fight, which Aki wins, and the TP comes on in. The problem basically is the Palkia has respawned, public execution comes on forwards, and the Galio gets to rejoin, and then suddenly it is a 5v3 effectively because Aki has to leave, doesn't really have a lot in his back pocket, and it all goes wrong. I think we're going to get a lot more of fights like this, guys. Tight final game between two teams. It wasn't necessarily expected that. Again, we were expecting the EDG stomp. No real easy way to do it. Okay, jumping around. Palkia is a deadly owner. Decimating smash. Unstoppable onslaught. They want to donate it to the Varus. No! They tried to donate it! Oh, Eclipse is such a silly ability. I'm actually so annoyed for TT. They tried to do the right thing and give it over to Varus. Really want that Varus accelerated. Palkia gets to reset. Ari's got teleport. TT have already gotten 2 objectives. They can afford to give this one up and play for first turret, I think. Who's TPing? It is the Galio. I am genuinely tilted, guys. That is so annoying. Well, silliness just ensued. EDG is lacking damage. Not there is a world where if Sion got Giga ahead, it would be a problem. But Jin is going to go collect it into Infederal Lord Doms. Galio has gone for a bit of a burn build here with the Hollow Radiance into Riftmaker. Jarvan's got some damage, and Best will have damage. So you've got a fair amount of damage into a relatively squishy comp. You don't have a hyper carry per se. I mean, Jin, 4 items, does Jin things at 4 items. But you know how... We all know the Jin curve, right? Mostly utility unless they get ahead. And then once 4 items hit, the profile changes again. But this Galio does a surprising amount of damage. Jarvan will have a lot of burst. Ambessa does a lot of damage. Jin is not going to be negligible either. Depends who you're hitting, right? But again, you don't have... You're not going to get DPS trapped by a Sivir or whatever this game. It's much more about the pick into blowing someone up. Though the poke from Varus is going to be very annoying this game for EDG. Though 2-0-2 for Arn. He's in a really good spot this game too. Herald to work with. This is going to be feats of strength, I think, for EDG, unless TT can find their way in. They've got Paranoia to work with. Everyone's roaming on down. Vision control in the river, though, is very EDG's favored. Down to 6k HP is the Dragon. ZDZ on the flank angle, 1xN. Kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Xiaohao, back of the pit. Unknown right now. Setup also looking for an angle. Goes on in. Gets a massive jump on a Xiaohao. Forces the Flash to get out of the orb of deception. Paranoia to the backline. Jin now in danger. Trying to speed themselves up. Flashes over the wall. Damage goes on forward. They've killed off the Ambessa. Aki surviving. Flash from Setup. Onto the Jin. Piercing arrow. And Setup with the recall on the orb ensures Jin is dead. Angel unfortunately falls. Wings go black. Dragon Thunder Talk. And this time they secure the play. I was very worried with ZDZ on the flank that 1xN was going to struggle to have an angle to be safe. But Setab, really good Ahri angle. Forces a panic response as Xiaohao's kind of not able to get in on the play. Jin has to leave on the other angle. All the while, the rest of Thunder Talk deal with the distraction by blowing up the Ambessa. They try to get an angle in, but Hoya is making sure that ZDZ has a tough old time. 1xN has a great angle. So much CC. Flash out from Aki, and all the while, Jin, who had flashed out, opened up the curtains, gets ult flashed on by Setab. Very, very good play there from the Ahri. Credit to Aki for basically sending it to Valhalla to give his team some space as well. Was Herald used in that fight somewhere as well? Oh boy. Well, now TT in a very good spot. Gold lead is theirs. Solid percentage chance statistically to win from that moment. Get themselves another dragon. It's feats of strength as well because they got first turret. Very nice. Jin ulted way too close to the fight. Yes, I think the problem is, Castle, that the moment you flashed out, if you run away to ult, the fight is lost. You have to ult there and pray, I think, to try and turn it around. I think EDG just didn't respect the Ahri flank, honestly. Tried to do too many things at once. Yeah, I still prefer a Malignance Liandry's build or a Malignance Lichbane build on Ahri generally. Dark Seals and Infantry 2 for setup. So we can start stacking that one up. If you do well here and Medjai's this game, gives you a lot more damage. 1xN flashes out. Now they're going to try and turn this around. Trying to jump into the backside is Palkia, but that is a very scared Jarvan. Hoya comes on in with the ult. Tries to find the angle. Everyone is ulting here. Setup is TP'd in, looking to get on top of Xiaohao. But it's not going to necessarily keep people alive as ZDZ has to public execution out to safety. Lots of ults blown. Flash on 1xN is significant. Whoa! Galio ult coming on forwards. Aki now in danger himself. Hoya, a little split off. Set up by the Shield of Daybreak. Flashes over, will likely just die, and EDG get away with a kill there. Ults galore, and this time EDG get one. And critically, Varus down. The Summoner spell. is now very aware to being dived. And actually with that top laner kill, hang on, are they going to sneak away the Atakan? Can they do it? They don't quite have the DPS. No, they're staying on it. They can do this. Thundertalk on about it. Set up TP'd away. They are either giving this up deliberately or don't know. I think the choice surely is here, saying, look, we can't fight this. Earns them the Atakan as well. Have a look at the replay. Because Shao just sends it at 1xm. He flashes out, and then they begin to try and turn it around. Chains of Corruption still land, but they can't quite get the follow-up. Because Shao out gets the flag drag out to safety, and then Setup thinks he's got a decent angle. But can't really get all the damage he was hoping for. Shao gets to walk away. And then ZDZ just goes, right. Flash, Lacerate, Repudiation. Galio comes in. Hoya at this point split off from the rest of the team, dies. And all the ults are burned out. $30 on Dragon. That would be soul point for Thunder Talk. Ocean Soul this game might actually be a bit of a win con. As we kind of said, EDG quite burst heavy. Both teams quite burst heavy. Jin's gone towards the Infinity Edge for damage this game. That's probably correct, though I think they're already relatively vulnerable this game, but that was always going to be the case. The issue that TT are going to run into around this Dragon, 1xm doesn't have flash. Cataclysm locks him in for good this time. Xiaohao on a flank angle. We'll be looking for 1xn. They tried the flank last time and got done in by the Ahri. 1xn cannot face check this. They don't know the Jarvan's there. The Observer toggle. The night is dark and full of Jarvan the 4th. Valkyrie at half HP, turning on to the Leona! Oh, they got the pick-off. Now turning it around on the 1xn, who gets locked into the Cataclysm and is dead! But what about the fight afterwards? Arn gonna flash on now. Aki is paranoid in the backside, flashes away. Charm onto ZDC, trying to heal his way back up. So much Omnivat at the level 15, and he won't die. Ahri doesn't have enough damage! Curtain call. And Thunder Talk are looking at it, going, how the hell did that one happen? We got the pick! Yeah, but you didn't have a way to get out of the Cataclysm. And Ambessa's damage enough for 2 items. Arn's down his flash for next time. But what does 1xn do in that scenario? Die. And another wonderful game from ZDZ. He's having a great Ambessa game. It starts with Palkia being half HP and TT think they've got the pick. And then 1xn gets jumped. Public Execution doesn't land onto him, but it doesn't matter. It gets ZDZ into the Cataclysm so we can blow up that carry. And they try to get the damage down here. It's nearly perfect. But ZDZ just gets to dash away, has so much energy recharge because he keeps hitting his autos. And this time Arn doesn't have his curtain call interrupted and gets the kill he needs. Tried to get the pick on the Leona, but how valuable a pick was that? It wasn't threat onto Jin or Ambessa. Killing the Leona for free would have been great. If you could do that and then back off, would have been wonderful. But Xiaohao, wonderful flank. ZDZ, wonderful follow-up. A+. And Thunder Talk, if you're not going to have control over your objectives, this will happen time and time again. It has been an issue for them. Vision control has holes in it for them around their objectives. Kind of gotten away with it sometimes, just playing around areas with no vision. Going towards Lord Dominic's regards third is Arn. Correct choice, I think. Aki going for quite a heavy damage build onto this Nocturne. But diving in and then getting blown up on the way by all of the CC chains will suck. Probably need a Sterax third, I would imagine. Five HP on that turret, basically. Finally getting a brief moment of peace. I drink my coffee, guys. It's been very lovely. What does setup even stand for? I don't actually know. I think it's a Korean word, but I wouldn't know. Anyone out there know? Any knowers out there? Get hydrated. Thank you very much, Corey. I'll do just that. I've even got the extra glass of water. It's 30 degrees C in this room. And it's not just because I'm hot. Damn hot. Onyx 10 has upgraded Swifties, which is really good for him. Yes, actually, very cool, very good call. And yeah, our chief moderator in chat, Amber, such a huge Varus auto attack and grunt fan, very famously so. So, shout out to you, Amber. Mid lane turret finally falls. Get a lot of question mark pings from our mods. Valkyrie also going, oh god! Oh no! Goes down to the clips. Unfortunately, Nocturne makes it a little bit darker than that. That is just a very deadly owner. This time the Varus picks it up. Easy kill. This time there's no response. Save it. I hate you all, they say. No, you don't, Amber. You love us, really. Doesn't really lead to anything objective-wise. No Atakan. No one really wants to threaten the Baron. There's a lot of TPs in from ZDZ and Angel. I think they were afraid of a Baron. Oh, now that's interesting. Double TP burned before Dragon. That means they are out in the river before that, but no ability to reset. Thundertalk going to be late to this Dragon now, having picked up that kill. Palkia will be dead on the reset himself, but actually, because of the double TP, EDG get to cheat some of the pressure in mid, get into the river, get set up. Xiao Hao has been a problem in the last couple fights. Batsman, oh, thank you very much. A pleasure. Trying very hard to get to internationals one of these days. That'll be the dream. But enough. Thank you, people, for being very lovely. We've got a dragon fight to contend with. Aki over the wall. Can get in with the paranoia. So point available. One by Xiao Hao Smite Fight. But the turnaround damage as the unspeakable horror comes on forwards. Body blocking by Hoya. Cataclysm onto Aki. But is that really the best target? I don't know. In comes the hero's entrance and they blow up that Nocturne, but he's already blown his combo, and 1xN is completely untouched. Blowing up Palkia. Setup gets a reset as well. Could look for more. Public execution! CDC, backline, mount up from Feather with some Ferromancy, but 1xN still trying to play out on top of a Blast Cone. Needs to try and hop out to safety, but Thundertalk's bot lane are caught away from absolutely everyone. They've lost the Ahri, they've lost the Nocturne. ZDZ just keeps hopping away. And they blow up everyone. EDG with a sublime team fight. Unreal angles from Ambessa. On and Ambessa. 5 and 6k respectively. People were asking where the damage is. There. There is the damage. Baron after. Soul point secured. A close fight until it really, really wasn't. I thought 1xN had found the pocket. But Setup, with all the ult charges, still dies for a 4th time this game. You have to have a better Ahri fight at that point. Aki gets in 129. Tries to read the early smite and calm. And they jump on the Nocturne, who for my money wasn't the best target. You've got a Cataclysm angle, and really doesn't lead to all that much. And trading the Nocturne, who's blown his full combo for the Leona, I think was worse for Thundertalk. But then Setab ends up in a really awkward position. Not the best second use of the ultimate. Gets jumped on himself. I think you ult over towards the blue buff the first time. Did have flash, didn't get much value out of it. And then it's a 1v3 where ZDZ just survives. Xiaohao gets on top of 1xN. And despite the clever blast cone plays, despite the good flash reposition, you had to get more out of the Ahri. You don't. And the sheer mobility of this Ambessa, who is at 3 items now. Death's dance complete. Yeah, she's dancing. Turns out there's a new dance to the waltz, and you step in there. It's the Dracount step. And it largely involves kicking someone's ankles out. Mid lane turret falls, and now the gold lead will begin to balloon, won't it? 5,000 gold lead for EDG. 20-odd petal lead from the Atacam. We didn't talk about that. 4th item for the Varus. Not for the Varus, for the Jhin, rather. It was now 100% crit. He was already doing damage. Now he'll really be stinging. The paranoia, traded for the cataclysm, the hero's entrance, and 3 people are dead. It's over. EDG find the seam in this game. And everything comes tumbling apart. It unravels for Thundertalk. And on this shove, the game will end. Hoya ulted to the backline. And ZDZ's having none of it, a public execution. And EDG swarm the Scion. Say the zombie movie. Stay dead. Inhibitor down. Wave secured. Baron secured. Edward Gaming lose their first game in summer. They will not lose their first series. Back to back. They prove why they are the best team in Group Nirvana. 6-0. Slightly disappointing from EDG. They were like, I wanted to keep undefeated. I don't blame them. Pride was a little bit hurt this game, or this series, after the first game loss. But games 2, games 3, oh, baby. Credit to Thundertalk, honestly. Their ability to actually use their hands was solid this game. I think there will be some criticisms rightly to be leveled at setup. Not the best game 2, not the best game 3. There will be criticisms to be leveled at not tracking flanks correctly because vision wasn't good enough, and for not recognizing, not managing counter punches from the enemy teams. That first pick onto 1xM with a Cataclysm where they go, cool, we got Palkia, but we haven't tracked the job, and we get jumped, fight gets turned around. Fight around for the soul point for the soul, where actually Setup with all of his ult charges goes down despite having 3 charges. 1xN ends up being run down by the back end of the play. The extended fight became too problematic. The fight in mid lane got very, very close. Imagine if Hoya hadn't gone down and TT get to go pick up the 20 petals. Could have been very different. A valiant effort from Thundertalk is what I'm saying here. EDG, I think, will be a little bit shaken, perhaps, despite the very solid Game 2 win. That this is supposed to be a team that is looking for a really strong run through Ascension into a deep, maybe, playoff run. At least trying to go in with as much, like, momentum behind them as possible. A series like this makes you think, okay, actually, a lot of those higher tier Ascend teams will dismantle EDG at the minute. You're having some of these fumbles happen. A better team does you in there. Series puts a bit of a damper on the EDG belongs in Ascend hype for me. There's one series. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at, right? Like, they probably do belong in Group Ascend. The bottom teams of Group Ascend, I think EDG mash. I think from mid-table up, EDG would get punished, and rightly so, around some of these objective setups, right? Like, or rather, the way they are winning a lot of these objective setups will be a lot more heavily contested, and then it would become a lot tighter around these team fights, and that would get interesting. No one expected this series to be cinema. Kind of, yeah. Not gonna lie. Alright. Second series going to be coming up. Why does Nirvana, at least in play, feel like watching LEC? I think partly because we just end up with a lot more scrappy team fights. And I think, again, bottom LEC teams can be a little bit problematic. But hey, that's the way. But also, it's the way the group format's working at the minute. I think things will mount up for playoffs again. Trying to think what I'll do with you guys over the break. Trying to keep my voice alive a little bit, just to make sure I've not got anything else that needs to be done. One quick email to send. ZDZ still out with his champ control in these fights, and best well, we love very much. Yeah, ZDZ. But that's partly why we've been quite excited for EDG, because players like ZDZ and Xiao Hao had been nearly great before, and have had a couple years of sort of slowly being thrown to irrelevance. End up on this EDG squad, and people go, eh. And actually have a really good showing of it. Great for them. I think Angel as well. Again, he's been a player who's been very, very, very good before. Was on that Suning roster that went to World Finals with Bin back in the day, right? That was with... really good. That was... Style of Me in the jungle. Wanfong at the AD carry. Sword Up, that kind of little roster. Here's the MVP, ZDZ. Are we surprised, guys? That was very good. I hate to say it. It was very good. Okay, folks. Quick shout out here while we're watching these highlights as well. I'm Initialise. This is Nymaera's channel, but we are live on, also live on the YouTube, also live on Anivia's YouTube. So hello to all of you back home. Thanks for coming and joining us. It is a real pleasure to have you all in here, especially as we've got some cool series happening today. Thank you very much for the shout out to myself as well. You can follow me at InitializeCasts on Twitch, YouTube, and all the other socials. Please do so. The support really matters in terms of our ability to get things like sponsors, get jobs outside of just streaming to you all. Social numbers matter. So if you've got that capability to follow us on socials and haven't done so already, come follow us. It's definitely worth it. On top of that, and a cookie to Jabe as well for the 20 stream streak. We got 20 for Hey Nelson. 20 for Montes. 3 for Pepper. Welcome around. And the Night Love as well. Hell yeah. Tari was in here as well. But all of this is me getting sidetracked, basically saying, on top of all of this, we're relying on all of you back home to support us in the stream, two best ways you can do that, guys. Subscribe on Twitch. If you are an Amazon Prime user, you've paid for your free sub, use it. Otherwise, it goes to waste, and that money could be going to support a creator like myself and Alex, and that makes a huge difference to our ability to continue doing the things we do for all of you back home. It's a damn long grind, and that's always pretty damn intense. So much love for when that all happens. 2, the other way you can help support us is via the Ko-fi link. We have got a Ko-fi. We had some wonderful donations from the likes of Bombadil the other day as well. 300 quick controls. Really amazing. Just need to find out who the secret Tom Bombadil is out there. So much love to them. If they turn up in chat, do say hello. But especially if you're not a Twitch user or don't want to subscribe on Twitch, and that's completely fine. Another great way to support us is via that Ko-fi link. Please do consider throwing a little bit of money at us for the coffee. If you have that capability, it would be much appreciated. Right, let me throw this one in here. It is Iris hosting today. Oh, very lovely looking. Pantsuit. Jumpsuit, probably. Well, it's not quite jumpsuit, because there's interconnected. Pantsuit's very American. Trouser suit sounds wrong. Don't know if there's an English term for it, where we just use pantsuit as well.
你自己也提到失误了，因为第一把
Go.
前期可能是互有来回的情况下，好像团战脱节的
Come
情
say
况
hello
确
to
实
us
出现了比较多
with
次
that
嘛
one.
所以在第一局结束了之后，你们是怎么去针对他们去做阵容上或者是实际团战执行的一些反制的呢？
第一把我们阵容就是前期需要
Interview happening. Oh, I'll turn the camera off. Actually, no, we'll stay here for a
被
second.
拉扯，所以说做的没他们好吧。
但是第
Let's
二
make
局
sure I'm
明
quiet
显
since the
节奏就很流畅了，包括说你在先锋那一边直接是绕后很成功。其实你第三局的皇子其实也是好几次的绕后都把团战 完成的很完美嘛，所以我们来聊一下这几波的一个团战的时机，包括说你进场的一个判断是怎样的。
第二局的话就是他们的阵容手比较长，我们需要绕后才能开到他们。第三把其实也差不多吧，就是我们是强开阵容，所以说一定要绕后找机会开他们。
其实，在第三局决胜局的阵容上面，大家看到你们所下加里奥加上皇子这个中野的时候，说哇，好复古。那想问一下，
Hair is magnificent. Yeah, Iris has got pretty damn cool hair. She's also been doing some really cool stuff on TV with like a big international thing. It's been really awesome. If you've not been watching any of that, also it's a wonderful podcast with Troubling, kind of like a pan China and Europe kind of, or like pan West and East kind of podcast. It's super awesome called Roaming Nexus. It's really cool. Yeah, Iris is just very good at the job. Highly rate her. She's very lovely. Again, just in terms of like when me and Alex ask questions, she's very, very down to answer as well. She's a very lovely human. Very nice. Very good at her job. It's quite annoying. Stop being so talented.
因为他最近比较自信吧，然后比较猛。
看得出来，毕竟前彩的时候也说，今天可以是延续这个好势头的。再次恭喜你们拿到了这个 BO3的胜利。那本场采访之后，来看一下这场比赛的精彩 spotlight。
能打都想开，牛就坐然后了，来下边吧，切我一下，切我一下。哎，这样分割了，来，没事，蓝波给个大举起，蓝波给个大举起。前他连。哎，打脸上，松了。追一下吧，可以追，你有大吗？我没大，没有，我说那个谁，追。老黑，没事，我能杀他，他打不过，不好一波，打龙吧，杀花应该一波不了，打龙吧，推中车，我可以自己打，你们去推，来一场，去推，我可以不？
我觉得可以冲了，真的。慢慢看呗。啊，先打招信，别急，白打。
看我一下。
看我一下。
I like the series. There we go.
没事。
You're very lovely. Both the Alex yeah, we're pretty cool people. Thank you, though, Simon. Good to see you again. I want that better. I met that guy. What's his name again? TT, you serious? Guys, what was being said actually?
没事，推就行。
先推打。
Any cool things? We got a couple Mandarin speakers in chat. It's very lovely. Any cool quotes there? I know I meant that guy. That was the comms. Oh, good grief! Just bad comms. Thought so.
拆掉了。
转轴吗？我想约中这波。
没闪，你们加点血，
我可以跟现在，我可以跟的。我先到。
哎，等一下。
我想约。
现在一塔，我就先拆塔。我来了。
没事，先
慢点，回来。
先打。
看不见。我能上。
保你。
啊，没有什么事吗？一波。nice。
Alrighty then. I will turn the camera off briefly. Run some ads. If you don't want ads, subscribe. and I'm going to get myself a cup of tea. Get ready for the next game. BLG versus WE. Back to back. We do it again, baby.
好的，欢迎来到我们的赛前采访，我是主持人小玉。在赛前，我们也请到了 BLG 星际魅族的冰选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 BLG 上男冰。
好的，也是欢迎冰哥，连续2天来对战上 WE。其实他们有一个评价，就是 WE 不管在哪支队伍手里都能够拿下1小分嘛，昨天也是做到了。所以你觉得今天的这场比赛要更加警惕的部分在哪儿呢？
昨天的比赛我们第2局有一些失误，导致我们输掉了第2局。今天我们会吸取昨天的经验，争取2比0他们。
之前其实冰哥也说过，可能自己现在会比较关注到资源团啊这些方面，所以你希望在之后的比赛当中，在哪些部分更多的帮助到团队呢？
我觉得主要就是打团方面吧，打团我们要判断的更好一些，角色做的更好一些。
好的，比赛加油！好的，同样的在赛前我们也请到了西安 WE 的 Vampire 选手，先打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是西安曲江 WE 的辅助选手万佩尔。
其实从昨天的比赛来看啊，队伍拿到前中期可能有一些主动性的阵容的时候，还是可以顺利滚起雪球的。所以今天比赛也会比较看重这个部分吗？
我一直觉得我们队伍前期的处理就还算不错的嘛，就感觉我们就加强我们的中期吧。
这个赛段其实有很多场比赛都是离胜利很近的，但是还是有一些微微的可惜在里面。在昨天的赛后采访中，其实你非常欣赏的 ON 选手也是对你表达了，觉得你是一名打得非常不错的小辅助。所以有没有什么想要跟自己说的呢？
就也很开心嘛，因为能得到喜欢的人认可嘛，然后很开心嘛，心情。
好，那比赛加油喽！各位亲爱的召唤师们，欢迎来到2025英雄联盟职业联赛第3赛段，这里是西安曲江电竞中心，让我们有请双方对阵战队登场。
WE versus BLG. We've seen this one before, folks. BLG should win. Though Karsel is not a big BLG fan. It has to be said. Why do you think BLG are frauds, Karsel? Kind of curious. Weibo Gaming versus JDG twice within 24 hours, yeah. WE they've been able to get a win in pretty much every series for a long time. Just can't get 3 games. When it's bad, it's really bad. I feel like what we're running into with WE is it's a fearless issue to an extent. In the sense that when they are on a comp that is pure comfort, they look like a good team. Or a decent team at the very least. The problem is now a lot of these other teams are now significantly better. It's come a while, and I think the LPL in general has been very up and down this time. Or this year in general. But a lot of teams are now coming together in a way that makes it very challenging, bluntly. Very challenging, bluntly. To get wins on comps they're less comfortable on. Their map play begins to suffer. Really awkward levels of play from the top side of the map. Vampire's been very hit or miss and over-shoving. Taeyun's not been great off his comfort champions. Like, basically, Monkey has been elo held. Vampire's had his moments, and everyone else has been so up and down. It's been very, very challenging. Solo laners in particular have been, particularly when they're on matchups they're not comfortable with, very poor. There's not many other ways to put it. It's been very poor. We'll see how it all looks in this game then, because BLG handled them yesterday. 2 very convincing wins and then 1 loss by WE to get the win. It is literally a rematch of yesterday's games. Yesterday's games. Exactly, Mookie. It's BLG leave Azir Varus open again, I dare. In fairness, Karsel, I actually think they traded it for, what was it, Taliyah Pantheon and wrecked with it. Like, I think they're fine leaving Azir Varus open for Taliyah Pantheon. You will happily trade that. Like, I think that is a perfectly valid trade. It's an aggressive one. But I think that's just OP for OP. And I would trust BLG with the globals more to threaten WE, whose side laning has been a little suspect. Second round robin. Fight. Though I do remember Karsdorp being very upset about the Azir Varus escape being let through. In fairness, it's a very strong combo. But I do think, in general, BLG have just decided, look, Azir's not for us. We can either Ziggs or Taliyah Pantheon, and we're fine. Monkey and Karis to highlight this team for me. Fair. I have also seen Karis just throw up on the rift. Like it's just like gets on there and goes, and it's just like, oh no, what have I done? It's all over the lane. Oh, I'm down 40 CS. Oh, what have I done? When it goes wrong for Karis, it isn't pretty. Like the man has taken some Imodium, and he's just having a bad time out there, you know, and everyone else is having a bad time with him because they have to sort of deal with cleaning up this mess. Who did WE ban with those picks open? That is a very good question. Oh, but this, effectively. Trundle, Gwen, Yunara, something like that. Pantheon's immediately snapped up. Is this Taliyah Rumble, then? Taliyah Rumble. Monkey's going to have his Skarner banned. Poppy away as well as a big pick for Vampire. Q plays as well. And Varus is just too busted. Don't give that over. This should be Rumble, then. Right? Otherwise, it's Bins just locking Rumble and saying, Cube, you will suffer. So, options. Galio. You're happy to lane it. Ambessa is... Okay. So, Ambessa's a very good combo with Pantheon. Very good combo with Galio, actually, as well. Because Ambessa dives in and Galio goes, cool, I've got a beacon to jump to. But yeah, basically, theoretically, Pantheon and Ambessa set each other up very, very well. Don't you dare lock in a Master Yi. Xin Zhao on 3, I think, is fine. Monkey's a really good Xin Zhao. It's a very good skirmish comp from WE now. There is a question for BLG, because generally speaking, Galio into Rumble has been the better lane, by a long way. Ambassador will lose gracefully, but it is a losing lane. You effectively can just run away from Rumble, assuming you don't get hit by too many Electro Harpoons, and then sort of deal with the discrepancy at least a bit. Renata away to stop the dive combo. Fine. Kai'Sa, yeah, would have been a very good Kai'Sa angle for Elk. Very good Kai'Sa angle for Elk. Sivir. Elk had one MVP on Sivir the other day. He was very, very well, didn't he? He was close to it. He was very, very good. Shin's better in the prolonged fight. I agree, and he's better pseudo frontline. And Vi, if the combo doesn't work, it's a bad time. I think Xin Zhao is just perfect here. It's fine. It's very solid. Oh, good grief. There's the ban coming on. Corki, Corki Rel is probably what we're looking at. That's a fun hover. I doubt it. Lucian Braum. Probably not awful. Could Lucian Nami on does love an enchanter angle when he gets it. Zyra Khan also fine here. Pretty solid into the Taliyah Rumble who come diving on in. You can deal with the Equalizer vaguely with it. Though I will say Equalizer is one of the most guaranteed ways to force a Zyra ult. But Zyra Khan, strong lane, should be able to manage a Corki Rel or a Corki Nautilus just fine. Plus you've got Pantheon Galio double global to summon the bat signal to keep Zyra alive a bit more freely. Right, so Knight is a very good Galio, first up. You have got Elk on a hyper carry option with a relatively short range comp who will not deal with that very well. Double global again. WE did not manage the double global from mid jungle yesterday very well at all. It was Pantheon Taliyah then. This time it's Pantheon Galio. They tried to rise into it, didn't they? Matched it that way. BLG want to play for the side lanes. They want to use that double global, get some value. They've got a lot of protection for the Xayah. WE, level 6. Oh boy. Very, very strong one-item spike this game. Very strong one-item spike. They want to make those skirmishes and early team fights work. They want to use the lane pressure they should get from top and mid really well. Play off that. Give us all your CS. Absolutely. Never. Well, BLG win this one, but then WE win with Zia B1. Watch them zigs into it, Castle, again. Watch them zigs into it. I'm just saying. Though I see. I think BLG with a double global feel pretty happy. The Rumble Shinzao Talia is a very scary call, though. It just is. Hawky Nautilus is whatever. It's generic at this point. I'll turn the camera off. Bye. I'll make sure my waters fill. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. Why are they playing each other again? Start of the second round robin. It's logistics issues, basically, with BLG being basically because they were abroad with international stuff, right? They were 2 international tournaments, came back partway through split 1. So the scheduling's all been very weird. I don't know whether they just randomized the matchups for second round robin when they were going to be played. But either way, this is just the way things work. Second round robin. It's a reason it's happening now. Time to pick up the pizza. Surely I won't miss anything early game, says Mookie the Wolf. Looks like there's been a slight issue with draft. I'll be on to the riff right now. A very fancy dress there, looking gorgeous. Oh, there's our cameras. Ah, it's logistics with the stadium. Frag, very good call. Also, I think, just to read it out to everyone else, I think since they traveled to Xi'an, if they play now, they don't have to travel back to Xi'an, which is a big trek. Remember, China is huge, guys. Multi-hour flight. That's why TT played NIP on the 5th and then on the 7th. Makes sense, guys. So basically, it's also logistics for if you're playing a team in their stadium, they're trying to make it so it happens as kind of close together as possible so you don't end up with the multi-travel logistics. Still got some technical issues by the looks of it. See, I'll turn my camera back on. At least we get the cool break music. I was kind of chill out, thinking, oh, that's right, we're going into the game soon. I was like, no, we're not. No, we're not. Ugh. Right, there we go. Lean back a bit. I'll sit up in time for the game. I don't mind 2-0 either way, because then I'll take my dog over to the beach. Oh, Castle. Sounds like a wonderful time. Give them lots of belly rubs from chat. Beach walking with dogs is wonderful. Dogs just love the beach. It's very lovely. It's too hot anyway. Yeah, it's pretty warm here as well in dearest Berlin. Posture check. Currently laid flat out. Just checked. You can't stop me. I'll sit up properly for the game. Just check. Look at that. You're right. I'm laid out. That's a great little bit of fan art. Oh, look at the dog monkey there as well. Are they saying the dog is monkey? Poor junglers, man. Technical issues. Hopefully this is resolved soon. No idea what's going on. I could maybe go looking, but that would involve setting up. I don't really want to do that. I'm quite comfortable. Do we win today? I'm just gonna name you're gonna name your future pet monkey. That's great. Camera change. Camera change. Right. Gameplay required. See you guys. All right. Just in time, it seems. Absolutely. Let's listen to the Jayos. Wonderful skyboxes ever. Level 1. Sadly, plumage by the looks of it from Elk. Can W start to get some real aggression early on in lane? And the Corky Nautilus will play pretty heavily into some of that stuff. On needs to be aware of the staggering blows angle, because of course the thing with the Rakan is, especially at level 1, when you tend to start with the Q, you can end up in the position where your ability to get back out of safety kind of sucks. You can sort of potentially do Battle Dance second, but then you lose a lot of threat. Oh, Elk did start Q. There you go. Bit more poke. And sort of auto Q or Q for the double feather. Heal burned. As level 2 came on through. It does mean they get to avoid the hook. Okay, Shadow flashes away. Level, early invade actually from the Xin Zhao gets a lot of value there. Xin Zhao's leaving though. Doesn't waste time clearing his own jungle. Shadow is going to reset. I'm back out with the dagger and the longsword rather. Engage on bot side. The flash off vampire. Not bad. Pantheon should still be able to clear up. And camps on the other side. Xin Zhao's going to try and wrap around here. Bot side, they've heard some retreat pings. They need to be aware that this could be happening. Going to put a ward down now. I think it's going to be too late. This is a really good gank from Monkey. Elk and On are going to have to burn some summoners here. Absolutely. Elk gets on. Flash to the battle dance. Grand entrance away. Flash on forward from Taeyun to secure the kill. Elk still got flash. Gets the route onto the Corki. Really good gank from Monkey. Has delayed his clear significantly to do this, so it needed to work. Just woke up and BLG versus W on my feed just gave me Groundhog Day confusion. Not a bad... You know what, Sylph? Very understandable. Bin trading with Cube. Actually, to be honest, not bad from the Ambessa. Normally, I know Rumble's been nerfed a bit, right? His early lane is not as potent as it once was. But even so, really good. And now, actually, they can look to dive this because the reset times have been so awkward. Here we go. Repudiation. Damage comes on forward. The Cunning Strike. Flash on forward. Autos come on through. Shadow's going to die. Unfortunate. But hey, you got the kill and he executes. Worth. Nautilus was roaming up to try and stop that. It doesn't happen. Oh, Cube's going to be so annoyed. Did he not have a Flame Spitter on? Taunt mid lane. Doesn't really lead to all that much. So, On's made the roam. Monkey has as well. They know Monkey's takes his walk past a ward, by the way. They got a control ward down in that bush towards Krugs. Actually really good to spot out lane ganks. Very, very good at pro level in particular. Help spot out lane swaps. Help spot out jungle and support lane ganks. Cube going to have some problems now, having burned his flash. Early Warhammer for Ambessa versus just the Ruby Crystal Boots. BLG lane swapped out, but because of where the wave is, Cube is getting none of this. Oh, can they deny the cannon here? Not quite. But On and Elk just saying the Rumble is getting no access to this wave at all. And they can slow crash this. Shadow now mid lane. Karis got no mana. Oh, boy. Ooh, just out of range. Rock surfing comes on forwards and Karis will stay safe. But now the pings are coming on through and Cube is like, oh, God. Has got Equalizer now, so should theoretically be able to just equalize the wave and be okay with it. Shadow is doing the Shadow thing of saying, look, the early objective I don't care too much for. I'd rather get an individual advantage and then play through second, third objective. Then trying to play relatively safe here. We'll have the Cunning Swipe lacerating Sundering Slam after. Still got some lacerates to work with. Big chunks onto Taeyun, who I'm pretty sure just wants to get this wave cleared and back. Is Bin going to let him? Oh! Wanted to see if he can catch Taeyun on a back step there. Otherwise would have been in range for Vampire to do silly things. Oh, so we're going to miss. There's 25 seconds on Grubs now and Bin won't have ult. I don't know about that, actually. For what was very much a YOLO ult. Does hurt BLG's ability to play, theoretically, these Grubs. Will it matter? That I'm less certain on. Okay, Weaver's Wall, flash out from Shadow, Shield of Duran, torn onto Karis, Shield Bolt after, Gonna find the angle. In comes Knight with the hero's entrance, but he'll keep Shadow alive. Monkey staying alive with that Crescent Guard. Elk tries to get some value. Equalizer. Huge value with the Crescent Guard. And despite the attempted pick, the flashes, the ults, keep people alive. And they can't quite get Elk involved. And again, if Bin had ult there, that looks really different. Price of not having public execution, I tell you. Why rematch? Basically, second round robin. Pop 1. And 2, because they're in Xi'an, which is WE's home arena. They're trying to save on logistical difficulties by having BLG travel to Xi'an only once in a split, not twice. So it's the start of the second round robin. So they need to play each other again. This way they can do it with only a single trip to Xi'an, not 2. Especially because BLG have already been traveling all over the place with international stuff. Early lead here. The side of WE, actually. Early objectives, early kills. They get both set. They get the sets of grubs. They get the early dragon. BLG did try to fight that set of grubs, but as we said, been kind of like... Actually, why would like free-balling that ult? All of my homies hate traveling to Xi'an. It's a long trip. Beautiful space, but a long trip. Home of the Terracotta Army. Great hot pot. Ask Alex about it sometime. Cube, eating a bit of damage there. Is still down quite a lot individually in terms of the farm. Really did get denied a lot in that top side and been trying to get towards that Eclipse earlier. This Ambessa could be a bit of an X factor if Bin does get ahead. Just what ZDZ could do in it just last series. Hell, last game. Waiting for the Justice Punch. Reset coming on forwards. Does look like it'll be the Hollow Radiance first. Makes sense. You're into Talia, into Rumble. It's a really good first item. You can get away with it. Been chunked out a bit there, but not to any meaningful degree. Infernal Dragon spawning. WE and River first. Control wards cleared by both sides. Taking needs to be a bit careful stepping forwards there. Get a little bit of poke down onto On and Shadow. Dragon being looked at. Knight with the hero's entrance available. In fact, all ults are basically available here as Shadow will have his Grand Star fall off cooldown now. As we're speaking about it, Karis, I think Weaver's Wall is on cooldown. Worth noting. Dragon started. BLG really want to play this. That choke point sucks for WE. If Elk can start getting some feathers down there, it's going to be rough. Tayne has to go back and clear that wave. Can they just come back? Frost Bomb, Rocket. Vampire hooks to the wall. BLG pulling away. Where is Cube? Not here yet. Doesn't have the teleport. So join a bit later. Good Aegis Assault. Into the backline! Hero's entrance! Public execution! Karis is a dead Rock Weaver. Monkey tries to get on forward. The audacious charge is not enough. Wonderful combo. On flash engage into the public execution, into the hero's entrance. And WE is in the blink of an eye, lose 3. That's the feats of warfare to BLG. They'll pick up the dragon as well. Damn. And Cube walks all the way down the river to have to turn around. Oh, both carries. Quickness grand entrance. And Shadow with the triumph healing. With the Q. Oh. Superb. Had Sundered Sky. Needed it. Ben ult, BLG wins. See? Thank you for saying I was... Yeah, look, it does make life a lot easier, right? Because actually, your wombo combo lacks some wombo. If you don't have the Ambessa ulting as well. There will come a time when Pantheon and Xayah probably have enough to kill a Squishy. They don't quite yet. They will. But not quite yet. And until this time, Ambessa finding ult angles will matter. That gives BLG the gold lead. And for my money, I think they scale better. Though it is much of a muchness. But I think Galio plus Xayah is going to be a lot easier to pilot late game than the more skirmish-focused WE, whose front line is quite conditional. Nautilus gone Spellbook, not Aftershock. Fine. Crescent Guard gives you tankiness. You can always make it work, right? Like Talia, Weaver's Wall, Equalizer, all these things very good. They didn't want to give the Dragon up for free, but basically the moment that both carries got flash charmed by Rakan, it was over. But yeah, Cube not being there with no teleport basically pulled a BLG around the grubs. When's Herald spawning it up? Yeah, that's, yeah, well, Shield Vault into Dead Monkey. Crescent Guards to no avail. Comet Spear mid-flight to secure the kill. And that will be Herald. BLG, make that one look easy, because frankly, it was. Could maybe look traded, but look, Cube is shoved in. You don't have a jungler. Elk did get chunked there by Taeyun quite well. But then again, so is Cube. So, red buff as well means there'll be some regen. They're going to look and dive Cube. Xin Zhao is coming up the river, but won't have Crescent Guard. I don't know about this. Here comes the Nautilus and the Corki, afraid of potential collapse. Pocahontas on. Blast Cone being denied. Does not get over the wall. Needs to get out with the grand entrance. And they can't quite bring down the Rakan. Vin's going to interrupt his back briefly there. I wonder whether he thought there might be some more happening. Doesn't look like it. It'll be a Merc Trades ankle. Elk with the deadly plumage will walk at Taeyun, but a big one rocket plus an auto empowered by the Sheen does a fair amount of work. Knight. Grand Starfall. Hang on. Karis is in danger here. Taunted. Weavers will interrupt the potential shield bash angle. Might actually get the kill onto Shadow and does. That Weaver's Wall to interrupt Shadow is in the end pretty damn clutch. That was surprisingly cool. I guess the Shield of Duran didn't get him into combat enough to deny that. Huh. Because Shadow realistically gets out there otherwise. Huh. Takes an extra, like, 2 turret shots for that. Yeah, 1 for 1. And it's still going to be Karis losing the ult and the wall. And the turret. It's not the end of the world there. But I'll give Karis credit where it's due. Getting something there when he looked a bit doomed. And Best is not going to care on the T. Oh, it's actually Knight. He has even less. Hollow Radiant and Merc Treads really doesn't care about Cube right now in the slightest. Dragon's up. WE on it. This would be not feat of strength because BLG got that with the first turret top side. Herald mid and BLG are just saying, look, this will only be second dragon. We'd rather play for gold right now. Come fight us. Bin has teleport, has ult. Mid lane turret down about 10% HP. Bin's going to get a crash on a tier 2 hit. Yeah, this one's tricky. Knight can also... Oh, on! Pulled out of the thing with the seismic shove. He's dead. Oh, no! Burn! Does it. Good pick off. Great ward there. It's still going to be the tier 2 falling, though. I'm going to try and get some wards down. Nice pick off. But tier 2 for a kill. And a dragon. Probably still okay for BLG. They'd like not to have lost on that. Weaver's wall. Elk. Should be able to clear the wall from... Or the wave from over the wall. Does so. Turret low, though. Shadow. Threatening here. But worth noting, Glacial Augment on. Looking to set up for his carries to get a lot of value here, but makes him significantly less tanky. Because he doesn't have the summoner spells, and doesn't have the personal toughness of like a Guardian or an Aftershock. I hadn't tracked that, because Glacial basically means that everyone else doing damage to Elk this game is going to be really hard. Because anyone who's slowed by the Glacial will not do as much damage to the carries. Dragon was killed by WE. Interesting that after that little play, WE just mildly favored. I'm slightly surprised. Clearly they favor some of the scaling here. Was not expecting that at all. I wonder whether it's a... Because I mean, BLG are up 3-4k here. But the objectives maybe being taken more into account. Might be just champion win rates. Rumble does have a lot of winning. Taleo does have a lot of winning. I'm not sure how much I agree with that statistical analysis. I think BLG are in a better spot than that statistical graph is suggesting. Like, a 1600 gold lead to Ambessa, a 1200 gold lead to the Pantheon, 1000 gold lead to this Galio is a lot. It's a lot. 2 items complete. That's not the case for WE. BLG can convert that into an Attica, and they're pretty happy. Engage. Monkey. Gonna eat. The feather pulls. Elk goes up. Karis eats a fair amount of damage from that feather. Storm Shadow's also around. Still the ult down on Elk in trade for ult on Monkey and Karis. Probably worth. Bin's gonna get the mid turret for this as well. There's no way Rumble stops that. Oh, hang on. Collapse coming. Maybe they do have enough. I thought Bin might try and trade that with Shadow behind him, but no. Fight against it. TP him. Atacon. Potentially an option. Minute till Dragon as well. Oh, is this going to be the fabled who wins the team fight gets double objective play? If it goes on long enough, Baron's a possibility too. I'm just saying. Morning, Captain. It's been a little slow, I agree, Rexel. Not seeing a lot in the last few moments. Good shadow shot from Shadow. Monkey trying to buy some time. On, dies. Equalizer comes on down, means Elk's not getting all that much damage. Bin being zoned off. Needs to find a public execution angle at some point. Knight in the middle of everyone. Kill onto On, who just got melted. Glacial Augment issues. Weaver's Wall. Seismic shove on 2. Atakan now a possibility. Good ult from Elk, but it's not going to make sure he gets any kills. Does get 1 and flashes out. But that's Atakan for sure. Maybe that statistical analysis knew something I didn't. That's Atakan. That's Dragon. On got blasted. And Bin never got to use his ult. On hasn't got a smite, of course, because it's this one. So they play for the tier 1, and then Vampire lands the hook onto Shadow, who immunes most of the damage, and they go, cool, we can play this. And then On tries to go in, and immediately gets knocked up by the 3 Talon Strike and the Crescent Guard, and blown up. Rakan gets no value. Bin is trading with Cube, doesn't manage to find his way, and that means Knight's completely alone, and BLG need to retreat. Elk tries to come on Jonah over to throw out some feathers and buy stuff, but the Weaver's Wall means this double seismic shove is sublime. And now, it's a good feather storm. Flash for flash. Actually, not a bad engage there. Oh, really good from Monkey. He's been popping off on this Xin Zhao. Elk gets melted by the flash on him from the Rumble. No clean feed. No, not like this. Guys, we're still here. The clean feed has decided it's going to stutter. Give it a second, guys. We're still here. Wait for the audio. Wait for the ricochet. Audio's back. And WE have managed to get 3 kills, and BLG are losing Baron. Another great fight from Monkey. Hopefully we'll get a replay there to see exactly what happened. They've got so many turrets to pick up as well. This is WE's first turret. Soul Point. Atakan. So BLG, I think, try to find a play. But, I mean, On with this build, it's just not tanky. He keeps getting blasted. Elk has no flash, no ult. Cube flashes on in. It's a good feather pull. Bin misses his ult again. Ah. Yeah, flashes in, still dies to the burn. Bin's generally been getting better and better games. This hasn't been one of them. And now with Baron, Ocean Soul Point, Atakan in the last, 3 minutes. BLG are on the ropes, to say the least. The gold lead's not that significant. The problem is all the objectives and petals and everything else. All the things that aren't shown in the gold lead. Grand Starfall. Taeyun might just be in danger here now. Hero's entrance. There's just no follow-up. BLG don't have any damage. Quickness. This is pretty good. Hang on. Hang on, hang on, hang on. That's pretty good. They get 2, but it's not actually Cube or Monkey who's doing a lot of work. Can't kill Taeyun. Out of range of the Feather Storm. Bin's now in danger. Trying to heal. Double taunt. They kill off Monkey as well. The Feathers got 4 heal through. BLG right back at it. Everyone but Taeyun's dead. What could they get off it? Does it change anything? There's no Baron to get. There's no Dragon to get. There's no Atakan to get. Gets you some shutdowns. It keeps you in the game. As Monkey recalls. Oh, disaster. Exhaust down from Vampire. This time, On isn't stopped on the engage. It's the core of this. Bin gets into the backside. Bin needs another item. And he's actually starting to be scary again. But gets out largely alive here. The double taunt and the body block on the harpoon by Knight means the Bin survives. Madness. Chainlace crushes as far as the eye can see. 10-stack Dark Seal. This Galio actually does quite a lot of work now. There's the third item for Bin. And the Death Dance. Infinity Edge and Lord Dom's on the way for Elk. Might even be Mortal Reminder this game. Wouldn't hate it. Dragons up in 5. Here we go. Grand Starfall into the backline. Trying to get onto Taeyun and Karis. Just about survives with the flash, but the quickness comes out of the cube. Taeyun, Valkyrie over the wall. Ulk getting knocked up. Still got the feather pull. Trying to find some value as Oz getting in the backline. They've killed off Cube. Ulk flashing away. Monkey trying to get value. Goes down. Karis still surviving. They do kill Taeyun. Shadow's going low. They get my chain lace crushes. Monkey going on in. Knocked up, knocked down. Shadow alive. Knight's going to step on forward, flashes over the seismic shove, and ensures the winds of war are blowing in BLG's favour. No way do they win after that horrible Atakan play. But they might just do it, you know. It's Dragon, it's another turret. And somehow, someway, they keep doing it. Okay, Elk throwing out, does quite, basically, we look in the backline here. Bin gets to the backside and they get to force Karis miles away. Cube's not getting value. On means that Taeyun's doing no damage yet. The Valk out of the pit finally starts getting damage, and Elk basically gets to spend most of this fight dragging people in a merry chase. Shadow surviving here is just insult to injury. Monkey does everything and more, and it's still not enough. And then Karis, flash over the seismic shove. Talia dies as well. Like, at this point, this Galio will have done an insane amount of damage. 10 stack Dark Seal. It's going towards what I suspect will be a Death Cap. It's got the Zonyas as well. Hell, I'm not sure I hate a Shadow Flame this game. Who's building MR? He's being a true tank. Shadow Flame's probably pretty good here. I mean, those Justice Punches in particular hit real hard. I think Death Cap is probably more sensible personally, but hey. Knight can adjust his punch away. Death charge. Weaver's Wall goes golden to immune a fair amount of stuff, but the seismic shuffle come on forwards. Gonna Hero's entrance out, interrupted from it, will die. And that's as Baron is spalling. Cost you depth charge, Weaver's Wall, that's it. Knight with teleport. BLG gonna try and make sure this Baron isn't done for free, but they need to play this slow. Buy time for Knight. Get Elk to do some damage here as well. Baron's aggroed onto Monkey, so he eats up quite a lot of damage there. Shadow behind, TP in from Cube. Had to go clear out that wave and bot side. And they want to turn off. They do kind of. On gets to Battle Dance away. Monkey forced to Crescent Guard. It's looking a bit ugly. Taeyun stepping onto On, but what a honey fruit in front of him. Down to half HP. Bin can look to get into the back of the pit. Shadow also with the Grand Starfall and a flash. Very hard to deny. On, knocked up, not quite out. Grand Starfall in, into the pit. Shadow's now very deep. Public Execution was missed again. Bin! Bin, no! Baron taken, but we're still going to go for the play. On! Backline! Quickness dies for it, but it keeps Vampire in the play. WE can't retreat quite yet. Shadow now looking for an angle. Needs to be aware of Monkey. No. Crescent Guard jumping onto Cube. Gets the flame spitter off. Age Assault denies a lot of it. Taeyun Valkyrieing away. Age Assault onto Elk, who doesn't get to do all that much. The Taunt on 2. Karis down. Taeyun low. Cube trying to get to value. Justice Punch. Sonya's. Knight. Dead. And WE get away with 3. Baron secured. Oh, Bin. How can you miss Public Execution onto 5? So, Shadow goes in and just misses everyone. It's close, don't get me wrong. I thought he'd landed it. But then Shadow has to flash out. And they go for this play, and it looks all right. But Knight can't immediately join because the Unraveled Earth prevents him from getting over. It goes 1-for-1 with the supports. And then Shadow's going to go the other way. But Cube actually takes a while to die. Doesn't actually get to go. He's flashing away. And then still flashes up to work with. Taeyun flash cleanses. Knight nearly gets them both, actually, but can't quite. As Cube gets to go golden to deny Shadow's kill combo. That might have changed things, but Cube gets out alive. Taeyun gets out alive, but they burn a lot of summoners to make these plays happen. On down his flash could be problematic. Dragon in a minute. It will be sold for WE. On's going to have to reset again, and he's just not tanky on this Rakan. If he gets in and gets the Glacial Augment down, sets up his team for so much success, but it has been so hit and miss as to whether it's been damn good or not. Redemption from Vampire at this point as well. Zeke's conversion done from On. Convergence. 4 items for Xayah. Maybe that's enough. It is Shadow Flame from Galio. The burst is real. 3k lead for BLG again, despite being against 2 Barons, by the way. Ow. Knight, Justice Punch, Taunt, gets to back away. Shadow can maybe look at someone here. Remember Taeyun, no cleanse, no flash. Has to be really... Public execution on the Taeyun! Hero's entrance! Oh, God, WE! Oh, no, no, no. That one lands. And the bot lane is dead. Weaver's wall away from Karis. Can he try and get the inhibitor turret here? That has to be the angle. He needs to leave. Dragon is now BLG's. They're at Soul Point as well. Oh, Taeyun. He tries to stay safe in a place where he can Valkyrie out. Doesn't respect the bin ult. Standing there, right? And he just gets ulted as Vampire's looking for the hook. He wants to Valk out. No chance, no cleanse, no flash, no nothing. Monkey, I can't believe survives this, actually. Flashes away. But that's all your flashes blown again. 2.5 minutes till Baron. And this time, no flash on Monkey, no flash on Karis. Taeyun will have his, that's good. BLG will have all of theirs up and rolling. Oh boy, Monkey's resetting on Vision. You can't do that. Yeah, gonna be forced to reset a little bit further away. Bin. He's got a lot of mobility, should be fine. This game has been a very odd one, hasn't it? BLG retain the gold lead. Largely off farm differentials, honestly. We're like... Check the solo lane farm differences, by the way. That's not great. 60 CS top. 70 mid. Hang on. Equalizer comes on down. Monkey's going to get the Crescent Guard. Seismic Shove comes on down. But the Age Assault buys time. Knight dies. Monkey survives. Elk had to flash forward to get it from the execution. Taeyun trying to jump away. Doesn't survive. A double for Elk, who's continuing to free fire to the fire. They go. Vampire. Doesn't get much more than the GA. Can they Seismic Shove immediately? They do. Try to turn it around. Bin surviving. 3 for 2. Bloody hell. Monkey survived for so long there. Knight didn't get to go golden, but it is not going to save the inhibitor turret. And the first one of the game falls at 37 minutes to BLG. Well, this has been fun. Let's have a look again. Knight, I think, full sends here, doesn't he? Flash. Taunt on Taeyun. Gets the cleanse. The knock-up. The damage is good. But then Knight gets mashed. Knocked up. No chance to go golden. That's a solid 2 seconds of CC. Elk flashes forward to finally secure the kill. Taeyun will eventually fall here. Flash and barrier forced to be burned by Elk. And then the burn is enough to bring Bin down. Courtesy of his death dance ticking down. Will eventually fall, of course. But we go back to live. Vampire is dead. Hero's entrance in. Equalizer down. Karis needs to be very careful in where they're walking. Has actually had some very good seismic shoves this game, has to be said. But it's pretty unacceptable at this point in the game to be down nearly a flame horizon. Yeah, he's down 80 CS. Vampire face checking by himself. Dies. Not really much more to say about that. It's happened once or twice. He's not been the safest of warders as Vampire. Sire now has a GA, by the way. And the Featherstorm back up. Suddenly hard to kill them again. GA down for Bin. More Malmortius for Shadow. Dark Seal sold by Knight. Probably going towards Death Cap here, I'd have to imagine. Inhibitor number 2 falls with Baron empowering it. 40 seconds until Soul for one of these teams. Be a 40-minute Soul, folks. Vampire's not going to be able to... Ooh, Scotsman. They cancel the resets. Game's gone so long, we're back to pre-rolls. Apologies for that, folks. Hook just wide. Then. Grand Star for where? Deep. It's Shadow repositioned. Knight on a flank angle. Bin on a flank angle. Bin's tried to freeball a few too many ults for my tastes. On. Potentially gets in! Bin gets it! It's on to Taeyun! Valkyrie away. Hero's entrance on 2. Monkey buying time with the Crescent Guard. Taeyun low! Not quite down! Until the pop comes on through! They will bring down at least one of the backside and Bessa dies. But the rest of the team is dead meat! Monkey runs for the hills, but there's a teleport behind and the Shin's out! Shadow Skull of Demacia will meet his end at the statue that was supposed to protect his chosen homeland. A Justice Punch, a ground pound, and Shadow can shield vault in. They're just buying time because in the base, BLG, 41 minutes deep, will win the game. It's cinema, it's confusion, it's messy, but it is Billy Gaming who stand atop the mound of corpses. Well, that was something. Wow. Not even close, baby. Kind of. I don't really know where to begin on that. We're here. I get some water. Cup of tea. Thanks for entertaining. Cheers to the solo cast. Yeah, it's good fun. Alex again is on LEC today. Corey requiring a bonk in chat. I see you. Is Sam leading? Hate to say it. Elk doing a lot of damage. Taeyun tried. Knight actually doing double Talia's damage. On a Galio. Probably is Knight that gets MVP, but Karis, come on! That's not good enough! Curious who actually gets MVP. Probably is Knight. Elk had a okay Zaya game as well. Monk was MVP of WE though. If he won, it would have been for him. Yeah, I agree. He was very, very good. Very, very good. In the ult miss on Baron, yeah. Shout out to InstaW Monkey. Yeah, probably. But even so, I think it's... I mean, this is wonderful. This was really good. The hero's entrance after. Yeah. Spot on. Folks, while we get the chance here, while we're waiting for MVP, I'm Initialise. You may know me from things like the LEC, from Mid-Masters, NLC, various other shows around there as well. It is really awesome to be able to do this for all of you back home, but we are reliant on all of you to keep us in business, so thank you very much to all of those who are in fact supporting us. It does mean a huge, huge deal, and we are reliant on all of you to help support us, which really means two big ways you can do that. Subscribe on Twitch, be that with a regular sub or Twitch Prime. Again, if you are using Amazon Prime, you get a free Twitch sub. If you don't use it, it's going to waste. Consider dropping it here. It does help support us pretty heavily. So for those of you who are not subbed, consider doing that, and I will love you forever. Well, maybe for a month. Then you have to do it again, and then re-earn the love. The other way is through the Ko-fi link, which we have got, and I'll make sure the Ko-fi goes into chat. For those of you who aren't Twitch users or don't want to sub, also fine. We have got other options by which you can help support us. Why did that not bring up the bot? Bot? Ko-fi bot, where have you gone? How did we lose this? It can't be that hard. Bot is protesting. Apparently so. Tried to bring up the bot, it didn't work. Wow. Got banned or something? Oh, you get hydrated as well. Yeah, I know. I do. Yeah. Knight gets that one. Yeah, getting ulted with flash up just lost the game. Probably. Though I don't think it's necessarily... There we go. Bot likes Hammer Boy. Yeah, apparently so. Wow. Yeah, he just had a very good game, didn't he? The flash here in a second is very nice. In getting caught out on that sideline, he cost him the game too, though, so I don't think it's going to be a flawless MVP here. MVP is understandably nice. Right, I need to run these ads. I need to go get some water, because my god, if we're going to have to do another one of those. Oh, baby. Camera's going off. I'll see you for the next game in a moment or two. We should be here soon. I should turn the volume down as well before I deafen you all.
OPPO Find X8 系列夜景人像神器，夜拍超清晰人像 MVP。
TCL X11H 领耀 QD Mini LED 电视，纯净画质，细节尽显，细腻光影，丰富明暗细节，典藏级影像体验。TCL
皇冠战马。 更受中国电竞用户喜欢的能量饮料，更受年轻人喜欢的中国能量饮料。中国电竞，当然有我，有能量，当然战马。
上次对战 WE 的话，他们比较印象深刻的组合就是岩雀、泰坦、佛耶格这个中野辅吧。然后跟他们打的话，就需要注意他们在中野辅上的联动，然后还有后期的资源团。WE 的辅助选手 Vampire， 他的风格其实是跟我比较相似的吧。他在对线端，基本没有什么失误，然后。 他在中后期也做得非常好，然后对战他的话，我们就需要把我们的对线先做好就好了。
champs. Hello, folks. I needed to get that water. My God. Where is Beck? That's. Hello, folks. Oh. Farah's open too, Diam. Yeah, I just noticed that actually. So where are we at? Aurora, Yunara, Skarner banned. Lots of comfort, and I think the Skarner is just way too good. They're going to ban away the Gwen away, Elks Kaiser, Shadows Trundle, Varus Ori. Oof. Sion Azir are fine. You know, it's a good 1-2, good front to back. But Knight Azir is like it's okay. Knight Azir is not bad. I want to make that very clear. Knight Azir is not bad. It is, however, just passable. You know, it's good to decent. You know, probably decent's the way to put it. But decent is not Knight. Knight is never been just a decent player. And to have him on a champion that leaves him look average is a bit scary. That said, Elk gets a hold of the Sivir. Your front to back now is very strong. Very strong. Yorik's going to be a problem in the side lane, but Cube needs to play well. Remember last game, one of the big reasons BLG won is the fact that they just managed to get 80-odd CS leads in their solo lanes. And so despite good plays from WE, as the mid game rolled around, they were just bleeding resources in solo lane. Okay, let's bring your daughter to work day combo. 0 and 7. Nocturne. Yeah, Poppy ban. Can be annoying for Azir. It's a bit of a specialty pick for Vampire. Cube plays it too. Sorry, Monkey plays it too. As does Cube, to be fair, but not that much. Nico. Yeah, Vampire likes it when he gets a hold of it. Can be a bit annoying for the Sivir to manage. Too many ways to pop the spell shield. And can give Vampire too much shove. Renata is up. I think you just Renata here. As WE. Unless BLG want to take it. But then they have very limited engage. Do they care? Depends if they want to force being at objectives first every time. If you go for the Renata, you are obligated to be objectives first every time. There's no other real way to play the game. And that could get problematic. Should just be Alistair, I would imagine. Can actually be quite annoying to Sivir as well, because Sivir can't spell shield the Alistair combo. Like, at all. Titan would have been fine going Ezreal. Yeah, I think you Renata here. Varus Renata wins you that lane very, very hard. You can trade back well enough with ricochets to at least contest shove, but early on Varus Renata will have pressure. Azir Ori has to shove into Azir, generally speaking. Many cooldowns for Azir. I think WE are going to have a lot of priority early for Monkey to do something a bit wild. He is an Olaf player. They've won with Olaf before. Double Enchanter for Olaf with winning lanes. Sivir and Azir hate this. This is a really clutch Olaf pick. I like that a lot. Ori plus Vampires are on the Renata. It's Double Enchanter. You have lots of people who are going to be in active range of Olaf who will not be able to CC him. Very good anti-Sivir, very good anti-Azir. So Shadow Skadeo, screw it, I'll go Zed. And Olaf does not enjoy Zed at all. Especially if you use your shadows, right? Olaf wants to play at low HP and Zed goes bare. And you get death marks and you die. Okay, the Olaf was clutch. It is still very good. But there is a world here where Shadow can trip him up quite heavily here. I hope he goes Sterex this time. He may well need to. Okay. So the Olaf makes sense here assuming you get ahead, the idea is you're going to have priority in pretty much every lane, particularly mid and bot. You use that to get the Olaf into the enemy jungle, do what you can. Zed messes with that because Zed clears so damn fast. When the Olaf is looking to invade, Zed has reset, gotten 2 daggers, or 2 longswords, and wins the fight. And Olaf ult does nothing into Zed. Zed can absolutely murder you because you want to play around low HP, and Zed goes great. He gets his passive, he gets his ult. Kill threat range much, much more easily. I think the Zed is actually quite clutch as an answer there. Even if otherwise, I think the Olaf is a really good answer on the whole into what BLG want to do. Let me get my water. I'll sit down and get ready for this game. Up the volume while I'm at it. Jayo's incoming. Game 2 incoming. See you in a few. Level 1 shenanigans? Maybe. Keep our eyes on where all these wards have gone. Yeah, ward on those raptors, trying to spot where Zed's clearing. Olaf looking to go bot side. BLG didn't really get any wards down. Spot where Olaf is going. Shadow smiting first, going to try and clear very aggressively. You smite first on Zed rather than last. Or rather, when you're clearing a camp, you smite stuff. Basically, because you want to get down to half HP to get your passive rolling as fast as you possibly can. Very valuable indeed. Headbutt Taeyu. He goes, ow. Backs away. Yeah, to be fair, they've got Orianna and Renata double enchanters effectively. So it's not a Lulu, to be fair, or a Nami or whatever. But this isn't bad, actually. And it gives you better lane prio. But bailout on Olaf is obnoxious as hell. Orianna shields and shockwaves also give a better amount and speed up with the dissonance. All these things are good. Shadow clearing real fast. Oh, nice double Shadow Slash. That's the correct clearing. Takes a fair amount of HP to do this, you'll note. But that's kind of fine. He is going to be clear sub 3 minutes. Unreal. Reset. Double longsword bite. Out onto the map to contest Scuttle Crab. There we go. Olaf now has to be very wary of how he clears. Because he's going to come in at relatively low HP. It's just the way Olaf is. Gone Ghost, by the way. I think that probably makes sense to kind of run at the Azir and Sivir. Flash less valuable on Olaf quite a lot anyway. But yeah, look at that inventory. You will win this fight. You will win this fight. Ow. Oh, Shadow Slash still available. Oh, misses the Shuriken and the Undertow. Shadow gonna get chunked. Can start turning this one around. Monkey? Oh! 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 Flash for the Roar of the Slayer. Landed the Undertow. Missed the Shadow Slash. Oh, Bin's dead now as well. Oh, dear. Even with the double longsword, he doesn't win it. Traded back by the zombie. That's still 2 for 1. Oh, that's not good. Elk gets chunked. Not down. Sheesh. Let's have a look at that again, because honestly, Shadow is coming in with red buff, double Shuriken, thinks he can play this, but basically Olaf is going to press, goes, missed his early. So it's early Shuriken miss, early undertow miss. But Monkey gets to walk at this, and Shadow doesn't have the cooldown because he burned his Shadow. The train flashes out. Bin flashing and missing that Roar of the Slayer is rough. Shadow missed his Shadow Slash. That's rough. That could have gone very differently if one of those two abilities had landed. It's tight, don't get me wrong. But it's still a bit of an embarrassing moment, to say the least. Early gold lead then over to WE. For obvious reasons after that. Largely to be found in Yorick's hands. Actually, no, it's in Sion's hands. I apologize. He got the kill. Oops. I just misread that. A little bit in jungle, a little bit in mid. Should get the early dragon here as well. That's what Olafs can do. Level 4. Run at the dragon. Monkey yells chug chug a bit. Does that. On bounces away. BLG collects junglers like Pokemon. They do a bit. Then Danger here. He's got his ult. Decimating Smash. Dark Procession doesn't interrupt his ult, so I think as long as he gets beyond here, there's the ult. Doesn't have flash, gonna get run at. The sucking is happening by the evil Panda Bear. Decimating Smash interrupted. Should clear out the wave well enough, but that's a second kill to Olaf. And Bin doesn't have TP now, so that is going to be a play at least for Cube. Which he gets done here with the Demolish. There's the plate. Can he get 2? Might be able to. Bin's walking up lane. Yeah, it'll just be that one. Bot side, early Varus lead. Expected with Varus Renato, though 10 CS is a bit beyond what I was expecting, actually. Bit beyond that, even. With some pretty forced resets there. Chunk onto Taeyun, who's going the on-hit variant, so has a lot of damage early on. The Vamp Scepter is good. Good stun, though. On gonna go down. Surely, though, gets to run away. Taeyun with a bailout. Goes down, and it times out. Now Vampire's in danger. Heal, headbutt, Pulv. Olaf's coming on down. Should probably be able to get pick up 2. But now the 2 kills come on down. Zed's also here. Undertow wide. Gonna continue autoing. Shadow Slash. The Shurikens come on through. BLG with the 2 kills bot. And all that work they'd done in lane goes wrong. Monk Shadow was there to cover. Olaf turns up and goes, well, that sucks. Zed can now look mid. He's got level 7. Kara's forced to flash away. So is Knight. Ult for ult. Flash for flash. On. Headbutt. Pulv. Oh, Vampire is probably dead. Oh, no, Shadow! Missed his shurikens, and now Shadow's going to have to flash. Monkey ghosted. Oh, man, that's flash off Vampire at the very least, but you need to hit those shurikens. It was a really good handshake from Vampire. And that probably gets some grubs, actually. Which is great for the Yorick. Double headbutt Pulv. Worth noting, On had heal the entire fight here, by the way. Actually, no, he didn't. He switched over with Spellbook. And he had Ghost from it as well. Spellbook diff. Back to life we go. Chains of Corruption. Monkey's going to run it on, but he's got Unbreakable Will. True damage, though, goes through that. Monkey's run out of mana. Monkey's run out of mana. Monkey is a dead Olaf. Oops. And Civ has donated a 3rd kill. Olaf can mash an Alistair. Unfortunately, there is a very, very scary Sivir on the other side who has gotten 3 kills. They've got a cull caching as well. Oh, no. Like, you have got tools to manage a Sivir. You do. But it needs to be a little bit better than this. The Olaf has interestingly gone early Ravenous or early Tiamat to try and clear faster to match the Zed. It's not what it once was as an item. Hex Flash into Shockwave, but the shuffle back still means that Karis is not looking very happy here. Has got Phase Rush. No, he's not got Phase Rush. He's just got Nimbus Cloak in a Dream. On's going to get Trample. Headbutt Pulve. Soil just forward. Knight gets the kill. Nicely done. Knight gets a plate and gets to reset. Elk's going to go mid and do what Sivers do. Especially now they've got the Essence Reaver. Start that one. They don't want to give up Feats of Strength. They're starting up this Dragon. TP in from Knight. Vampire. Taeyun around. Where is the Olaf? 4 seconds on their ult. No Ghost. So not the strongest this fight could ever be for an Olaf. Who I think is just going to give this one up, saying, look, we're just not in position for this. The Oriana's dead and a long way away with no ult. Yeah, this there's theirs. It's fine. Shadow's smite at the start of that one. Theoretically could have been stolen by something like a piercing arrow, but not happening. Is Knight getting better at Azir? He's decent at Azir is the answer. He's not Knight on Azir. He's not like Knight on a Knight champion, but he's fine. I don't look at it and go, oh god, that's awful every time now, which I used to. It's still not fantastic. He still fumbles every now and then, but he's a passable Azir. Elk, on the other hand, is a more than passable Sivir. He's been very, very, very good on this champion of late. Ult. That's a very loud sound. I'm just going to top side. I was like, wow. Boom. 20 CS lead now for Knight. Ugh, this is happening again, guys. There's a 20 CS lead to a side and to a Yorick. How is it that WE solo laners just keep dropping farm? I have a bit more sympathy for Karis, who got chunked out and taken out in that bot side play. But that ain't good enough. Slightly to the Varus from earlier, but again, that all got undone by that double kill. Don't think I've ever seen Shadow play Zed. No, neither have I. It's been up and down. Lost a very close early fight over the Scuttle Crab. I remember Jumang was on WE. Yeah, once upon a time, Elk was indeed a WE AD carry. Under the name Jumeng, as was called out in chat. Vampire eats the boomerang blade. Heal. Shadow can just shadow over the wall, though. Do keep at least part of the Raptors up. But again, Zed is going to clear faster. That's going to be a little problematic. Stride Breaker. Of course it's Stride Breaker on Olaf. That explains the Tiamat. I forget that goes in there. Shockwave on 2. Shadow going to get some damage down. Deathmark drops aggro. Karis trying to flash away. Deathmark not going to quite be enough. Ignite! Good, it's enough. Turning around onto the Alistair though. Shadow low as Olaf goes down to Azir. 2 for 1. Now Taeyun in danger as Elks come on down. Gonna prop on the hunt. Ghost also procced. Chains of Corruption go wide as Elk just sidesteps them. Not the cleanest dive I've ever seen, but it works. And Olaf dies again. Azir, though, gets a kill. 2-0-1. Oriana loses another wave, by the way, and Elk has to go mid and drop that one into the turret. Got to get everything, but a decent chunk here. While everyone's off the map. No bad thing. Would love to stick around for one more minion. That's why Elk is here. Really really wants that minion to get the Cull Cash in before the reset. Shockwave lands, but not before On uses the Unbreakable Will. The thing is, the Shockwave changes the aggro, because On takes the aggro initially, but because the Shockwave pulls people in kind of an anti-clockwise direction, it gets a bit challenging. Olaf can still kill Alistar because ult doesn't work into Reckless plays. Reckless swings. But Shadow gets out. Ignite for the Alistar gets the retreating Karis. And Azir's soldiers finish up what Shadow starts elsewhere. On trapped in a cage of panda cats. And the gold lead for BLG is just 3,500 gold. Just is. Monkey. Ooh, ow. Be alright. Scuttle Crab being fought over. On goes forwards. Got the redemption behind him, but Elk will flash away. Damage onto Shadow, who likely falls down. Does. What about the rest of the TPs coming on in? On with the Unbreakable Will. What is that? 1 for none. Herald up. Really good angle from Monkey. The redemption from Vampire as well. Clutch. BLG, though. Health bars and more ults to work with. Can maybe look to play this one. Has been interrupted by the Dark Procession. Handshook out of his estimating smash. Monkey, though, headbutt back towards the team. Likely goes down. Bailout on top of him. Can they get on? I think they can. That brings him back to life. Knight! Shuffle away. Try to get the value. Does do so. But now it's a flash back on out as Cube goes over. Piercing arrow comes across, and BLG overplay the fight. 5v4. And they don't have enough in the tank there. That's going to cost them Dragon and mid-turret as well. Very ugly fight. Finn TP's back in. They get the turret. And the gold is all back to even. What a blast cone in. I thought it was a bit of a disaster, but actually gives a lot of value. Let's have a look at this one again, because Monkey gets over the wall here. And the teleport is just later. Knight's not here. Shadow just tries to get out, can't quite. Elk flashes out to safety, and that's great. It leaves the rest of the team out to dry, and then they go looking. And On manages to headbutt Monkey back into the team, but there's a bailout put on top of him, and On dies, and that gives the reset. It's a really good shockwave as well. It means that Bin and Elk have to run. Barrier's not enough. Autos come on down. Taehyung's gone for the on-hit variety of this Varus as well. And Knight goes in for a shuffle, but there's no one really there to shuffle people to, and doesn't have anywhere near enough damage for that to be an insta-kill on the shuffle. Dragon now going towards WE. Find themselves in a pretty good position suddenly in this game. Gold lead back towards the Varus. Bin will be able to trade out there, and the issue still stands that the farming of the solo laners hasn't been fantastic from WE. It might end up in a game 1 scenario all over again. I'm going to try and jump onto this tier 2. Elk's coming over. Ow! Good shockwave. Is spell shielded, at least by Elk. Knight not so lucky. But the wave crash, there's not a lot there to be done to defend it. Shadow honestly hasn't looked all that comfortable on the Zed, it has to be said. That's good though! Vampires are dead. Renata ulting forwards, looking to try and find a bit more Bin. Not the best angle there. Atakan. Spawns in a minute. Okay. Oh, they'll get the kill. Where did he go over to Zir? Okay. Knight now 4-1. Oh, well, shove on that one. Oh, it's just a bad reset from Vampire. Epic Pulve. And then, yeah. Shadow Slashes. Death Mark as well. Immunes to hostile takeover, so Vampire just dies. Easy as you like there. How long have we got until the next play? Atacon spawns now. Dragons in 3. We are going to have a bit of a stall up for a second. WE again, generally speaking, for all their 1 and 6, have generally won a game here or there. Actually in a pretty good spot this game. Monkey yells to chug and starts up on the Atacon. BLG going to be forced to come and fight Karis. Dunks out Shadow, but eats his own trade. BLG, Azir could TP in, forcing off the Atacon. Been a bit risky, I think. We'll give Cube the opportunity to get this turret topside. Azir will trade in mid. The wave should finish that one up. And BLG now starting Atacon. Okay. Can smell the flip, folks. Turret doesn't go down to the minions. Ah, Knight misreads the damage. Has to leave to go top. Atacon stopped by both. Randuin's now done for this Olaf. He's got a Hex Drink as well. Very defensive build. So we're going to run in and cause as much problem as possible. The Hex Drinker helps against the Azir in particular, who was kind of shredding him. And is 4-1. A little bit sad you have to stop off of that, but the Randuin's, the slow additionally, very good at clean feed again. Bit of a stutter here. Give it a second or two, guys. It'll go black, then the audio will cut. Then we'll be back in a second. Wait for the audio. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. There's the audio. We're back. Phew. Phew. Chunk going on down. "25 seconds till Dragon" would be sole point for WE. Where are we at in terms of summoners? Pretty much there across the board. Same with ults. Items at 2 pretty much everywhere as well. Elk forced to ult there. Monkey burned Ghost to make that play though. And Ragnarok. No, just Ghost. Okay. Mortal Reminder in. 3rd for Elk by the look of it. He's already got the Executioner's Calling. I think that's quite sensible here into the Varus and the Olaf. Ball mail done for Bin. Good chunk onto Monkey, but there's the redemption. Early on for Renata. Getting some value there. Chunk onto Arm, but doesn't really mean all that much. Sion ulting on down. Shadow comes across the wall. Exhausted before he gets to ult particularly. He's a dead man. That's awful, Shadow. Hostile takeover catches him, and he can't Shadow out to safety. Oh dear. And all the while, Cube's not there. TPing behind. Atacon's going to WE. I saw the vision of the Zed this game. Interrupts the TP. Bin's now here. They're going to kill off Cube. That's the trade. But he got the tier 2. They're getting the Atacon. He has got a big bounty on his head. And Azira's donated it. Maybe that's the win con. Get Azir to a 3rd item and pray. Is it an avoid staff? Yeah, fair amount. And look, you've got Azir, you've got Sivir. Late game is still an option. But you need 3 items. And dropping Atacon and potentially Soul. Yeah, that wouldn't be good enough. But the vision of the Zed was good early on. Can outclear the Olaf. Stop him from getting invades off the priority. Can mess with him in a 1v1. Not anymore, really. Been a little overeager, his Shadow, and he does like to make plays. When it goes wrong, it does look a bit like this, though. Been true pretty much across his whole career. Mad Lions forwards. At least the CS discrepancies between solo laners aren't exaggerated this time. Stayed about that 20 mark for BLG. Gold lead, non-existent. But that is a 34 petal diff. For about 3k gold, something like that. Plus the feats of strength, plus the grubs, plus 3 dragons. Ooh, hang on, jumping onto Vampire. Trying to get on top of him, on the hunt. In comes Sion. Vampire now forced to flash. Taeyun a little bit split off, so is Bin. We'll get out there. Who flashed for that? It was Vampire. And on. Okay, support for Sport Flash. Couple ults, they went to go try and pick someone off and couldn't quite. What's Shadow going to go third? Death Stance? Probably. Well, with a ton of luck. Could be a Sterax. Knight looking at on. Oh, so a Cube rather. I think that's probably a very dead... Oh, Cube! Has got the Blast Cone. Knight might now die for this, unfortunately. Yeah, he's dead. Oh, great shuffle. But then doesn't have any way out as the TPs come in. Is that Baron now? Oh, dear. Thought they caught Cube, and then Cube went, yeah, I guess I sit on you, and die, and BLG didn't have enough damage to kill off Cube, who has, in fairness, got a Jack Show third. Towards Baron we look. Zed with Flash and Shadow. May not be the easiest to do this into. Dunk onto Vampire. Monkey does do Baron very fast on the Olaf, looking to turn, slow onto on. Oh, headbutt pole forward. I think that's a dead cow, but they're just trying to buy time. Redemption comes on down. We'll heal everyone back up. Shuriken poke. Really that valuable. Still try and get in here. Remember, there's still the flash on out. They are strike brokering, running away. All the while, hostile takeover, Shadow into the backside. Bin's gonna die. And another member down. Gets a decent chunk. Does it stop Baron? Probably too low to do it now, I think. Knight's got back onto the map. Shoved through mid. BLG do enough to dissuade the Baron, but lose a lot of members to do it. I thought Cube was a dead man, and they just didn't have damage. And then the moment Knight goes, well, I don't have Flash, I don't have ult, I don't have Shuffle, I guess I die then. Caught Cube after the Flash, like, excellent. No damage. Has at least got Void Staff now. Really, really needs another damage item, though. Third item done for Civic. Maybe that'll be enough. Back to Baron we look. That might give you a way back in. The problem is his soul in a minute. But the Zed, for me, hasn't really landed. Awkward shadow use. Chunked out and killed before a lot of fights. You have to be better than that. You need... My general rule with Zed in the jungle is if you can't play it like a mid laner, don't play it. Tarzan gets the pass. Canyon gets the pass. Na'Vi occasionally gets the pass. Occasionally. Shadow so far hasn't got it. This is the Undertow. And again, there is a world where Elk on this Civic just turns everything around. Ricochets could ruin everything here. Ryalize slows as well, also really annoying for the Olaf to deal with. Doesn't want to have to burn ult. Just cleanse slows. Shuffle away on nice. A Ragnarok turnaround. Monkey's really low. Hostile takeover! Gets them all down. A Monkey survives. Bail out of the backside. Shadow goes down. That's all. Monkey immunes. The headbutt away. A Knight had just used his shuffle. No shifting sands. Couldn't get away to safety. And no way to kill that one off. Back to Baron they go. Shadow goes in for some godforsaken reason at the end of it just to die anyway. Baron and Soul for WE. We're going to 3. Surely is at this point. Here's the replay. Really good Ragnarok timing. Knight really wants to get the problem is the hostile takeover coming over. It means they can't actually stand and kill Monkey down. They need a bailout on top of him anyway. BLG at this point, praying that we... Here we go. Exhaust comes on down. And the damage just keeps rolling. Shockwave, Olaf ghosting, bailed out. Will not die. Oh, Monkey locks in the Olaf and dares him. They will always win at least a game. And we are absolutely going to 6 today. Well. I thought after the early leads that BLG were getting, it was looking great. And then we saw the Herald fight. Yeah, that was nasty. We said, look, this Olaf into the Sivir in his ear could be really obnoxious. No real way to stop him coming forwards. And they couldn't. They couldn't. And then they had the answer of the Zed. Look, the theory is good. You can outclear him. You can punish him early. You actually have got very scary ults into him. You can threaten people like the Varus and stuff as well. But you have to be a good Zed, and Shadow bluntly wasn't a good Zed. It's a Monkey MVP. It's a Monkey MVP. Noted, don't let Monkey play Olaf with Renata. Yeah. BLG gonna buy a Monkey ASAP? That would be very funny. Let's look at the highlights, because early on, I thought this 2v2 double kill and Elk getting 3 kills early on was going to be the problem. Knight got so much gold. Well, like, let's be real. Knight got a lot of gold, a lot of resources, and just couldn't carry on the Azir. But, like, again, was the Azir bad? No. Was it actually good? You know, it was there. But this was the play where everything goes wrong. Elk actually with a very clutch flash. They try to jump on the Olaf and try to just do damage. Tries to get back out with the Shadow and Carp. I mean, this is also just like, man. Knight makes what is on like okay, so this is what we see a lot of Knight on Azir, right? Like teleports in, gets a shuffle onto cube, and then realizes, oh no, I don't have any more tools. Bollocks! I'm in melee range of a Yorick. That's a problem. Yeah, like the Olaf was really smart this game. Messed with the Azir and the Sivir very, very well. Like the thing is, the Zed on paper was a good pick, but you have to pilot. It didn't work. What else could you have played there? You can do things like Maokai to force him to ult inopportunely. Can suffer into some AP junglers. Basically, you need ways to make him burn his ult for nothing. And that didn't really happen. All right, folks. I'm gonna run some ads. We don't get them in game. I'm gonna turn my camera off and get myself some water. I'm assuming MVP will be Monk. I do need to get myself some water, get myself in safe. In a shock to no one, Monkey got MVP. Say it ain't so. What is a traditional Olaf counter? Anything that can get over walls from him. Pled's pretty good. He mashes most tanks. Anything that can force him to ult when he doesn't want to, basically. Olaf is scary as long as he can keep hitting you. In the jungle, Jarvan can be annoying because you just go in and you ultimately back out, and then Olaf just sit there and go, well, this sucks. He generally sucks into exhaust. I think any other really... I mean, Zed, as I said, is actually not a bad matchup. You can punish him quite early. Anything that makes it so you can go unkillable. So Kindred's a weird one, but you can do it. But you need to have a good team to make it manageable.
好久不见。
关闭车窗，空调调到22度。
好的，都搞定了。你好，很高兴我们重新认识。
把生活玩出新意，
自由自在，灵感随行，
用个性的方式画世界，
让眼界突破边界，
让远在天边，近在眼前，
让每一刻精彩不再等待。
上京东搜赛事预测，使用 AI 预测，助你赢1000元耳机。
京东。
저희가 체급에서 밀려서 뭐 엄청 무기력하게 지는 거가 아니고 좀 뭔가 할만한데 좀 중반 교전이나 움직임 같은 데서 조금씩 밀려가지고 지는 경우가 많았던 것 같아서 그런 부분들을 오늘 다 같이 피드백해서 내일 BLG전에서는 그런 부분들이 안 나오게 더 좋은 모습 나오게 그렇게 노력을 해야 될 것 같고 그렇게 잘 준비하면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다. 나이트 선수가 워낙 잘하는 선수다 보니까 체급이 일단 기본적으로 높은 것 같고 그리고 그런 체급에서 나오는 좀 피지컬이나 교전에서의 집중력이 되게 좋다고 생각해서 그런 부분들을 조심하면서 저도 그런 부분들을 최대한 끌어올려서 좀 나이트 선수에 안 밀리게 좀 더 제가 좀 잘하면 충분히 이길 수 있을 것 같습니다.
Well. Hello, folks. It is I, Initialise. Glad to have you in here. Hope you're all doing well. I know I am. Ready for a little bit more OVO. No, he's not playing today. Probably saying if we can get Knights pick a Zero Oriana, we have a chance. I mean, I actually think Knights Oriana is legitimately really good. I will disagree on the Oriana one. I think Knights Oriana is very, very good. Complaints about the build, I can understand, but I actually think there is some value to going the Roa build if it's in the right scenario. It's not just automatically a bad way to play the game. Also got myself a can of Red Bull because bluntly, I need caffeine. Here's to all of you back home. What if they went Belveth? Belveth can be quite nasty into... where's Duo when you need them? Yeah, Belveth is pretty good into that. Lilia can be annoying. Kindred, the ult can mess with Olaf ult quite well. Can time out things like the bailout quite well that way. But into draft we go. Have a look. BLG get blue side this time. Skarner, Aurora, and the Vampire Karma they really, really liked of late. Does work well with the Caitlyn. At this point, W going to do the Caitlyn thing again. They do this a lot. On's Nico. Tried to play it yesterday, and then they overforced it way too hard. We've seen that a little bit, actually. Both games today and a bit yesterday as well, where BLG got early leads, then overforced without ults or without positioning or just unnecessarily, and then threw like a 3k lead. Immediate Kai'Sa. Kai'Sa Rel. Rel's gone, so that would make some sense. Okay. Good pairing. It's pretty good defensively into Nico, because you can crash down to mitigate some of the CC. So used to seeing him play the Kai'Sa. You can ult back away from the Nico as well, try and deal with some of that burst. Renekton, I think, is solid here. Also, then spikes well with the Nico. Yes, they had the issue they were doing it when they didn't actually have someone who could, like, follow the Nico early on. Renekton could do that. Also, what does Cube have to even play into this anymore? Ornn? Aatrox, I suppose, but feels a bit awkward. Poppy early for Shadow. Messes with the Kai'Sa and the Rel. Sejuani Renekton sets up for a Knight Yone angle. Or Akali. Karis locks Ornn now. They ban Yone Akali. I think. This will be a Yone Akali ban. Too good with the Sejuani. Too much of a specialist carry pick for Knight, who went for the Azir and messed it up. Pilk over Red Bull. I mean, yeah, it's caffeine and not hot. So I went with that one. Yone, what a surprise. Victor. Yep, last of the battle mages. They might even ban that Syndra that was hovered, you know, if they really want to just kind of pinch Karis' specific picks. There is a world where they don't ban Akali, and then they blind the Akali and say, actually, Karis is a good Akali. Ban another melee mid. And just pick the Akali on 4. Silas. There you go. There's the AP option. This will be an Akali on 4 then, I would imagine. Unless BLG feel they have to ban it now. Which they could. There's a world that this becomes an Akali ban now. Because BLG would like the Akali. But they wouldn't be able to get it because otherwise it would have been a 4th pick. So they're going to ban out the Akali. What does Karis go now? Rise. Of course. Forgot about the Rise. Yeah. Rise is fine here. Scales well. Mess with a lot of melee champions anyway. You have got a global to work with the Ornn ult. Picking... point and click CC for the likes of the Kai'Sa to fly in on. I'm quite liking WE's draft here. Cassiopeia would mash so many of these divers, and Rise hates it. Once upon a time, guys, Knight was named after something that was named Orochi, as in, effectively, Yamato Orochi, the great 8-headed snake Naga of Eastern legend. That is sort of equivalent to Apophis and stuff. They're supposed to eat the sun. That was his solo Q. He was a big Cassiopeia enjoyer. Has brought it back a little bit this year. Out going towards a Tristana. We're not seeing a little bit of that, but it's really good with the Nico as well because you can follow up very easily. It's a hyper carry. Can manage the Kai'Sa by knocking her away. Honestly, BLG, I can get behind those picks. Monkey is a Graves player. It's not a great game. It's not a great Graves game. Viego, you've got dive, right? Like, Kai'Sa flies in, helps you get that first kill after Rel, Ornn, Rise Rune Prison set you up for the kill. You have to get the kill, but if you get the kill, Rise resets, lots of good bodies to be in. Tristana, Sejuani, Renekton, Nico, all fantastic. Cassiopeia is not bad. Less good in the sense that you don't just want to go through a rotation and ult again, whereas you do with the others. You can just go and get that value there. W's is a lot more standard a comp. BLG's is quite good to answer into WE. Cassiopeia will theoretically break a lot of ankles here. The Kai'Sa in particular hates that. Nico Tristana can also bully quite well there. Turn the camera off. Let's check the volumes. Did I move it? I forgot to move it after the last game. I do apologize, guys. You've been dealing with a fair amount of volume for a bit. Apologies. But that's okay. Ready to get into game for what could be the last time today. Well, it's going to be the last time today. Please let it be the last time today. There's only so much I can take. BLG with the Cassiopeia, the Nico and the Tristana. Bury them. Will it be enough? We'll listen to the Gyos, shall we? Solid WE chance there. They're alive after that game 2 victory. BLG, strong early. That makes sense. Nico, Tristana, level 1s. Sejuani, Renekton can do some silly things there. Then WE going to spike a little bit more towards the mid-game. And then BLG come back online later. I think that's fair. Tristana, Cassiopeia, even the Nico as the game gets later can be really, really deadly. And Kai'Sa gets harder and harder to pilot. Flash on forwards. Gets a heal, and that's it. Ooh, Vampire. Your early lane is going to suck now. The blooming blows keep coming. Vampire's mounted back up again. But like this is a rough state of affairs, right? You have got Spellbook into Spellbook, which is fine and all. Vampire with the Hex Flash trying to get some value. Doesn't get it. And now he's going to eat so much damage because he didn't get anything there. The shield times out. Ugh. Nasty. I appreciate Vampire going looking. I really do. When it goes wrong, it is really going wrong. Okay. BLG getting a bit of a shove on. Not too much more there, though. Nice idea. X-Flash from Vampire. Early shove from Renekton. Early shove from Tristana and Nico. BLG with priority. Very different beast. Shove from this Cassiopeia as well, looking for that noxious blast. Can't quite get it. Early reset as the Kais has been forced to reset very early on here. Oh, Cube is TP'd down at 2/3 HP. They're going to dive him. Blooming Blow. Going to try and get some Bellows Breath. Passive stacking. On's tanking as the cannon. Oh, they're doing it again. The Nico strat that I wish we saw more of. Brutal. Cube TPs, flashes, dies. First blood towards Elk. Monkey tried to get a funky clear off. Raptor straight towards bot side and it didn't happen. The dive happened later. Now Elk's under this turret. Early cull, early slingshot. Ouch. And On didn't even have to burn a summoner for that, by the way. That's ridiculous as a combo. The fact that it became known tech and we don't see it more often, or didn't see it more often when Nico was at her most potent, is kind of wild to me. Good damage. Onto this turret. You are Tristana. Ooh boy. Renekton's up. 15 odd CS. Cassiopeia has been keeping the rise in check. Rel's gone there. Cube can't walk to lane. Oh, this poor Ornn. You can't be there. Another plate down. Renekton's clearing. Bot side, fine in the 1v2. You'll lose a dragon. Flash for the blooming blows. Cube is likely a dead Forge God. Autos come on down. Elk gets it. Flash from On for the Tangle Barbs. I do apologize. Monkey will get over and get the Raptor invade, and that's fine. But I think it's going to get traded for Krugs anyway. So, a little bit of a farm lead is one thing. Oh, Vampire, buddy. On's done it again! He's doing it again! No! My God! He is so annoying. 2 cannon minion dives. On is a very good Nico player. He's finally started losing some games. TP's come flying a little bit further. Shadow going for the spellbook, by the way, on the Sejuani. Into the Viego. Probably can get away with it early. I don't know how safe it is, but it's done. TP available. Then basically means you can get so many TPs. Because On's going to have one as well. Everyone but Elk will have a TP available to them on BLG. Oh, Glacial Prison. Oh, Vampire. Oh, just about gets away with it. Blooming Blows just wide. Sorry, Blooming Burst. Blooming Blows is Lilia. Oh boy, dive's happening. Shadow gets away from Vampire's crash down. Monkey can look for the ult, but flash out from Shadow. On can't quite get the last auto in the form of the Tristana. Taeyun is dead, though. Vampire survives. That's it. They don't even get a return kill. Shadow's like, cool, I'll flash. I've got Spellbook. What do I care? What do I care? The answer's not really a lot. Not really a lot. BLG, startup grubs. On's there. 201 for this Tristana who's up. 15 CS, 1300 gold. Renekton up about 800 gold. You're getting early grubs for a Tristana. And Elk has always been a Tristana player when he's given the opportunity. Monkey is doing what he can, which is farm up, steal some camps, try and at least keep relevant this game. I don't know how much that's going to mean. Vampire's around. Does not manage to steal away that big raptor, I don't think. Let's see, kind of the gold popped up over a couple people. I know Shattering Strike still got quite good minion damage. Monkey should get the red buff at least. And again, Shadow has suffered for making these plays by dropping half a clear. It's nearly a full clear, right? Which is a fair amount, don't get me wrong. It ain't changing all that much right now. Nice kill from Monkey on the Scuttle Crab. Dragon's in 40 seconds. But do you really want to play down 3k? Item completion on the Tristana alone is terrifying. Hell, the additional Fiendish Codex on means he's going to hurt if he gets an opportunity here. Taeyun is not a champion. Ornn is not a champion. I just don't know how doable this is. I really don't. 30 CS lead top now. Basically because Cube has been put out of the game, can't trade anymore. Vin's going, cheers bot. Appreciate you setting that one up for me. Well, goes that dragon. Ornn's looking. Tend to be Sejuani. Blooming Burst. Elk, again, just getting so much more farm because they keep zoning Taeyun off the wave. Yeah, honestly, like... I'm seeing some things about, like, Vampire's level 1. I think it was a bit over-eager, but he was trying to abuse the Hex Flash, trying to get a crash down, because otherwise, Tristana Nico was going to keep you permanently pinned in the turret, and the game was potentially over just off the dive threat. So by basically playing the level 1 really aggressively, the idea is to try and stop this kind of being the regular. It went wrong, so it just gets worse. Kill picked up, back away. Ornn's back in the form of the Tristana to improve the autos. And now we find ourselves in a position where, I mean, this just can happen on repeat. On repeat. Shadow. Oh, on! 3-man Pop Blossom. Backs away. Petrifying Gaze. Doesn't get any stunts, but the damage is still down. Taeyun very low. Got a flash and a dream. The bomb nearly kills Taeyun with the splash. Elk will get out with the rocket jump. Karis trying to get some value. The Magnet Storm crash down. Vampire there. They do get the kill on the Renekton Knight, now in danger. Monkey's getting a reset. Ornn's trying to jump around. They've gone too far. Again, BLG. Vampire on the respawn gets in. Was he there for a teleport? I don't know. Can Monkey find some more? I don't know whether he actually wants this. Yeah, Elk's going to step on forward, immediately cleanses. Gets a fair chunk, but yeah, can't get the kill. Hopefully we had a replay there. Because that was BLG have done this every game now. Every game, be up 4,000 gold. Take a play that was too far. Die for it. That looked like a really good Pop Blossom, and it was. But then you actually have to kill the people you're trying to kill. They try to get the turret as well. They just took too long. So, Vampire is coming down the lane. Keep your eyes on that. The Pop Blossom's great. But the Rune Prism means that Shadow can't follow up. Elk isn't here till now. They don't get the stun with the Petrifying Gaze. At this point, just call it off. Bin's TP'd in. They nearly kill Taeyeon. They do. And they hop away. And then Bin goes too far. It's too far because Vampire gets to crash down Magnet Storm on 3. They wanted to get Karis as well. It was too much. And then Monkey gets to flash and reset lanes. Which brings him actually significantly back in the game. He's 1,000 gold ahead. He's gone for the Kraken Slayer to get as much burst power as possible. This is still going to be the dive onto Cube, who dies horribly. And they should get the turret off this as well. The better stuff from BLG. There we go. Reset it. But like, look, you got the kill onto Taeyeon. Going onto Karis was probably a step too far. Good damage from Elk on the wave to just kind of get the shove on in. Could maybe put a bomb down on it. I think they'd rather play towards this Herald, though. Feat strength been secured long ago by BLG. Early turrets, early kills. Yeah. And the gold leads still sit there largely. Strong lead for the Renekton. Exceptionally strong lead for the Tristana. Cassiopeia also very happily at Roa and stacking on that one. The Rise is going to be a long, long, long way off that. Still winnable for WE. If BLG keep doing those kinds of things, the counter dive can be very punishing, but Taeyeon is going to have this happen a lot. Yeah. Yeah. Oof. Is what we say to that one. All the Forge Gods. Bin. Dominus stun onto Monkey buys a lot of time. Could well be in danger here. Oh, dear. Actually, ult! Yes, good value. Kraken Slayer damage is good. They do kill off Bin. Who has got Merc Treads for the record to deal with the CC. It's still killable. Will cost them a mid lane tier 1. On's coming in the form of Sejuani. It's stunned up. Maybe look to turn that onto Vampire, actually. Blooming Burst. On? My guy? What? On? Huh? What? What was that? What? They're going to lose turret for that as well. Oh, BLG. I think he thought his teammates were going to be there sooner, but just didn't respect the fact that Vampire could just, you know, turn around. Did I miss something there? I think he was trying to keep people interested, right? It stops the resets, try and hold the turret. But that was too far. Okay, decent damage. Not enough to stop anything here, though. Ooh, Glacial Prison. Cube. Exhausted, runs away. Turret goes down. BLG return the favor with the big charge through bot. Cube chunked up all the way. Bin is mid. Monkey with 2 items, the Sun Sky and the Kraken Slayer. Does actually have a fairly nasty initial hit. The guaranteed crit can be quite nice with that ult on Viego. Karis should at least get that top turret. Yeah, there's no response coming. And it means the gold hasn't really exploded for BLG the way it was earlier on in this game. Bin. Ooh. Hang on now, a bit of an engage potentially onto Q. Forced to flash away, flash on forwards. Does get the permafrost down onto him. On with the rocket belt to try and get in range for those tangle barbs and get to them. Taeyun. Void Seeker down, but that's just a dead on. Ah, Cube. Ever since that TP bot, it's kind of been a rough sailing for him. To say the least. To say the least. The least. Yes, yes. The least. Alright then. Pop Blossom, not fantastic, but still going to lead to the death of Vampire. Staked by the Naga. The replay here is they jump onto On and regret their choices. They're face-checking blind. It's just hard at this point. It really is. It is just hard. Well, there's an engage on the Shadow. Doesn't lead into too much. Atakan's up. WE. Doing their best here. Cube. Trying his best to get in here, but they just can't see a damn thing, WE. Surely not another 1-2-8. Looking like it might well be. BLG, the expected 10 to 15 minute overforce. Atakan on Bin Knight, just holding on in there. Remind you, you've got a Cassiopeia Realm. Warp to Scout. Looking to turn around onto Vampire. Glacial Prison lands. Crashdown comes on forwards. Forces WE back, still down to 7k HP. Monkey inside the harrowed path. Cube now coming on over. Can he find a good call of the Forge God angle? Monkey potentially get on in here, but no. Double Smite gets that one down. Bin in danger. They're going to try and throw the damage back. Pop Blossom! Will eventually kind of get the kill onto the Renekton, but the damage back is still pretty good. Taeyun has to flash away, but Elk gets it. That's the resets available. Monkey still trying to jump. They still get 3. Good from them. On now in danger. That's not bad, actually. I thought it was going to be a lot bigger than it was. But Knight couldn't stick and fight. Elk took too long to get the reset onto Karis. Knight nearly gets Vampire. Baron to take. What it ends up being 3 for 1 plus Atakan. Good from Monkey, honestly. He got a lot more resets than I expected he would there. And they still get the Atakan. So still, I think, in the end, a win for BLG. Bin just isn't actually that tanky. Not into this comp. He has got Merc Treads, no armor. Gets CC'd into absolute oblivion. I thought that Pop Blossom turnaround would be enough, but the ult is just enough to get Monkey his first reset. Even with the Petrifying Gaze and the Buster Shot to take him away from the bodies, he still gets to go back in with the Spectral Maw, take the body, slice dice, kill Shadow. Not bad, actually. Not bad at all. Really well played from Monkey. You could not have played that much better on the Viego. It doesn't really change all that much in the grand scheme of things. I'll note that Rise getting some shutdowns there does actually pull him ahead slightly in the gold. The problem is that his Roa is significantly behind where Knight's is. You've still got a 5-1 and 5 Tristana, who is very, very ahead of the game. Bin is a bit more squishy than I think he would like to be. I wonder whether he needs, like, a Randuin or a Thornmail. Something with a bit of armor in it. Well, Dragon's gone. Soul point. Baron up in under a minute. WE. What do you do from here? You've got 2 items on this Kai'Sa. The problem is, I don't really know how far off Elk is from getting that 3rd item. Be a PD. Maybe the rapid fire, but the way things are this game, I think Phantom Dancer might be very good to just kite things out. Somehow only a 3k lead. Big shutdowns, and this Viego in particular, getting as many kills as they did, was very, very good. Monkey trying. I thought after this early game it was a done deal, but well, WE found a few good fights now. They really have. The problem is, post this point, I think things get trickier again as 3rd items complete. Suddenly the burst and pick to get Monkey that reset, it's just going to be harder and harder and harder to get as GAs and shields and just raw HP and damage comes on through. Hang on, bit of an engage. Hang on, he's just dead! Knight, no! How? Why were you there by yourself? Oh, Knight, not like that. Is that the only kill they need? Monkey, body down. Finn gonna try and step on forwards. Vampire behind, gets in there and looks for an angle on it. Onto Elk! Kayun in the backline! They've killed off the Tristana! On's gonna flash Blast Cone out. Double carries down, and now they can turn to Baron. Is this how it works? BLG's first series loss. Is it here? Off Knight of all players getting caught. He's trying to get this blue buff and does. They see Monkey leaving with Karis and think it's safe. They just spotted them. But oh, he sweeps and isn't prepared for 3 people to be there. He thought with Karis and Monkey leaving that he was fine, and he was not. He was really, really not. And then Vampire gets behind them all. Flash, shattering strike, crash down onto Elk, who cleanses but is knocked up and can't go anywhere. It's not done yet, but Gold is going actually back to dead even. Still soul point, still great scaling. Elk now has 3 items. Cassiopeia now has 3 items. Mortal shield bow done for Monkey, by the way. He's going to be annoying to kill. What insane shift this Viego has put in. There's another one of those LDL junglers who had to go through the trenches, to say the least. Big Graves player, big Viego player. Gets to pull out the Viego and go show exactly what he was doing down at LDL level. Was on WE's academy team down there. Along the lights of Bulukaka. Very up and down team. Well, well, well. Here we look again. Dragon in 35. BLG on the back foot for once. The overforce by bot tier 1. The Atacon not going as cleanly as they would like. The pickups before the Baron. Try and jump onto Cube here, who's still been a bit of a weak link in this squad. May well just die. Good CC chain. That probably earns you soul. Monkey at level 16 will have to find the steal. Have to. Monk Vampire behind. Spellbook. Can he switch over to Smite? They've got the ward in the back of the pit. Keep around Vampire's infantry. They know he's there now. Ben's going to go stop him. That's Soul. Oh, hang on. Karis gets jumped on, stays alive. Massive amount of shields. Oh, my days. Might now be in danger, though. He's got no HP to work with. No Realm Warp. No Flash. Shadow flashing on forwards with the Arctic Assault. Oncoming on over. Can he find the Tangle Barbs? Behind comes Monkey. TP in from Cube. Pop Blossom comes on down to the Karis, who goes golden, but is immediately caught on the Miasma and will surely die. kill on that oh-so-important rise. Monkey looking for an angle. Hasn't found it in the Harrow path. Can't really find a good ult angle from this. Rocket belt forwards. Vampire still at threat here as the Ocean Soul keeps BLG topped up, healthy. Found Vampire. X flashes out just in time. Reset from Taeyun. I think it's going to come on through. It'll only lead to the 1 kill despite all of the madness and the TPs everywhere. And Vampire, however, I think is probably a very dead horse. Ryalize slows. The Twin Fangs come on forwards and Elk gets that kill. When's Baron? 2 minutes? Well, BLG with the late game. Baron earns him a bit of gold. BLG immediately shut it down, get Soul. Go towards this tier 2. The ward behind them strictly, but I don't think Karis wants to TP to that, if I had to guess. Might now. Keep your eye on it. Pixel Bush wards. No TP from Cube. Spellbook on Vampire. Inhibitor turret down. Not the inhibitor itself. Got a few bits of cinema today, folks, haven't we? This Tristana is genuinely the problem, isn't it? 3.6k ahead. Hasn't bought in a while. This will be a 4th item. I think it's going to be a one-shot. Watch it. Inventory. Yeah, full G8. And things get harder again. As the GAs start coming on through, Monkey getting a body that's good is going to get increasingly slim. 35 seconds or so until Baron spawns. Vampire comes crashing on down. They get onto Bin a bit, but it's only the clone. Awkward. Call of the Forge got burned. Nothing but a Glacial Prison in trade. I suppose that's not nothing. Magnet Storm and Call of the Forge God. Those are your 2 big engage tools. Now you have to find a way into this Baron pit while Bin is going to be warding off the entrance. He's not letting anyone through there by hook or by crook. Not if you can help it. Goodbye, inhibitor turret. By inhibitors after. Bin's bot side clearing out the wave. Has got TP, so could join if things get messy. Maybe has to. Vampire behind. On. Trying to land the tangle barbs. Missed it. Shattering strikes wide. On the other side. Knight's dead. Lose Vampire for it. Does it change anything? Oh, the Glacial Prison Monkey, no! Oh, Monkey! That changes things. Karis goes golden. GA popped on Elk. Cube coming on over. Trying to get the overload. Flash away. Shadow survives. And Karis does not. At the ending of the 6th game of the day, Billy Gaming remain undefeated in Series WE again. A single game win. Again, another series loss. The honeymoon continues, bumps and all. WE, what do they have to do to find a series win? It was always going to be hard, don't get me wrong. WE, there are things to work on, but that Wasn't it, was it? Folks, a pleasure. I'm Initialise. Thanks for coming and hanging out with us here today on the channel, Nymaera. We've been on Twitch, on YouTube, on Anivia's YouTube as well. Thank you for coming and hanging out with us. Drop the volume down a touch at this point. If you like what you saw, I'm hoping you did. Please do follow us on our social medias, on the channel here. It helps us get more sponsors, helps us get more jobs in casting and stuff. Turns out, things like follower numbers matter. So do come and follow us on the YouTubes and TikToks and Twitters and all those things. Huge difference. So if you've not followed us on there, do it. I'm at InitializeCast. Alex is at Nymaera. You'll find us. It's not that hard. On top of that, best way to support us, if those of you who do want to throw £5 at us, whatever, Twitch subscription, obviously very helpful. If you are an Amazon Prime user, you're getting a free sub every month anyway. If you've not used it, damn well use it. Use it here. Goes a long way to making sure we can keep doing what we're doing for all of you back home. Additionally, if you are not a Twitch user, if you don't really want to subscribe, perfectly fine. We have got a Ko-fi link as well. It's a great way to help come support us that is channel agnostic, which can be really lovely. So please do make sure we go and do that. Guys, I'm going to cut and run. A very long day. I've got some stuff I need to do this afternoon anyway. So, we're going to probably skip out before highlights and MVP, so I do apologize for that. But I'll make sure that we send people off the right things. YouTube, we're going to say goodbye for now. A pleasure, Henry, Estrificates, Derek, all the crew. A pleasure. Thanks for coming and saying hello. To Anivia's stream, again, thank you.